My lovely, lovely, lovely imps. How are you doing today? Turn down the music just a tiny bit. Want to make it just a little softer. Mr. Krabs 123, Peppy Toaster, Token Brazilian, Uncle Gumball. Little Morphine Annie, Joey Ravioli, Ex Oblivion, Nuts, Girl with a Guitar, Paige Punk Corpse, VCC TV, Mika Meow, Tarpalicious, Nasty Redacted, the one and only, Nerodia, XVY Abo, Nevi 9012, Shrazly, Brina, Robotic Reborn, long time no see, happy to have you among us again. Silver GameCube, Matthew McConaughey, Appalachian Anarchist, Ether, Put the Screw in the Tuna, Danny Fallen, The Silent Chloe, Celestial Heart, and from the YouTube chat, Antoine Bastard, and from the YouTube chat we have Ron's KFC, the one and only. Good to see you here, hope you're doing wonderfully. Leaf, Punk Knitter, Moss Creature, Palm Dad, Gamer Vox, L Rose, Arden Rose, Nebula Cosmic, Rioma. Goodness, why is my throat so sore today? Kumquat, Cat Art, Espen M, Count Von Ulam, Leaf, Critter, Syphilius, Screechy Tire. I guess I'm a little early. Not that early. Leanne Scott, Rione, The Vegan Ranker, Andrew Blood, Taradona, I Crave Death, Rainy Day Gaming, The Problem, Kinoko, sorry, I almost mispronounced that, Brittles, and of course, a couple more have joined into the website chat, Voltarine, Voltaire, and Delance, and Alley Tally. Alley Tally, welcome to the website. Everybody give some love to Alley Tally for joining the website. We always love more new chatters on the website. My lovely, lovely imps, I hope you are doing well today. I'm sorry that it's been a bit of a delay since our last stream, but I've been really busy this last week, believe it or not. It's been a bit of a bumpy week. That said, you are going to be blessed by having 2 streams in a row, because not only am I streaming today, but on Sunday, we are doing something very special. This Sunday, the 10th of December, that's right, we are going to be doing a signal night. If you've never heard of a signal night, well, now's the time to learn. A signal night is when we do call-ins. And this is going to be a community signal night, which means that you can call in and talk to me about whatever the hell you want. You want to argue with me about something? You can do it. You want to ask me a question? You want to just chit-chat with me and tell me a story? You can do that. We are going to be having a signal night on the 10th at my usual streaming time. We're going to be starting around 4 p.m. is the aim for the signal night. Can you still register for call-ins, or is it too late? It is not too late. Registration for call-ins, all of the details are in the Discord, but I will post it here. Let me just do this real quick. It's in our chat, caller guide, or caller's guide. There we go, caller's guide. Sorry about that. You go ahead and click that link right there in the chat, and you will be able to discover how to do it. Registration occurs in Windows on the night of the event. There is no pre-registration, because if we did pre-registration, we wouldn't get nobody. It would be impossible for us to actually run it. So basically, the easy version of it is on the night of the call-in, we will be opening up call-ins. And if you're interested in calling in, all you have to do is make sure that you have the correct role in the Discord, because this all happens through Discord. And you'll be pinged every time the doors are open. And then you just click on the little registration link, and we grab a bunch of people, and then we go from there. It's very, very simple. We make it as easy as possible. We have refined the process over multiple call-in streams with the thanks of our wonderful Signal Night producer, Alora. Alora has developed a really smooth system, which makes calling in very easy and which makes wait times very small. You won't spend a bunch of time sitting in a queue. You can just sit back and enjoy the show, and when the time comes for registrations, all you gotta do is press a button, and if you get in, you get in, and if not, then you just wait until the next registration window opens and you try again. It's very simple. Yeah. So again, this Sunday, Signal Night. It's going to be about a 6-hour or so show. Maybe longer, depending on everyone's energy level. We try to pace it out pretty well, and you can call in and talk to me. We love these. These are always awesome events. Every time we do a Signal Night, everybody always has a great time. We always end up discussing a bunch of interesting things, and also, you get to know your fellow imps more. You get to hear their voices. You get to hear their ideas and maybe learn from them yourself. It's a really, really fun event. We always have a lot of people show up for them. They've historically been a lot of fun. So I'm really looking forward to that. Yeah. I just took my first, Antony Bastard. All right, I'll make sure I say that right. Antony Bastard says, I just took my first dose of testosterone today. Please celebrate with me. I will absolutely celebrate with you. That is wonderful. And congratulations. That is awesome as hell. Really, really good to hear. Everybody celebrate with Antony Bastard. And also, Antony Bastard, thank you for the tip. Deeply appreciate that. Got a meme and a Kirikou man. Of course you do. You've always got them queued up. Eventually, we will have seen everything that has ever existed within Kirikou man, specifically through my stream via stuff that Mr. Krabs has posted. Grime Dango says, I need to do my shot, Lamau. I believe you. And you're welcome for the reminder. But honestly, thanks to Antony Bastard. What was I gonna say? Shot gang, gang, gang. True! We're gonna talk about a lot of stuff tonight. I wanna let you know, of course, I'm still going to warm up as usual. In fact, I especially need to warm up tonight because my voice feels strained. I don't know exactly why my voice feels strained. That does have me a little bit concerned. It could just be because I have not been streaming this week because I've been busy doing other things. But regardless, let me let you know what we're going to be doing tonight. We're going to discuss the Game Awards. I have opinions about the Game Awards and some things that I'm very excited about. And as you know, I'm a big gamer. I'm a big gamer, and also, oh, you can't see it right now because of the angle, but I'm also a big Kojima fan. As you all know, I'm a very big Kojima fan. And so, there's some news on that front. So we're gonna talk about the Video Game Awards, which is gonna be very fun. Yeah, wrap it up, please. Oh, we're gonna definitely talk about that. Oh, Mycena, actually, yes, actually, that would be wonderful. I didn't even realize that GayFesh was live. That would be amazing if you'd be willing to do that. Thank you. I'm so sorry, I blanked. That is very unprofessional of me, but thank you for reminding me, and I would love it if you could do that. Thank you. Then we are going to talk about iilluminaughtii. And we're gonna do a little bit of an iilluminaughtii drama update because some very strange things have happened. We are going to be we are going to be talking about plagiarism. And we are also going to react to something very funny that was sent to me right before stream. In fact, we might do that before we do the drama segment. And then afterwards, we are going to have some time to do Holy Mackerel. Now, no doubt, a lot of you who are here right now, although, oh my goodness, I forgot to do something. We have 351 current viewers. Thank you for being here so much. But if I could ask just one small favor of you, could you please like the stream? Mwah! Thank you so much. All of your likes would be deeply appreciated. We have 350 viewers, but we only have 133 likes. And I promise you, if we get everyone who's here right now to press like on the stream, which is really, really easy to do, if you do that, I cannot even begin to tell you how many more people will show up for this stream. It actually is like magic. I'm not even kidding you. I know it sounds like I'm hyping it up, but my viewers, and you'll see for yourself because I'll give you an update at how many people show up after we get a surge of people liking the stream. Anyway, we are going to be we're going to be doing some Holy Mackerel afterwards. And many of you are already in the know of Holy Mackerel, but a lot of you who are here tonight may not know what Holy Mackerel is, and it might sound very silly to you, and it is. But actually, it's incredibly funny and amazing, and I have a plan, okay? Holy Mackerel is one of the most amazing things that this channel has ever covered, okay? Thanks to a viewer by the name of Snips many years ago, we were tuned into a very, very strange but amazing, genuinely hilarious Christian comedy show, and we've been covering it for a very long time. And as it turns out, there's a bunch of new episodes we haven't seen, and they might be the last episodes ever made. So you have the opportunity to hang out with us while we watch something that is literal internet history. So when it's time for Holy Mac, stick around, even if you don't know what it is, because I guarantee you're gonna have a good time. Appalachian Anarchist with the $5, thank you so very much. Just closed on our new house last week. It's rough, and I was lucky, but there is hope, 31-year-old imps. Keep fighting and research Blair Mountain. True, Appalachian Anarchist, thank you so much for the donation, and congratulations. I know it can be really hard to get any sort of foothold in life right now, but I'm really happy to hear that you were able to fight hard and get something good for you and yours. That is amazing to hear about. And indeed, I have a video on Blair Mountain. Drup date? Drup date? Did I say drup date? Yeah, we got to get those numbers up. True. Have you gotten to talk about the new GTA 6 derangement yet? No, but I was planning on doing that, actually. I was actually very much planning on doing that. I was only planning a small segment, but we'll see how it goes. Grime Dango says, I just have the sound of a villager opening every door in this Minecraft house over and over and over again while I'm trying to listen to stream. How do you even distinguish the two noises? They're so close. Ex-Oblivion, have you seen the clip of the voice actor from Kratos? Yeah, I saw it in the stream of the Game Awards. Incredible, incredible roast. Oh, a drama update. Oh, that makes sense. I should have thought harder first. Huh. 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 Oh, that sounds crazy, Delance. I haven't been following that story, but I've thought about looking into it. Posadas John says, did you see what happened to Hunter Avalone? Yes, I did. It genuinely seems like a true nightmare experience, and I'm really sorry that he had to go through that. As somebody who's had to deal with similar but not as intense situations in the past, I sympathize a lot with what Hunter had to go through, and I hope that he's able to. I'm glad that he's safe, and I hope that he's able to get some time away from the stress of life to heal from that, because that is a horrifying nightmare situation. For those who don't know, Hunter Avalone and his partner were attacked by an abusive ex of his partner. And that partner tried to kill them, and in fact succeeded in injuring Hunter Avalone's partner. He shot at them through a wall, and some of the shrapnel from the shotgun grazed Hunter's partner's leg. The police ended up, I believe, if I recall correctly, the police ended up taking down the shooter. But really deranged situation, incredibly terrifying, yeah, I truly, my best wishes go out to Hunter. Yeah. Police confirmed the shooter took their own life. Oh, interesting. I heard he took his own life after. Oh, that's really strange. In the video that I saw, there was like an explosion of gunfire from the police. So maybe they didn't actually hit him, but he killed himself after getting in a shootout. Oh, okay. So that was the sound of the shootout, but they didn't actually kill him. Okay. Yeah, it's a genuine nightmare. A true horrible situation. Unfortunately, one that unfortunately too common in this country. I believe Hunter does have kids. I do not know if his kids were, I don't believe his, maybe they were, but I did not see anything that said his kids were present, so. How American? Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. I hate guns so much. Well, in this particular case, the strange thing about this is that the gun that was used was not even a gun that is typically like a type of gun that is typically controlled by gun control. The shooter used a shotgun, which even in countries with extremely high gun control regulations is usually still permitted to be owned. A lot of people own shotguns even in countries where there's high gun control. Yeah. The highest year of mass shooting since 2006. Yeah. Grime Dango says, did I mention I had the great skull smoothing surgery, the John Woo's face off, that I could eat a peach for hours and am mostly healed up, but damn, these scars are metal as fuck. True! You look fantastic, Grime Dango. Yeah, Grime Dango successfully had skull smoothing surgery. You had the brain smoothing situation. Congratulations. And of course, you look wonderful. Bluestone says toxic masculinity was more likely the culprit. Oh, undeniably. It's like there's no argument to even be made. In this particular situation, this was a deranged ex who believed that he had ownership over Hunter Avalone's current partner. And that partner, you know, left the ex to live her own life. And the ex was so deranged that he believed that, you know, he went on a violent rampage. That is absolutely and undeniably, unquestionably a firmly patriarchal, toxic form of violence. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. The only thing that can motivate you really to do that sort of thing is a sense of ownership over a woman. I saw that. Tipster says he used air tags that he hid in her bags. Yeah, Tipster mentions correctly that the ex used those Apple air tags, the little tracking devices. If you've ever seen those, I can show them real quick. As we all know, surveillance products are fairly sus to begin with, but this is what they look like. This is a product made by Apple. And it has all kinds of you know, legitimate quote unquote uses, usually to track property. Yeah, unfortunately, we've seen many such examples of people using technology like this, in a really negative way. And of course, this isn't the only way that these types of things have been used. Oh my God. Are you for real? Is this for real? Hold on a second. This is dark. I was about to talk about this, but I might have just been, hold on a second. Let me just check this real quick. Oh yeah, this is literally what this is. Oh, that's terrible. Take a look at this. I was just about to talk about how abusive parents can use this. And sure enough, right here on, Target.com, they sell disguised AirTag trackers that you could put on your kids' shoes. Look at that. And it's like, yep, you just put the air tracker in there, hide it in here, and give it to your kids' shoes. Now, of course, they're going to say, oh, this is for safety or whatever. But we all know that it goes further than that, and that a lot of times abusive parents will do things such as, you know, hiding these things in their kids' backpacks, attaching them to their children's vehicles. I think that this type of surveillance technology is controversial at the minimum. We've had Bluetooth trackers before in the past, but they were not a problem like this. Yeah. Jesus Christ. This was Conrad's final text message with Holly after she'd been injured. He shot himself shortly after. This is an ongoing investigation. I'm not able to say a whole lot yet, but goddamn, this was terrifying. So he was texting Holly, which is Hunter's partner, during the event. That is so messed up. Christ. Yeah, this is what the texts say. Here's Holly saying, please surrender. I am losing a lot of blood. This is because Holly got hit by the shotgun blast. And then here's the abusive ex saying, I never meant for that. No, God damn it, leave him, please. And then Holly says, only if you surrender. And then the abusive ex says, I will, just live your life for yourself. I should have killed the coward. Psychotic. Psychotic. Genuinely psychotic. Well, I'm really sorry that they had to deal with that. That is an inhuman thing to have to go through. Horrible. Grime Dango says, it's about how Apple made the device. It makes it very powerful for hateful uses. Every Apple device is a part of the network, which sends private information to each other back and forth. So that's how you get perfect geolocation info. Yeah, it's horrifying. It's genuinely horrifying. And we see how we see how this type of technology can be twisted to the most horrific and nightmarish use, where people who want to can take advantage of technology to make innocent people's lives miserable. Horrifying nightmares. Spyro said, wait, they're using my Apple products to track their shit? Yes, Apple, like, there's a ton of applications that do this. Even Apple products always talk to each other. I mean, there's many examples of this, but not so many have gone so far as Apple. And most of the applications that we're aware of, things like Google Maps. When you use Google Maps, your Google Maps is coordinating with all other Google Maps users in order to give an idea of traffic conditions at any given point on the road. However, even in that particular situation, while it is on one hand dangerous that Google has access to such incredible information about people that they can basically, if they want to, locate anyone, anywhere, anytime, Apple is even taking it a step further by making the ability to track people in a clandestine manner in the hands of anyone. So you have situations like this. It's really, really twisted. It's quite twisted. Tipster says AirTags are one of those devices where the convenience it provides is simply not worth the risk. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that while you could say that there are good applications for this technology, like, I mean, they're marketed, those kids ones that we were just looking at, the ones that you can hide in your kid's shoes as like a little sticker or a badge, where it appears to be just a decoration on the shoe. Those are marketed as a way to keep track of your kid, to make sure your kid doesn't get lost at a theme park or at a field trip or something like that. But of course, in reality, while that might be a use for it, there are of course all kinds of other horrific uses, like stalkers, being able to hide it somewhere on your person and know where you are all the time, whenever you are. Wherever you are, no matter, and you might not even know that you're being tracked to that degree. It's a very unsettling technology that gives a shocking amount of invasive power to the hands of random individuals who have no oversight. Nothing you can do about it. AirTags are great if you're a car thief. Yep. Another bored person with the $5 super chat, thank you very, very much, says, Apple has a private Bluetooth mesh network between Apple devices, bypassing the standard internet infrastructure. Amazon has one similar as well. Dublin says, Google very much uses that power against users, sometimes even unrelated ones. Search up Google location geofence warrants. Yes, of course, that is another thing. We know that that Google has been willing to basically break all of its privacy rules when it needs to for its own convenience, or because it has been pressured to by a government. We really do live in a shockingly in a time of incredible societal control that can be activated at any moment. And it's funny because even though you don't really have any reason at any given moment of your life to be afraid of all of this technology, the fact of the matter is that you could at any moment become the target of this. And you might never even be able to predict it. You could be accused of a crime, or something that you say could, you could offend someone in a position of power who decides to then wield this against you. And we've basically created a world in which the ultimate power over someone's life and privacy has been given into the hands of a powerful few. And it's very, very uncomfortable to think about. And of course, we see how it can be used in a situation like this. Not that this situation is like perfectly, I mean, it is fairly emblematic of the issues with this type of tracking technology. But people who have power over others can utilize that power to subject them to technologies that they can't fight back against. It is very, very difficult to fight back against someone sneaking trackers onto you and then using everyday available technology to ruin your life. Ron's KFC with the $19 super chat. My goodness, thank you so much for your generosity. Ron's KFC says, remember how simple a flip phone was? Well, true, and Grime Dango is a flip phone user, so, you know, yeah. I hear you on that. Grime Dango says, I love my flip phone. I can't use a flip phone, but I get it. Maybe if there was a dumb phone that had a good texting interface or something, I don't know. I guess I don't even text that. Like, I Discord a lot. I Discord a lot, but it's from 2020 and it has USB-C. It is cool. I'm not gonna lie, it is cool. I just, you know, I can't do the old school texting. I just can't do it. Ron's KFC says, oh my god, I love you, Grime Dango. Yeah, Grime Dango's pretty awesome, I gotta say. I don't text much at all, living the simple life, boomer. Yeah, it's probably better. You probably live a better life than me. But you see, I'm trapped in a prison. I'm trapped in the prison of the camera. And trust me, it horrifies me constantly, okay? It terrifies me constantly. You guys have no idea the mental torture that comes with being a fucking small-time streamer, okay? I'm not a millionaire streamer, not even close. So I get all the horror and, and half, not even half, a drop of the potential rewards. Listen, it does damage to my mind, okay? Seska with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs, making me feel slightly better about what I was just talking about. Thank you. Be gay, do crimes. Be gay, do crimes, indeed. Thank you so much, Seska. Deeply appreciate that. Of course I do. Prosy Rosie says, do you remember how iconic it looked to be able to close your flip phone when you were mad? Ugh. Straight up, flip phone anger, we've lost a way of communicating frustration. A fairly healthy way of communicating frustration. And we've lost it to time. Oh, man. Fish McFish with the $4.20. I wish I had a little air horn. I got rid of my air horn button, but I used to have an air horn button. Thank you for the 420, Fish McFish. Fish McFish says, can you please go buy me a can of Arizona? Right now? No, but I'll buy a can of Arizona in your honor later. Thank you. I think I know why my clips are clipping out every time you watch. It's mostly due to saving them for a longer time that they will bug out. Well, that's a bad feature. YouTube should fix that. That's stupid. Oblivion says, for real though, especially when it comes to certain trolling activities, one has to leave their phone at home and not communicate openly on your phones about said fun activities. I've heard, of course, in Minecraft and next week in Roblox. Yes, of course. There is no reliable way to safely carry a phone in an event where the police could be mad at you unjustly. So, like, for example, if you're going to a protest and using your your constitutional First Amendment rights, smartphone data is horrifically weaponized against protesters, regardless of whether they've done crimes or not. Is the stream really quiet for anyone else? Is it? Is the oh. Huh. My stream audio is a little bit low, isn't it? Everyone's saying yes. Okay, hold on. I can fix that. I can fix that. Hold on. I can fix it. I can fix it. Is that better? That should be quite a bit better. How's that? Is that good? Is that good? Everyone's saying they had to crank their volume booster. Is that better? Tell me. Much better. Okay. So, I was about to say, I don't hear a difference. Better, better, better. Okay. I mean, I just added like 10% gain. So, it should be better. For the record, the reason why the audio levels might be a little messed up, I had to install a new, well, I got a new video card. I upgraded my video card to a 4060 Ti, which I'm very excited about. I have been running on an RTX 2070 from a couple of years ago, and I added I upgraded to a 4060 Ti, which I'm very happy with. It's working very well, but unfortunately, it required me to reinstall some audio drivers, which probably resulted in some of my audio levels getting a little bit messed up. I have a 1080 Ti. I still have a 1060. Oh, it's fine. I need a good graphics card for this show. First of all, because I play video games on my show while streaming, but also because my computer does a lot of work in processing video. So, yeah, I try to make sure that my hardware is up to date. I also needed to get a new case, which I have, and I am going to be installing my computer in the new case. I can show you guys the new case. I'm pretty impressed with it. Let me show you. I'll show you the new case I got real quick. I'll show you an image of it because it's downstairs right now. This is the one that I got right here. Oh God, why is it small? It's not small. Why is it? It should be big. Hold on, let me get it open. This is what I got. I got a fractal torrent. Yeah, the case just arrived. Yep. Yeah, I got this one, the fractal torrent. Thanks to Grime Dango, I was tuned onto some pretty intelligent and very, very well-reasoned case reviewers. And basically, the all-around story was that the fractal torrent would be essentially the perfect case to put my computer in. My old case was a budget case that I have not been happy with. It's not a horrible case. It's not an ugly case. It looks nice, but it has some serious airflow issues. And the way that it's designed, it accumulates a lot of dust that is very difficult to actually get out because of the way the case is designed. So I wanted to go with something new. I wanted to go with something that's easy to clean, that has great airflow, and the overall story that I received is that the Fractal Torrent is the one to go with. So, yes, I'm very excited. I'm very excited to put it all into here, but yeah. I'll post pics of my computer once it's done. Oh yeah, so, and also something really cool, I was able to pass my old GPU, which is in perfect condition. I was able to pass it on to Fawn. So Fawn got a 175% performance update because I gave my old GPU to Fawn. So Uncle Gumbald said, I wanted to say how based your Discord is. Both Jessica Metal and Nerodia helped me immensely the other night with my questions about solid state drives. Yes! Isn't that amazing? Remember, if you're not a member of the DramaMama Discord, you should go join it right now. We have an absolutely amazing community. It's easier than ever to join the Discord. There's no stupid authentication bots or any of that bullshit. You can just get in the Discord and hang out. It is a great community. People are super, super helpful. The general chat is always active. Not even kidding you. I will wake up at 4 a.m. sometimes, and I will check my Discord, and there will be people chatting in the general chat. It is so amazing how active my community is, and you can be a part of it. I'd love to have you on the Discord. By the way, one more quick thing. Remember before when I asked for likes on the video and I said we had 350 people watching and only 133 likes, and that if you pressed like, we would magically get more viewers? We are at 530 viewers and there are 328 likes on the video, which if you follow that mathematics just a little bit, if we can get all 530 of you to press like on the video, we will probably have 700 viewers. And that's awesome because it means you all get to have more fun. I get to get new people in my community, and we get to have a banger stream together with more cool people. So press that like button if you haven't, please, 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 please. It's free to press the like button on YouTube, and it means the world to me. And I won't annoy you anymore if we get lots of it, so, you know. Keep trying, Vines. And also, just don't be afraid to insert whatever you want to say in there, you know? And also, try the different chats. Robotic Reborn says, I love your community so much. Going through some sexuality questions, I might hit up some imps for. You guys are super based. Good idea. We are very open to people being able to discuss questions of identity and sexuality freely and safely on our server. It is yeah. The like sound effect is definitely louder than I am. Okay, yeah, it definitely is, but I don't know why that is. You didn't miss anything yet, Raised by Field Mice. We are still warming up. We're about to get into the heart of the content, so don't worry, don't worry. I wonder why way too dank. Is it way too dank? Jesus, that's weird. I don't know why it would be so much louder. See, everything got messed up when I installed the new fucking video card. I don't know why. Way too dank. Okay, everybody's saying it's way too dank. That's concerning. No, you didn't miss the DramaMama. Okay, I'll have to adjust that. Here. Let's try it again. Better? Better, better, better? Okay, I adjusted the, yeah. Much better. Okay, good. That should adjust all of them. That one should be more reasonable as well. That one's supposed to be loud though. Hey, Cherry, it's wonderful to see you. Wonderful to see you, Cherry. I hope you're doing well tonight. it could be the Windows patented I fuck up all your settings after an update move. Oh, it undeniably was, okay? It absolutely was. You guys have no idea. I had to spend an hour trying to figure out. So after I installed the new GPU, I was watching a video and the audio kept randomly dropping out for like a fraction of a second, and it was driving me insane. And at first I thought it might have been an issue with the video I was watching. So I went and watched another video. Still kept happening. Then I thought it might be an issue with Firefox. So I tried listening to something elsewhere. Still kept happening. So then I thought, okay, so maybe I need to reinstall the drivers for my audio deck. So I did that. Still kept happening. Then I was like, okay, so maybe I need to reinstall the NVIDIA audio drivers. So I did that. Still kept happening. So I was like, maybe it's a power issue with the new GPU. So I checked my power settings and I realized, oh, it's set to automatic. So I put it to performance mode, So it should never shut off the power to anything ever, unless I explicitly tell it to. Still kept happening. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? So then I started digging through all of the trash in Windows, and I realized, you fucking stupid piece of shit Windows bullshit reset one, and I mean one, of my many audio settings that I have to the wrong fucking, what's it called? Bitrate. Bitrate? One! Only one of them got switched from 44.1 hertz to 4800 hertz. No idea why. I didn't touch it at all. It just defaulted back. So fucking annoying. Oh my God, I was so mad. I spent an hour digging for that one thing, and then it fixed the issue. Windows users shaking my head. Motherfucker, good luck streaming on anything else, okay? Good fucking luck streaming and playing games on anything else. I'm trapped in this goddamn prison. Of all people. Don't shake your head at me. Have pity on me. I'm trapped in here. It's like a prison. You cannot stream on Linux. You can stream on Linux. You can make a stream happen on Linux, but you can't stream on Linux. That's like saying that you can shoot a movie on your iPhone, which you can do if you really try really hard, but most people are gonna need to use something other than an iPhone to shoot a movie. Okay, so oh yeah, so what do they do? What do they stream on Linux, huh? We've been through this cycle before. I remember it. OBS works on Linux, but then everything else that you want to do doesn't work in the same way. There's no fucking way they're doing video games. What are they playing? Like fucking old ass games? Bullshit. I don't buy it. They stream Linux tutorials. Yeah, probably. Crab Navy General with the $9.99 says, I just got back on Vyvanse after a long break and learned there's a generic version now. It was so cheap I almost cried. I want to celebrate somewhere, and I don't really talk to my IRL friends about meds. Well, Crab Navy General, congratulations. I think it can be a very, very big and life-changing thing to get on the right medication for you. So congratulations, and also thank you for supporting the show. It means the world to me. You have a Steam Deck? The Steam Deck, wait, the Steam Link or the Steam Deck? But I don't play anything on the Steam Deck. It goes well, 85D2D Derek. Steam Deck runs Linux? Well, that's cool. You set, Grindango, you cannot roast me on this. You helped me set up my current stream setup. If Linux was such a solution, why didn't we do it back then? Obviously I use Windows but when we did it then, it was impossible to play any of the fucking games on Steam. Are you telling me? Oh my God. Debo says, me gay. Thank you, Debo. Appreciate that. And also, the Left Tech Cat, welcome as a YouTube member. Deeply appreciate you joining as a YouTube imp. Thank you so much. Elden Ring runs better on Linux via Proton. Valve themselves fund the Proton compatibility layer. Okay. I don't know. I don't know about that. Whenever, okay, it's funny. Everybody, this is what happens every single time, okay? And I'm not trying to be a hater on the Linux people here, but every single time, people tell me, Danny Fallon says, listen, I am a based Linux enjoyer, but I also understand that up until like 2021, Linux was just not viable for gaming or streaming, which is when I built this computer setup. And also, every single time, people tell me about this. Like, for example, I have a family member who's super into computers. They're more knowledgeable on computers than I am. They tried to make the switch to Linux. They were made a big deal about it. They were telling me about it all the time. Like, I'm making the switch over to Linux. I just don't want to be a part of these proprietary systems to the best of my ability. I still want to be able to game and whatever. They do it. Then they tell me for months, oh, this driver issue, I kept running into this thing, and I kept running into this thing, and this thing, and this thing, and this thing. And I'm like, okay, so then, well, I don't know all of the things that you're saying. I don't know all of the issues that you're having, but it sure sounds like you have a lot of issues. And then the next time I check in with them, they're like, oh yeah, I ended up buying a Windows gaming computer because I just was tired of having issues with it. It simply was not viable until Proton. Well, I don't even know what Proton is. I've never even heard of Proton. And I built this computer in 2021, which apparently was when Proton didn't exist. So it seems just a tiny bit disingenuous to roast me like I'm some kind of a fucking dumb fuck Neanderthal for using a system that I built in 2021 when the magic bullet solution that supposedly makes your life easy on Linux didn't even fucking exist.
Bazinga.
Protons have a positive charge, Demon Mama. I know that! Complaining about and fixing driver issues are 90% of the fun. What is wrong with you? Are you crazy? I already have to do that with every audio system in the fucking goddamn world. This is you right now? Oh, I know what it is. I know what it's gonna be. It's this. I knew it. I knew this was gonna be Grime Dango.
Hold on! This is my favorite. Hold on! Her sister was a witch, right? And what was her sister? A princess! The Wicked Witch of the East, bro!
I'm gonna stab him.
You're gonna look at me and you're gonna tell me that I'm wrong? Am I wrong?
It's my favorite
She
movie.
wore a crown and she came down in a bubble,
I'm
dog!
not fighting with you.
Grow up,
I'm not fighting
bro!
with you.
Grow up!
Get educated, but
Yeah, and that's me pulling out the knife to cut my computer cables so that I could never stream again. When he pulls out the switchblade, that's me, and I'm gonna fucking destroy all of my stuff so I never have to have an excuse to ever turn on the goddamn camera again. Fucking nightmare. I turn on my camera to be tortured by a bunch of little text bubbles on my screen. They go, ooh. Thank you, Cherry. The nicest thing anyone said to me all night. Yeah, when he stands up and he pulls out a knife, he says, I'm gonna stab you, bro. Have you ever tried Bandicam? Oh boy, here we go. mind. I want my meme to play like the content before the play before the content like the old days. Mr. Krabs, you had it too good back then. That's why things had to change. Say Wihi with the $5 says, oh, hey, I made a stream. Well, I'm glad you made a stream. Thank you for being here. That random guy in the comments says, don't worry, mama, I'll explain. Proton is a compatibility layer that gets automatically applied when you run games through Steam on Linux. It makes Linux gaming just work. I run Linux as my main PC. Thank you. I appreciate the $10 and the explanation. Can you really, I'm sorry, but can you really blame me for, and all of the Linux people in chat are gonna be all like, yes, of course. They're gonna say, of course you can be blamed. But anybody else out there who's ever had to listen to a Linux evangelist tell you it just works or it's gonna be super easy, you will know it's never true. And everything breaks the literal minute that you try to do it. Now, maybe that's changed. I'm open to the idea that maybe things have changed, but they lie all the time. They lie constantly because they have a vision for what computing could be like in a better world. But we don't live in that world, but there's a vision, and I appreciate that vision. I'm not disrespecting the vision, but there's a lie. There's a sales pitch, okay? And I know what I'm being sold to, okay? Not even Windows just fucking works. That's how I know I'm being sold to. None of the other fucking Mac doesn't just work. None of this shit just fucking works, okay? There's always a catch. Ex-Oblivion says, this is so cathartic. My soul is healing. Please rage more about Linux users. Niana says, you can't argue with fundamentalists, Demon Mama. You know this. Oh, we got a war going on in chat. Implicit Matrix says, sadly, Demon Mama is true about Linux evangelists. I say this as an Arch user. Oh, civil war in the Linux community. Debo, thank you for joining as a member. And Lark Graves with the $10. Thank you so very much. Lark Graves says, I got recommended a video that you might enjoy. Drop the T, The Deadly Consequences of Gay Respectability Politics by Kaylin Conrad. I don't know about their stuff in general, but the video was great if you want to check it out off stream. Thank you for the recommendation. I actually might do that. That sounds like a very interesting video. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all giving me some support in this holiday season, because that's how I will buy gifts for the people that I care about. So, and also pay my bills. So thank you for all of you who support me. Thank you so much. This is a viewer-supported show. All of my streams get demonetized, but that doesn't mean I'm not gonna try by dropping ads once in a while, but Shadow Angel 09 with the $10. Thank you so much for the super chat. Lot of fun stuff in North Carolina. Cons taking over the school boards, admitting to gerrymandering to get 2 more seats, governor calling the Chamber of Commerce racist, a don't say gay bill of our own. Gotta hate it. I do not envy people having to fight the political battles that are happening in North Carolina right now. I should probably do a summary of this stuff sometime in the future, but we gotta talk, but I'm gonna be honest. Lately, my viewers in particular, all of you all, have not been into hard politics, which is part of the reason why I haven't been doing a lot of hard politics lately. I don't want this to sound like I'm a pandering SJW, but the reality is when I do a video and nobody watches it, it actually hurts my soul and makes me want to die. I seriously hate it when I put a lot of work into something and then nobody cares. People have been doing that with like the last couple of hard politics videos that I've been doing, you know, videos where I'm talking about a specific political issue and like news around that issue, basically people aren't tuning in for them. So I'm just getting the feeling that maybe there was just too much of that earlier this year and people have burned out. But I will do it eventually in the future. Anyway, I'm sorry you have to deal with that in North Carolina. That sucks. Sounds like it sucks. That random guy in the comments with the $5 says, hey, look, I'm no evangelist. I'll freely admit a ton of shit in Linux is broken as hell. I just like that I'm outside of Microsoft's advert ecosystem. Okay, yeah, I'll agree with you on that. Microsoft absolutely, I fucking hate Microsoft. Don't mistake me for some kind of Microsoft evangelist. In fact, what started this entire segment was me ragging on Windows being a giant fucking garbage pile. And also, yeah, every single time you fucking click anything, they spam you with ads. Everything's full of fucking ads in the world, and I hate it. Brutus Magnuson with the $5, first of all, thank you very much, says, yeah, but have you tried Bandicam with Windows Vista? They say it's the only real way to stream. Yeah, probably. Thank you so much. Sea Snake Jiri with the tier 1 sub. Deeply, deeply appreciate that. Vine says, admittedly, I forget to watch because I tend to catch streams. I think it's more of people watching streams and thus not playing the video over again. Oh, I don't think it's that. But I understand that people won't watch the same thing twice. That's totally fine with me. In truth, I have a separate viewership that watches my videos than watch my streams. And a lot of times, I mean, I'll do a video about some sort of a topic that I'm passionate about, like a rant video. Those will do really good. The video about the ex-gay cult did crazy good. My video ragging on Elon Musk did crazy good, even though I also streamed that. And a lot of people who didn't see the stream went and watched the video. It's just the hard politics. I don't know if it's getting deboosted on YouTube or if there's just not as much of a hunger for it right now. Maybe that will change as the election year turns on and people are more tuned into it. But all I'm saying is I see all my analytics, and my videos that are like fun or rants or like me telling a story about something, those do really good. And the hard politics are just struggling, which kind of sucks. Spyro Gal says, I think it's both, one, not the election season yet, and two, social media is backing off of hard news because they think it's too risky. Yeah, I think that's possible. I'm open to that. I don't know how you can prove it, but it certainly feels like it. Fortnite says, I do think you should learn Linux, but that other person was right. Stuff will break and it won't just work. Linux is closer to just working only if you know what you're doing, but that takes a lot of time. I'm not closed, by the way, I'm not closed to using Linux, but I also, like, people get sad and frustrated and I lose a lot of money if I don't stream. And switching my entire ecosystem over to Linux is a big step, and it would mean downtime. And people are already mad at me for taking downtime for other stuff, so. Ruby Moonlight, thank you for joining as a chonky imp. Thank you so much. That is so generous of you. Thank you very much for joining, Ruby Moonlight. Cherry X says, when is the next maximalism stream? Soon. We do need to do a maximalism stream. I haven't done one in forever, but I really need to do one. Lovely Promise says, I hope you have a wonderful Impmas and we can all afford to give our loved ones more than just a hug this year. Love you, Demon Mama. Much love to you, Lovely Promise. Thank you so much. And happy and merry Impmas to everyone. We will be doing the Impmas get up very soon. I'm hoping to be able to get the Christmas tree within the next couple of days. But I've been very busy, which kind of stinks. If you haven't already done it, the Keffel Cybersmith debate could be an amazing maximalist stream. I haven't seen it. That's true. I heard about it, but I haven't seen it. Do you have a tree yet? We should go tree shopping. We haven't gotten a tree yet. I'd love to go tree shopping. That sounds fun. It's so wild, you know? Time gets away from you. Last month, I was in a miserable state all of November. You guys have heard me complain about my month of November to no end. I've been whining about how difficult November was, but honestly, it just made me go, I was sad. I was legitimately had a hard month. And then this month has hit, and I've just been going and going and going all of this month. It's just been like bam, bam, bam. I lose track of time. Delance says, "Did you hear about Keffels and Shu? What about Keffels and Shu? I saw that Keffels made a joke with Shu in the YouTube comments. I don't know." Massively forced discourse. You guys have no idea how fucking miserable how fucking miserable the state of the internet is right now. The drama frogs are like covered in like poison, and they have nothing. They're just looking for anything they can get to cause infighting. It is so pathetic right now. Everybody has this way of doing things where they describe events in the most slanted way possible. It drives me crazy. Like people will be like, did you see that Keffels was supporting Shoe on Head? And then I go and I'm like, what? Really? That seems weird. And then I go and I see, and what they mean is that Keffels responded in a joking manner to a Shoe on Head post. And I'm just like, don't you see? Haven't you guys learned a thing? Can I just take a moment? Can I just take a moment and just praise myself here? For this last year, I have been magically free of on this channel. Now, of course, I have been embroiled in some drama, largely against my will, on the general internet. But on this channel, you'll notice that I have stayed out of drama. The drama that we've covered is stuff like the iilluminaughtii situation, the DramaMama stuff, which, in my opinion, is actually less drama than the type of drama that drama frogs are talking about. Boy, I've said the word drama a lot in the last 2 sentences. Yeah, it's just silly. And yet you all here come to my streams, you get to enjoy holy mackerel, you get to enjoy me getting mad at random shit, you get to enjoy me hilariously making fun of Elon Musk, you get to hear my opinions about religion, gender, the world at large, you get to learn about important political issues. Isn't it fucking great? MKJ Moon, thank you so much. Teflon Demon Mama. It's true. They tried to indict me, but none of it stuck. It all just goes straight off me like water on a duck's back. Anyway, MKJ Moon, thank you so very much for the incredibly generous $20 super chat. Just did some holiday shopping myself. Here's something for your Impmas present fund. Thank you so much. I've actually done some shopping already. I've already done a whole bunch of shopping already, and I got some really cool stuff for a couple of my family members. I'm very, very happy about it. I don't want to spoil because I don't know if they're watching. Well, I don't think my family back home watches my live streams very often. I got something really cool for my mom. It's really cool, but I won't reveal. It was super cool though. Yes, that was my sister's, Ex-Oblivion. Didn't some of your family members make you those sweet Pride Bee plushies? These ones, yeah. I always keep them. I always keep them right next to my streaming area. These were made by my sister. They're so cute. We'll put one here. I know, they're so adorable. The plush pile grows. Oh, you have no idea. So in my bedroom, we have a hammock net loaded to capacity with all of our plushies. We have a huge, adorable plushie collection. I have some legendary plushies in my plushie collection. I will say those are my most frequent impulse purchases. I don't buy a lot of stuff, like generally, like, you know, some people are really into, like, they buy all kinds of new stuff. I tend to buy stuff for my stream, and then occasionally I'll get something like this over here, which is the books I got. I got the Berserk because I was loving it so much and I wanted to be able to put it on the shelf and share it with other people. But one thing that I do get tempted by, like if I go to the mall, I almost never go to the mall and then buy something at the mall, except I do get tempted by plushies. I do get tempted by plushies. I got one recently. I went to the mall with Grime Dango, and while we were there, we went to it's called like a Japanese lifestyle store. They sell a lot of Hello Kitty stuff. They sell a lot of anime figurines. And then they also had this gigantic plushie collection. It wasn't strictly an anime store. That's the thing. They sell some anime stuff, but not a whole lot. It's kind of a weird store. But they had a huge plushie collection, and they got one that got me. It was a little cute stingray. So cute. It was not Hot Topic. Yeah. Yes, bike sexuals. It's like an import specialty store. Yes. Specifically, yeah. I wonder if I don't know where it is right now. I could probably go grab it and show it to you, but anyway. I don't know where it is actually, so maybe next stream. Anyway, we gotta bring it in. We gotta gather our minds so that we can do the topics, because I have a million topics to talk about. Shall we talk about the video game awards? I want to talk about the video game awards. All right, everybody. My lovely, lovely imps, are you a gamer? Do you like gaming? Woohoo! Oh, I'm getting high score. Woo! Oh, I love it. Oh, man. Do you do this on your sofa? On your TV screen? And do you say, woohoo, high score? My life is like a video game, trying hard to beat the stage. Is that you? I am a gamer, okay? I have been a gamer for my whole life. In fact, I'm gonna flex my gamer cred so hard right now. I'm flexing it all over you. One of the earliest pictures of me as a child is me sitting on my dad's lap while he plays a old DOS game called D-Generation. There's actually an actual old school real photograph of that from when I was a little tiny child. And anyway, Yeah, it's one of my and I was transfixed, and I've been hooked on games ever since. I'm very passionate about games, even though a lot of what I talk about on my channel is entertainment and politics more generally. Games are what I spend a lot of my time, my free time doing. I'm very, very passionate about video games. The Video Game Awards of 2023 just happened, and it's quite an event. The Game Awards have given us so many memes over the years. It's actually a little bit difficult to keep track of just how many memes have come from the Game Awards themselves. And it's kind of an odd event. And I have a lot of thoughts and feelings about the Game Awards. On one hand, I like the fact that there is an event that is at least ostensibly focused on treating games as a serious art form. That there is an event that mirrors other other giant awards events where people try to sit down and have serious conversations about what games did really well and why they like them. I am glad that it gives a platform on which there can be some level of celebrity and excitement around the people who are involved in this industry. But also, the Game Awards has some pretty big issues, and sometimes I feel like the character of the Game Awards almost sometimes feels like it undermines what I was just talking about. This idea of like creating a center for creating some sort of an event that everybody can go, wow, look at all these big people doing cool things. We're excited about it. Isn't it something to aspire to? Isn't that cool? Everybody, has their critiques of other award shows, and they're good critiques, of course. But I think it's hard to deny that things like the Academy Awards do create a certain cultural touchstone whereby people can say, wow, look at that. That's something to aspire to and dream for, even if there's a whole bunch of issues with that type of even if there's issues with how they actually function, how the awards are chosen, who's on the inside, who's on the outside, etc. I watched the Game Awards this year, and it was a weird experience. I was excited for a lot of the things that won. And in fact, I would like to go through the various winners. I think that would be really fun to just go and talk about them, which ones I played, which ones I didn't, my thoughts on them. But one thing that I feel like I have to talk about was the pacing of the 2023 Game Awards, because what were they thinking to call upon the words of an ancient in the gaming world? What were they thinking? I don't know what was going on. Actually, I do. That's the sad thing. I do know what was going on in their head. And it was, wow, I bet we can cram a few more ads and trailers into this if we work just that much harder to squeeze everybody for time. All of the celebrities who they had up on the stage were in and out in like a minute, which to me seems completely deranged. If you have Matthew McConaughey, if you have Jordan Peele, Hideo Kojima, oh God, I don't even remember everybody else who was there. Like the amount of Timothy Chalamet. If you have these people on your stage, finally, real celebrities from the entertainment world, and you have them on your stage, why would you want to shuffle them off in a minute or two? That is just, it was ridiculous. I couldn't believe how quickly they were just shoving people out. It was like there was like a hook, like an old comical cartoon hook, pulling people off the stage. All of the people who won the awards didn't even have, they had like 30 seconds to spit out a thank you before they were rushed off the stage so that a new fucking shitty trailer could be played. The one that was like, I felt so bad for oh my God, why am I blanking on his name? I'm blanking, give me a second. Neil Newbon, the voice actor for Astarion, who won the award for best voice talent. Neil Newbon it was such an emotive and sweet speech that he was giving, and he was clearly rushing. And at one point, you could actually, they turned the camera and you could see that there was a timer counting down how much time he had left to talk, like it was some kind of like a debate stage or something. And I'm just like, people are here to see the people talk about this stuff. You're defeating the purpose of the award show. And I heard that there was actually a text that popped up on the screen that would say, please wrap it up if you were going over the time. It was just like, why would you do that? It undermines your supposed goal. You have somebody who just did something great that the fans are super excited about, and then you're rushing them off the stage? Just ridiculous. And there was another thing that I felt was particularly egregious, which was they did rapid fire award announcements for best action game, for best community support, and for best action, best community support, best mobile, and best ongoing. They fired through them in somewhere around a minute. Like literally, Jeff Keighley wasn't even on the stage. He was off the stage, and he said, and our nominees for best action game are Armored Core 6, Spider-Man, and the winner is Armored Core 6. Congratulations. They didn't even bring anybody up. I was just like, why did they do that? Why would you undermine your own award and not even have anyone come up to accept the award? Just, oh, it was bad. You can go watch it for yourself. People are going to say, wait, for real? Yeah, best art direction was in one of the rapid fire categories. I was just, terrible decision. Just terrible decision. I just, it was unfortunate. And also, there was a lot of interesting stuff in the trailers, but there was also a lot of stuff that really felt like, why is this being showed? Like, for example, I don't even remember the name of the game. There was some early access game that got advertised. It was like a bunch of, like, they looked like they were police or something, and they were like, we're going in, be careful, don't get got. And they got like a little tactical police outfit, and he's like, oh no. And there's a bunch of gun noises. It's like, bam, bam, and then this guy goes, are you ready? And then that was the end of the trailer. And then it just said, in early access now, go on to Steam right now to buy the early access. And I was just like, huh? What was that? It was just gun noises. Did anybody get anything from that? Why would you even put that as a trailer at the Game Awards? Why would the Game Awards say, yeah, this is the type of trailer we want to run in our prestigious event? I don't know. It just was strange. Now, there were a couple of standouts. I don't want to complain about the thing the entire time. Although, as all gamers know, complaining is part and parcel to the gaming world, okay? Complaining is like, ooh, There were some great ones. And for example, of course, you knew I was going to say this. All of my fans knew I was going to say this. The Hideo Kojima and Jordan Peele section was awesome. It was so cool. They built the PT door and they had it open up and steam poured out and they had light blasting out and Kojima came on and then Kojima was talking and halfway through his speech there was a slam noise and the door flung open again and then Jordan Peele came out the door and then they were on there and they were chatting and they were sucking each other's dicks on the stage, not even joking. They were literally just like, "You're such a genius, bro. I want to kiss you. You're so amazing. I feel like I've been in love with you my whole life. I love you so much." And then Kojima was like, "I love you so much. You're beautiful and all of your ideas are like golden eggs from heaven." It was incredible. I loved it. It was beautiful. No, it was incredible. And of course, the trailer was compelling, fascinating, striking, exciting. I don't exactly know everything that's going on with OD because it didn't really have any gameplay in it, but it was striking and seemed exciting to me. Yeah. Hell yeah, Grime Dango. They didn't mention the huge layoffs. Nope, they didn't. They completely dodged that. And that's another problem, which is that obviously it's meant to be an event of celebration, but the fact that like this event has to completely ignore that the people who built some of the games that were there are like on hard times, that feels just totally discordant. It feels like as a result of like enforced positivity in the name of slamming more ads out the door, that it suffers and it can't actually live up to its full potential as a cultural touch point. Yeah, I will say the Final Fantasy VII trailer and the music they played with it was pretty awesome. Another thing, I really liked the live performances that they did. The Final Fantasy VII live music performance was awesome. Not yet EB the Purple. I will be going on Monday. In fact, I'm gonna set myself an alarm right now. Thank you for mentioning that. I'll actually do that right now. I gotta check my PO box. By the way, if you want to send a Christmas ornament to go on the infamous tree, if you want to send a ornament for the tree, you should do it now because otherwise it might not get here in time. And all you have to do is email me, and you can send an ornament to the tree, to my PO box. Let me put this note here. Quick. Okay, alarm set, reminder set. The entirety of the future class were like, "Jeff, you must speak about Palestine," and he wouldn't budge and cut having them involved. Wow, that is sad. That's sad. I mean, it hurt. I think that it hurts the cultural importance of an event like this to be politically sterile. If you deliberately scrape out all politics, the event does not seem like a real representation of culture, and it removes the ability for the event to have a place in history. And I understand why they do it, because a lot of it's about money in the end. It's about marketing, and it's about hype and whatever. But the reality is that at least, like I said, at least ideally, the Game Awards is supposed to be the equivalent of the Oscars. And the Academy Awards have, regardless of their intents, ended up being a hotbed for politics. If you deliberately suppress politics to such a great degree, you lose the ability to become historically memorable. Politics makes things historically memorable. But oh yeah, I was trying to say the live music was great, but there was a weird decision. The Heilung, I don't know how that band is said. The like Scandinavian folk metal band. They on the live stream they tried to make it seem like they were there performing, but they weren't. They were like, and now presenting Heilung, and then it cut to a video. And at first, it seemed like the band was actually there, but they weren't. It was just playing a video, and that was mega cringe. Like, oh, it was turbo cringe to just be like, now we're gonna play a music video on our big screen for you, but for the stream viewers, we're gonna try and pretend that they're actually here. That was a bad move. Ooh, it was so bad, especially because they had actual live music there, and yeah, it was, oof. Wrong stream, nuts. Jesus Christ. I will say the whole Hellblade segment, was pretty sick. I liked the Hellblade segment. I have not played Hellblade 1, but that section inspired me to go check out Hellblade 1. I've heard so many good things about Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice, but I just never got around to playing it. But I won't lie, the trailer and the passion with which it was presented was awesome. Okay, I have one more thing I want to make fun of before we go over the awards and my thoughts about the awards themselves. One more thing. The Matthew McConaughey section was extremely, extremely funny. Not only was he only out there for about like 30 seconds, but the fact that he was promoting a game that started its trailer with like an almost like it was like almost plagiarism from Interstellar was painful. I was cringing so hard when it was like, welcome to the survivors of Exodus. Oh my God, I'm being sucked into a black hole. For me, it will only be 1 minute, but for everyone I love, it might be multiple years. No! And then they recreated the exact scene from Interstellar where it's like he's watching the video of the loved ones getting older, but he's staying the same age, and he's like, oh, he literally does the same thing. And I was just like, and then it hard cuts to like the tackiest looking gameplay I've ever seen in my entire life. It was so funny. I'm not even joking. I laughed out loud when it cut from like, oh my God, my loved ones are aging, but I'm not because I'm in a black hole, and that's what happens in a black hole. And then it cuts to like a crappy looking gamer character model like crouching with a gun. It was just like, oh my God. I literally laughed out so loud. Oh my God, it was so bad. It was so ridiculous. Oh my fucking God. Oh. And I'm not trying to hate on the game itself. The game might end up being really cool, but that was some serious, absolutely ridiculous, like tonal dissonance, where it just was like, it was like recreating a section of the movie Interstellar with extremely high emotions and music that was shockingly similar, and then it just hard cuts to gameplay footage. Just ridiculous. Amazing. How are you feeling about Lego Fortnite? I like Fortnite. I know this is I know this will come as no surprise to my longtime fans, but just to people who are new to me, you might go, "What? You're a boomer. How do you like Fortnite?" I've been playing Fortnite since back when Save the World was an actual thing. I bought into like the founder pack of Fortnite, and I still get free stuff for being like a founder member of Fortnite. So I've been playing Fortnite for a really, really, really long time. And I think Lego Fortnite will be really fun. I already think normal Fortnite is fun, so I imagine the Lego version is going to be great. I mean, Fortnite is not a perfect game. It has a lot of problems. Like, I mean, it is like embarrassingly, it does embarrassing levels of crossover content. It's basically the origin point for crappy crossover content. I've joked about that before when I've talked about Fortnite, like a game where you can have like a giant chicken teamed up with Peter Griffin, and you can like zero in your 50 caliber sniper rifle on the head of Goku. It's just very silly, but yeah. It's a very silly, but I'm excited for it. I think that's cool. Anyway, let's go over the awards real quick. I want to bring up the list of the Game Awards winners for each category. We'll talk about them briefly. Here we go. All right, let's take a look at it. All right. So, Game of the Year. Of course, let's talk about Game of the Year. Game of the Year went to Baldur's Gate 3, which obviously there was only one game which I thought might compete with Baldur's Gate 3, and that was Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. And not because I thought it was deserving, but just because there are a lot of people who are, in my opinion, overly favorable to Nintendo, and Nintendo did not have a big showing. So I felt like there was a possibility that they might make the decision to throw it that way. But Baldur's Gate 3 is the one that I voted for, and also the what I think is the most deserving Game of the Year by a long shot. Baldur's Gate 3 is a phenomenal game. I did a whole review of it, and it's not just an amazing game. It's an amazing game that genuinely has, like, an unbelievable amount of queer energy. And that makes me happy. Because, and maybe you might say, oh, you're being a partisan political hack. But I don't think so. I think I appreciate that on, I mean, of course, to a certain degree, obviously, I am a little biased towards seeing queer people win things because God knows we need some wins, okay? But I just, the reason I appreciate that so much is that queer art gets snubbed all the time, and it gets snubbed because, which creates a cycle, which means that queer art never actually gets to see the light of day. And that queerness is beautiful and wonderful and fresh, okay? It's fresh. It doesn't taste like anything else, okay? It's new, it's amazing, it's breathtaking, it's wonderful, it's endearing. And it was awesome to see a game so unapologetically include so much queer elements in its game and also win Game of the Year. Also just be a technically wonderful game, a really, really fun game to play that I poured my first playthrough of Baldur's Gate. I poured almost 120 hours into that game on my first playthrough. I couldn't stop playing it. It is just so goddamn good. Baldur's Gate is actually queer. I thought that was just fans projecting onto it. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, no, no. No, you are sorely mistaken. Now, there are, of course, fan projection, but no, the game is very, 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 very gay. There is so much going on in there. I mean, they have canonically trans characters. It's incredible. Just go play it and you'll understand, okay? It is the gayest game. I don't know if it's the gayest game I've ever played flat, because I think there are, trying to think of other games that are ridiculously gay out there, and all of the ones that come to mind are Kojima games. Kojima's games are really gay. It's not the gayest game I've ever played, but it's definitely the gayest game of its size that I've played. And of course, it was also cool. Yeah. It's the gayest game where being gay isn't the explicit point. Well, that's arguable. I'm just kidding. It's a really, really gay game, and I really love it. And it's beautiful and amazing. Yeah. So Hideo Kojima, the Bayonetta creator? No! No! Hideo Kojima, you're trolling. You're trolling. Anyway, fantastic. Oh, please play Baldur's Gate 3. If you're here and you haven't played Baldur's Gate 3, just play it. I'm telling you, it is an experience and a half. It is so, so good. There is just so much to love about it. There is the RPG system is incredible. It's really accessible while still being challenging, while still letting you do crazy, ridiculous combos. There's the role-playing element is amazing. I can't even believe how many paths there are through the game and how many events that I just never saw in my playthrough. I am still having times where people are telling me about things that I didn't even know was in the game because there's just so much in the game. Yeah, it's really good. Anyway, I'm very happy to hear that Baldur's Gate won Game of the Year. Yeah, yeah, so congratulations to Baldur's Gate 3. I agree. Anyway, next game, Best Game Direction. Best Game Direction was won by Alan Wake 2. I haven't played Alan Wake 2 yet, though I am planning on playing it. I did like the first Alan Wake, though I didn't finish it, and I don't remember why. I think it was because I was playing it around the time that I moved, which is a recurring theme. Games that I otherwise like but don't finish because some life event comes up and interrupts me. But I'm looking forward to when I do play through Alan Wake 2. However, I have been told that I have some homework to do before I play Alan Wake 2. I do know for a fact that the Alan Wake series is heavily inspired by a bunch of other pieces of media, some of which I have enjoyed and others of which I have not. And I plan on diving into those so that I can appreciate the whole experience. Anyway, I'm totally fine with Alan Wake winning Best Game Direction. However, I actually want to make a case, a brief case, that another game that deserved, at the very least, a nomination and didn't get a nomination was Armored Core 6. And the reason why I think that Armored Core 6 is at least a contender for Best Game Direction is because of what they're talking about when they're talking about game direction. The award category for Best Game Direction says, awarded for outstanding creative vision and innovation in game direction and design. And I really, really think that Armored Core 6 falls into this category very well and in fact deserves to be at the very least a contender. It wasn't even nominated for Best Game Direction. Armored Core 6 brought an old series that was extremely beloved, but you know, now had aged some into a new era, and not only managed to surpass the expectations of the original fans, but also to completely open up a very old, very deep series. Most people who were jumping into Armored Core 6 have never played another Armored Core game, and yet they were able to jump into it and have a great time and learn from it. They modernized while keeping true to the spirit of the series in a way that I think is really awesome. And I think that fits the idea of having a strong creative vision and innovation in game direction and design. Yeah, I really do think that Armored Core 6 deserved, at the very least, a nomination. I think it's a good argument. I also have to give some credit to a smaller YouTuber. I don't know if they're smaller than me, but a smaller YouTuber that I watch called Mug Thief. I don't know if any of you watch Mug Thief, but Mug Thief is a creator who I've been watching a lot lately, and he actually made the argument for Armored Core 6 that I found very compelling and was sold on it. And I just wanted to shout out Mug Thief as somebody who got me thinking about why the reasons why Armored Core 6 would be deserving of that, because yeah, I think it does. Anyway, not to spend too much time on that, but congratulations to Alan Wake 2. I'm very excited to play it. Best narrative went to Alan Wake 2 again. Damn! Alan Wake 2 doing very, very well in the 2023 Game Awards. Alan Wake 2 was nominated alongside Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, Phantom Liberty, Final Fantasy 16, and Spider-Man 2. And I don't mean to be a hater on Spider-Man 2, because I know a lot of people really like it, and it does seem like a genuinely good game. I'm just not sold on like licensed Marvel superhero games being contenders for best narrative. That's all. That said, I do think that Baldur's Gate 2 or Baldur's Gate 3 was a tough contender for narrative, because I think the storytelling in Baldur's Gate 3 is phenomenal. That said, that makes me even more excited to play Alan Wake 2, because if it beat out Baldur's Gate 3, that's a pretty good sign. Baldur's Gate 3 had a fantastic narrative structure. It was wonderful to enjoy. It was addictive to want to, like, it was addictive in the sense that you just wanted to pursue every single character's story. And I felt bummed at times that I couldn't dive into literally every character's side story, because you got to have them in your party to be able to discover most of that stuff. But I guess that just speaks to how compelling Baldur's Gate 3 is, and that just makes me very excited to play Alan Wake 2. As for Final Fantasy 16 and Cyberpunk, I didn't play Final Fantasy 16. To be honest, I've been a little bit distant from the Final Fantasy series for a while. When I was younger, I was really into Final Fantasy. I played the hell out of earlier Final Fantasy games. Final Fantasy X, Final Fantasy IX, Final Fantasy VIII, Final Fantasy VII I played all of those games to death, in addition to Final Fantasy IV, which was Final Fantasy II here. Anyway, Final Fantasy IV was another game that I absolutely played the hell out of. I used to be a big fan of it, but after Final Fantasy XII, I just really didn't get back into the series. 13 did not appeal to me. I tried playing it and I didn't like it. 14 I played online and enjoyed it, but it's an MMO, and you know, so it's a little different. 14 has some bumps. It does overall have some good writing, but anyway, it's complicated. 15 I never played. 16 I didn't play. So I can't really speak to it all, but I can say that on a preferential level, I think that I've just fallen away from finding Final Fantasy's particular style of storytelling compelling. I don't know. It just doesn't move me in the way that it used to, and I don't know why that is exactly. I probably could go play them and think about it, and I might do that at some point, but yeah. There's just something about the way the stories are written now that doesn't move me in the way that it used to. And I don't really know, I don't know exactly how to put my finger on it, especially not having played 15 and 16. But yeah. And of course, Cyberpunk 2077. I have heard very good things about Phantom Liberty, but I'll be completely honest. I think it's kind of, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say that it's unfair for a DLC to be nominated for a narrative. Especially when there are some DLCs that I think are genuinely like groundbreaking and incredible, like Ringed City for Dark Souls 3. There's another one we're going to talk about a little bit later with regard to Cyberpunk. So I won't spend much time on Cyberpunk here because we're going to talk about it in a little bit. Anyway, on to the next category, Best Art Direction. Guess who won that one? Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake 2 won the best art direction, which honestly does not surprise me. It was competing against Hi-Fi Rush, Lies of P, Super Mario Bros. Wonder, and The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom, I think it would have been ridiculous to give best art direction to Tears of the Kingdom, and in fact, I think it's ridiculous that Tears of the Kingdom was even nominated for best art direction. Not to be a massive hater, but Tears of the Kingdom, most of the world, most of the art direction and the visuals were built in Breath of the Wild, which is a beautiful game, but the art direction didn't change almost at all. In fact, to the degree that the costumes are all brought forward from Breath of the Wild. It's not new art direction, so I don't think that it deserves to be in the best art direction category. I'm not saying that there aren't good things about Tears of the Kingdom. Like, for example, they did do some nice stuff with the new lighting abilities, or with the new lighting effects that they put in the game. But the general art direction is very, very similar to Breath of the Wild, almost a one-to-one forward port. Yes, I did. We talked about that earlier in the stream, Moctezuma. So, Lies of P, I totally agree deserve to be a contender for best art direction. I haven't played Lies of P myself yet. However, I have watched an incredible amount of Lies of P content, and I also watched my partner play through almost the entire game, and I will say that Lies of P looks fantastic. Super Mario Bros. Wonder is a good-looking game, and it's definitely very charming, but I am a little surprised that they would put Super Mario Bros. Wonder into the best art direction category, and I don't really understand the decision. The game looks so much like the last 4 3D Mario Brothers games. Is it? I think it does. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. But really? I feel like it does. All right, I'm open to being corrected on that. But I was not super impressed by it, but I could be wrong. Apparently there's stuff I'm missing, and I'm open to that. Well, voices, I guess voices can count, but they have their own category for voice acting. It's way more similar to World than New Super Mario Brothers. I can link a video someone did on the art direction. It's kind of crazy. They did so much custom shit. All right, fair enough. I'm open to being corrected on that. I was a little surprised by that, but to be fair, I will admit I'm not that into Mario games. I haven't really been into them for a while, so could be wrong. When I looked at it, I was not drawn in by it. And that is not true for other games such as Alan Wake 2 and Hi-Fi Rush. It could just be a taste thing. It could just be that I didn't get enough time with the game. This is a video on the animation of Wonder. Oh, it's a 16-minute video. Oh, can't watch that now. Anyway, didn't mean to bother the Mario heads. I was just surprised by the, I'm willing to be open to the idea that Super Mario Bros. Wonder is more in depth than I thought. But I definitely think that I definitely stand by my opinion on Tears of the Kingdom. Who won art direction? Alan Wake 2, which again, I'm very excited to play Alan Wake 2. Very, very much so. Also, real quick, just a quick read. Crab Navy General with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. True or false? You can learn a lot about a polycule by knowing who DMs the D&D game. Yes, you can. Not to do some psychology, but yes, you can. And also, Udo with the $10. Thank you very, very much. As a software dev, I'm very happy to be using Linux exclusively, but I would not necessarily recommend this for normies or worse for content creators in a million years. Well, I'm open to changing my mind on that, but thank you very much for supporting the show. And I can understand why people like Linux. I just have my reservations. Okay, next one. Next, best score and music. The best score and music category winner was Final Fantasy 16. It was competing against Alan Wake 2, Baldur's Gate 3, Hi-Fi Rush, and The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Now, before people get too into it, I think we should also talk about the best audio design category. The best audio design category was given to Hi-Fi Rush. Now, when I heard the announcement for Final Fantasy 16 as the best score music, I wasn't super surprised, but I was actually a little bit surprised that Hi-Fi Rush got bumped out, because Hi-Fi Rush's soundtrack and music is like tied to the gameplay, and that's pretty amazing. And then, of course, they followed up with the best audio design, which they gave to Hi-Fi Rush. So it makes sense to me that they gave it to a different one when giving the award for audio design to Hi-Fi Rush. Now, Final Fantasy 16, I will say, I think the soundtrack is really phenomenal. Like I said, I didn't play Final Fantasy 16. However, I have listened to some of the soundtrack of Final Fantasy 16, and I was pretty impressed. I can't believe that they put Tears of the Kingdom in this category. And I can't believe that Tears of the Kingdom has been nominated in almost every category. Honestly, it kind of feels a little bit like they're being giving a little bit of a gimme to Nintendo here. I was very surprised that they put Tears of the Kingdom in the best score music category for this year. I'm trying to, like, there's another game I'm thinking of. Hold on, I need to check my, hold on, I need to consult my gaming list from this year. For games that came out this year that I felt had a phenomenal soundtrack. I think Armored Core's soundtrack was way better than Tears of the Kingdom. Armored Core's soundtrack was fucking awesome. I will agree with you that, Grime Dango, I do agree with you that the music is better than Breath of the Wild overall. But I don't think it really contends with the other ones here. Baldur's Gate soundtrack was amazing. And it wasn't just amazing, like, so video games like to do a lot of orchestral tracks and a lot of, instrumental tracks. Baldur's Gate 3, and this is a minor spoiler, so warning for a really tiny spoiler here. Baldur's Gate 3, not only did it have like a custom folk song written for the intro of the game that is used as a part of the rest of the game's soundtrack, that is phenomenal, but they also did a Disney musical. Baldur's Gate has a boss in the game that when you confront him, he sings his own Disney musical at you while you battle him. I'm not even kidding you. It is amazing. And so, I know they probably didn't want to give literally everything to Baldur's Gate, but I will say that I do think that Baldur's Gate absolutely deserves to be a nominee, even if it didn't win. It is phenomenal. And anyway, Final Fantasy 16 soundtrack. I've heard a lot of the tracks from Final Fantasy 16. It is really good, so it doesn't surprise me that it won Best Score and Music. And of course, like I said, Best Audio Design went to Hi-Fi Rush, which I think is very deserving. My partner, who played a ton of Hi-Fi Rush, Fawn, was very happy to hear that Hi-Fi Rush won Best Audio Design. Yeah. So, all very good. Next, we have Best Performance, meaning vocal and acting performance. awarded to an individual for voiceover acting, motion, and or performance update. And the winner of this category was Neil Newbon from Baldur's Gate 3. He played the character Astarion in Baldur's Gate 3. And my goodness, what a performance. Neil Newbon did fantastically. And I've got to be completely honest here. I think that there could have been a bunch of nominees from Baldur's Gate specifically. There was so many good vocal performances in Baldur's Gate. Shadowheart, the character Shadowheart, fucking amazing. Loved her. Lae'zel, I was shocked when Lae'zel didn't get the actress for Lae'zel. What's her name? Devora Wild. Devora Wild's performance as Lae'zel was so good, but I do have to say I understand why Astarion's actor Neil Newbon won the award, and that's just because I think he brought so much of the humor to the game, and also so much of the tragedy. Astarion is such a fucked up character, and he has so much to his character that is delivered so richly by the vocals. I was extremely happy to see that Neil Newbon won, even though I do believe that a number of people from Baldur's Gate could have won that. Yeah, just amazing. Just incredible. Other people who were nominated was Ben Starr for his role in Final Fantasy 16. Again, I didn't play Final Fantasy 16, so I can't really speak to that one. I did, however, play a Star Wars Jedi Survivor, and Cameron Monaghan actually did a really good job in Star Wars Jedi Survivor. And if you like me, I played Star Wars Fallen Order, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order before I played Survivor, like in fairly close proximity. And you could actually see just how much he grew as a voice actor between the two games. It was a real treat because I do actually think he did a absolutely phenomenal job in the role in Jedi Survivor. He plays a very unique character, and the way that he portrays his character in Jedi Survivor is a real treat. So while I understand why he didn't win the role, he didn't win the category, I do think that I would shout out Cameron Monaghan for Star Wars Jedi Survivor. I think he did a really good job. And Melanie Liburd was nominated for Alan Wake 2. Again, haven't played Alan Wake 2 quite yet, so can't speak on it. Idris Elba was nominated for Cyberpunk 2077, which I did hear some of his performance in Cyberpunk 2077, which it sounded fantastic to me. Idris Elba wasn't at the awards, which was a little bit it was a little sad to see, but also I can understand he probably has much bigger things to do. He's kind of on the top of the celebrity list right now, so I'm sure he's got a very busy schedule. His performance was good, but I definitely think, and then of course Yuri Lowenthal was nominated for Marvel Spider-Man 2. I don't know what character did Yuri. Who did they play in Spider-Man? Oh, Peter Parker. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, superhero stuff. I just think that Baldur's Gate 3 really deserved that performance. The amount of heart and soul that went into the performances in Baldur's Gate 3. Next category was Games for Impact, which is thought-provoking games with pro-social meanings or messages. The winner was Chia. I didn't play any of the games in this category, so I feel bad commentating on any of them. I have heard really good things about Chants of Sonar. I've heard really good things about Goodbye Volcano High. And I'll be honest, I hadn't heard of Chia before the awards. But I'm certainly open to checking it out. Jacob Geller had good things to say about Chia. Okay, well then I definitely should check it out because basically every recommendation that Jacob Geller has ever given on his channel, I have appreciated. I will have to check that out then. I'll listen to Jacob Geller's video on it. So anyway, I'm going to move on from that one because I didn't play any of the ones in that one. Next, best ongoing game. Now, we're going to have to talk about this category real quick, okay? Ooh, boy, we're going to have to talk. Oh, man, we're going to have to talk about this. I think the best ongoing game category is... I have controversial feelings about it, okay? The nominees in this category were Apex Legends, Final Fantasy XIV, Fortnite, Genshin Impact, and Cyberpunk. I'm amazed League of Legends wasn't in there, to be completely honest. But I don't think that the category shouldn't exist because I do think that there is room to like talk about games that are really fun, that are basically, you know, live service games, even though I think the live service model is fraught with issues. But I do think it's kind of a funny thing that it's just like, okay, this is like MMOs have their own little category because they're going to be around forever and they're going to keep trying to find ways to milk you for your money. But where Cyberpunk 2077 being in the best ongoing game category, it feels like such, and also, by the way, it won the best ongoing game category, which that is fucking goof-tastic. That is a shenanigan and a half, okay? Like, first of all, I think that determining what like the category is for an ongoing game is really complicated. Is Gary's Mod an ongoing game? I don't know. The award says going to a game for outstanding development of ongoing content that evolves the player experience over time. It's a very silly and hard to define category. But like the fact that it got swooped by Cyberpunk 2077, a game whose development is ongoing because of its disastrous embarrassment of a launch, that it launched after years of abusing its staff, to a absolute like critical fucking bungling, is just, oh man, it feels so goofy. I was just laughing when I heard that that was the case. And I can listen. I'm not completely against DLC being you know, being nominated in other categories, but what? I can't imagine that it feels good to be the people working on like Apex Legends and Fortnite and to get swooped in the only category you're ever going to qualify for. Because let's be real, Apex Legends, Final Fantasy XIV, Genshin Impact, and Fortnite are never going to qualify for any other category ever. And imagine getting scooped in your own category by a game that's ongoing because when it launched, it was unacceptable to the people who paid for it. Just, I think that's a very, 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 very silly thing to do. I also think it's it's kind of gross, you know? Given how much crunch was involved in that game, it's kind of gross to like backpat them for ultimately fixing the game. I don't know. I think that's a little bit of a BS. Exoblivion says, DramaMama, hear me out. I love Cyberpunk 2077. On my first playthrough last year, I cried every other hour. I was in shambles. It's by far my favorite single-player game, but no, it does not deserve to win this category. It was just a DLC, and they fixed their game, which is good. I want them to do that, but best ongoing game should be, well, for ongoing games. I agree. I agree. I am not a hater of Cyberpunk 2077. It was not, the, like, I was not sold on 2077, but I think this is kind of BS. Anyway, that was what I was going to talk about Cyberpunk winning this category. Feels very silly. One of the best stories in gaming fucking period? Really? Is that true? Is it really one of the best stories in gaming period? I should give it a try. I should give it a try. I have very high standards for game writing, but a lot of people are praising it. Like I said, I was not sold on 2077, so I have not followed it. I don't know that much about the game. I know about the crunch and the controversy because I was like, I am not touching that game with a fucking 50-foot pole. You could not have convinced me to buy Cyberpunk 2077 at launch. I was so sus of that game. It was the most overhyped and most, to me, as like not having bought into any of the hype, it was so blatant to me that it was going to launch in a terrible state. But now that it's fixed, I'm open to hearing it out. Yeah. It has some of the magic that made New Vegas good. It has heavy immersive sim elements. Really? Immersive sim elements? This is all surprising me. Okay, this is a good meme, all right? This is a good meme. It's a great immersive sim. I thought the same thing after watching H-Bomb's vid on the genre. It's actually so immersive. When I think of immersive sim, I don't think of Cyberpunk, but again, I haven't really played it myself, so I don't know. I've never seen anything indicating that it's immersive sim. Okay. Prey is an immersive sim. Now, Prey is like a super immersive sim. I have to watch Cyberpunk Edge Runner. Oh, I hate that. I fucking hate it when people tell me I gotta go watch something before I can play a game and enjoy it. All right, we gotta move on. We gotta move on. We got a lot of other things to do tonight. We gotta keep going. Best indie game. Now, in this category, in best indie game, okay? There's another controversial thing, but I'll tell you the winner. The winner was Sea of Stars, which I have heard nothing but praise for. I looked into Sea of Stars. It is not the type of game I tend to enjoy, but I have heard that Sea of Stars is fantastic from everybody I know who's played it. It was nominated alongside Viewfinder, Dredge, Dave the Diver, and Cocoon. I've also heard really good things about Cocoon, but I haven't gotten a chance to play Cocoon yet. I did play Dredge, and I thought about playing Dave the Diver, and then second thoughted it, and then I realized something really weird, okay? Which is Dave the Diver isn't really an indie game. Dave the Diver is developed by Tencent, isn't it? Nexon, sorry, for some reason I thought it was Tencent. It was Nexon, which is a massive, massive, massive corporation. And it's not just published by Nexon, it's developed by Nexon. So how that ended up in the indie game category is crazy to me. Now, I get that it has like the aesthetics of an indie game. It's got pixel graphics, which I guess is the same thing as an indie game these days. But it absolutely fucking blew my mind. Anyway, I don't have much to say about most of the games in this category because I didn't get to play most of them yet. I already said what I said about Sea of Stars and Cocoon. Dredge, I did play. I really liked Dredge. Dredge was a phenomenal indie game. I really enjoyed it. You guys know I talked about it on stream. Dredge is a eldritch fishing game. Not even kidding you. You pilot a boat on the open ocean. You catch all kinds of fish. It's really good. It's a very creepy game. And it also has awesome visuals. It's not the longest game in the world, but it is very, very, very fun at its length. And I really recommend Dredge, even though it didn't win. I do think that you should absolutely check out Dredge. I really liked it a lot. It is a horror game that is a chill horror game, if you can believe it. There is creepy and scary imagery, but the game itself doesn't have any jump scares or anything like that. It's just, it's got spooky environment, spooky images, some scary things that you might see while you're out on the open ocean. Very good game, though. So check that out. Next was the Best Debut Indie Game. And this is the debut means it's their first game ever. The nominees were Cocoon, Dredge, Pizza Tower, Venba, and Viewfinder. And the winner was Cocoon. I was actually surprised that Pizza Tower didn't win, given how much I've heard about Pizza Tower. I've heard Pizza Tower is a really, really fun game. And again, I didn't get to play Pizza Tower yet this year, but I've heard nothing but praise for it. My God, we still have so many more to go through. Holy shit, I didn't realize. Oh my God, this is going to take us all night. No, I'm going to have to cut it off soon. Okay, we're going to cut it off here fairly soon. And the reason why we're going to cut it off is because, with all due respect, I don't care about the esports categories at all. I'm sorry, I don't care at all about any of the esports categories. I don't care about the most anticipated game because that is literally just a hype category. I don't really care about the best adaptation. And yeah, so I'm going to go through the last couple ones. We got the, so next we have, I don't care about best mobile, although I did hear that it was a lesbian game. Honkai Star Rail. People were pretty excited about that. I don't play mobile games basically at all. But congratulations to them. Best community support went to Baldur's Gate 3, which is pretty cool. I will agree that Larian has been incredibly good with Baldur's Gate 3, and definitely deserves some attention for that. I don't play VR AR games because I can't afford a VR AR rig, so that's out. Innovation in accessibility, which I feel the need to shout out, which was Forza Motorsports. Forza Motorsport won the innovation and accessibility, and I have heard about this to a great degree, that Forza really pushed the envelope in making the game accessible, and I think that deserves a shout out. Accessibility is incredibly important, and it often goes unsung in an industry simply because, well, you know, only a minority of the gaming population is affected by accessibility needs, but they're really important for those people, and those people should be included. So I think it's amazing when a game goes above and beyond, and I'm really happy that this category was created, and to hear that Forza pushed the envelope so far. Best action game went to Armored Core 6. Totally awesome. Absolutely agreed. Armored Core 6 knocked it out of the park in the action genre. You guys know I was a huge fan of Armored Core 6. I was a newcomer to the Armored Core genre, and I had a great time with it. I thought it was awesome. Fantastic. Next, we have Best Action Adventure, which was given to Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, which I think is totally fair. It was competing against Star Wars Jedi Survivor, Resident Evil 4, Alan Wake 2, and Marvel's Spider-Man 2. And I think I can understand why it won in this particular category, although my personal vote was for Star Wars Jedi Survivor. I actually think Star Wars Jedi Survivor was a really good game. Even though it had performance issues, it was still a really good game, and I quite enjoyed it. I thought that it did a very good job advancing the gameplay style. The lightsaber sword fight, core mechanics of the game were great. They were really, really snappy and felt good to play. Next was Best RPG. You all can guess that one. Very obvious. Baldur's Gate 3. I've already stated all of the reasons that Baldur's Gate 3 won Best RPG. Kind of shocking that Starfield got nominated. But all right, we're not going to spend too much time on that. Best fighting game was Street Fighter 6. I am not into fighting games. I have never been into fighting games. That is just not a category of game that I've ever been into. They've never appealed to me. I don't dislike them. I just am not good at them and have never really been into them. So you guys can tell me whether you think it deserved it. Next was Best Family Game, which went to Super Mario Bros. Wonder. Now, I will say I've heard very, very good things about Super Mario Bros. Wonder overall, so I think that's a totally deserved category win, and congratulations to Super Mario Bros. Wonder on that front. And again, apologize if I pissed anybody off about not being super psyched about the art direction. I'm not super into Mario games, so I apologize. Didn't mean to, dunk on that in any way. But still, good job on Mario Wonder. Next was the Best Sports and Racing, which was Forza. Another category I'm not super passionate about. I don't love sports and racing games, but again, I heard fantastic things about Forza, so that's great to hear. Then we have the Best Sim and Strategy Game, which is an interesting category because it's funny that they're lumped together. Because I think there's a big difference between strategy games and sim games, but they put those two together for some reason. And I think part of it is just because the sim and strategy game world they're very sparse these days. There are not a lot of strategy games being released, and there are not a lot of sim games being released as much as there used to be. Sims and strategy games both used to be very popular genres in and of themselves, but they've waned in popularity over the years, which is really unfortunate. I love strategy games and always have, so it kind of is a bummer to see that the strategy game genre is not as popular as it used to be. Anyway, the winner in this is Pikmin 4, which is cool, actually, and kind of weird. A lot of people don't think of the Pikmin games as strategy games, but they are. They are absolutely strategy games. The entire way that they're played is strategy. You are commanding little units around, having them do things. You're setting up multiple things at once and building a strategy for surviving on the alien planet. So I actually think this is a great one. It was competing against Cities Skylines 2, Company of Heroes 3, Fire Emblem Engage, and Advanced Wars 1 Plus. Such a weird mixture of things. I don't know how Cities Skylines 2 is supposed to compete against Pikmin 4, but also I just don't know why they mix those two categories. Finally, the best multiplayer game, which was Baldur's Gate 3, which might come as a surprise for a lot of people. However, it makes sense. Baldur's Gate 3 actually has a super innovative multiplayer RPG playstyle where you can actually have multiple people controlling your characters, and you can even you can participate in conversations as each character independently. And the way that they design this means that the multiplayer experience for Baldur's Gate is actually really fun. And a lot of people have been sitting down and playing through Baldur's Gate as a co-op experience, which a co-op RPG is not exactly something you hear about very often. So I think that Baldur's Gate is a great contender for this position. Now, the other games that were nominated are interesting. We have Diablo 4, Party Animals, Street Fighter 6, and Super Mario Bros. Wonder. Diablo 4, don't even get me started on that game. I did a whole rant about that game. Diablo 4 has issues, and I do not think it deserves to be nominated as best multiplayer in any way. Party Animals, I've heard is great. Though I always feel like party games never actually get to have fair footing against any other game. Party games are almost their own category, and they can rarely compete with other types of multiplayer games. And I just think it's kind of unfair to put party games into the general multiplayer category, because no matter how good a party game gets, there's just a lot of people who aren't going to engage with that type of format. I feel like it deserves its own category. They have 900,000 categories. Give party games their own category. Street Fighter 6, again, I don't play fighter games, but I've heard good things about it. And Mario Bros. Wonder, I heard, was awesome. So weird category, but I do understand, and I think I agree with Baldur's Gate 3 winning in this category. And that is where we are going to stop reviewing the awards, because the rest of them are esports categories, and I don't care about esports. If you care about esports, that's awesome, but basically, just imagine it goes like this. League of Legends, Valorant, League of Legends, Valorant, Fortnite, Valorant, League of Legends, Valorant, Fortnite. There you have it. It goes something along like that. Those are the only esports that exist, okay? It sucks. I hate esports. Fuck esports. All right. Anyway, congratulations to the winners of the esports, which I don't care about. Good for you. A content creator of the year? Okay, oh yeah, I should talk about content creator of the year. I don't know any of these people. I'm so sorry. I don't know any of them. I don't know any of the people in the content creator of the year. I don't, and what's worse is I don't know anybody who knows them. I had multiple friends text me and go, who are these people? I think it's just a niche problem. It seems to me like these are in a lot of, like, these people are in a lot of different, I don't know. People Make Games made the Roblox expose. Oh, well, that's great, but I don't know them that well. I didn't even remember that was who made that. So I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I just don't know any of these people. Congratulations to them. Maybe I'll learn about them in the future. Iron Mouse is not niche. She is easily the biggest English VTuber. 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 I don't watch VTubers. I'm sorry. I don't hate VTubers. I just don't watch VTubers. And also, I don't think a lot of people watch, like, no, I'm not saying that I don't think a lot of people. I think, sorry, I said that wrong. I think there are a lot of people who don't watch VTubers. If you're into VTubers, and there are a lot of people who are into VTubers, that's great. But there are also a lot of people who just don't engage with VTubers. I'm one of them. I don't find VTubing interesting. I don't find it compelling. It's not my thing at all. So, yeah. I'm sure that Iron Mouse is great. I have no doubt that some of these people are really great. I've just basically never heard of any of them. Again, I have no hate for VTubers. It's just not my thing. I've never been into VTubers. I'm not in any of the communities. I don't know much about it. Iron Mouse did a subathon and became the biggest female streamer on Twitch for a while and does sick opera singing. That sounds awesome. I guess Gayfesh is technically a VTuber, and I do sometimes watch Gayfesh's streams. So, but I think maybe that's just because I know Gayfesh in person that I don't read Gayfesh as a VTuber, but I guess he is a VTuber. Okay, anyway, the Game Awards was an interesting experience this year. I gave all my opinions, and I had a lot of thoughts about various games in various categories. There were some categories I don't really engage with, and I try to stay in my lane. If you found that interesting, if you found it fun, make sure that you press subscribe down below, and make sure you like the video and or the stream if you're watching me live. Anyway, thanks for listening to me, and keep listening for the signal. All right, everybody, that was the VGA segment. I had a lot of fun going over it. Sorry for skipping the esports stuff. I just don't care about esports even a little bit. And we have some fun stuff to do next. Coming up next, we have some drama to dive into. Are you guys ready to do some drama? You ready to do some drama? Well, first I have to play a meme for you. All right, we have to judge Mr. Krabs meme. Let's judge Mr. Krabs meme. Let's do it. Is it going to be a Wario meme? Let's find out.
Bro, that was wild.
This sounds like the Wario guys.
Hello? Hello, Bowser? Hello, Bowser. I need some cash, bro.
Andrew Blood with the $5 says Gayfesh was robbed of the VTuber category. True! True, you're right. Truly disappointed with the $10 says, I remember you mentioned being a bit of a metalhead. Any fave bands? It's actually my partner who's a metalhead, although I do like some metal. The first band that comes to mind that I love for metal is Bring Me the Horizon. I fucking love Bring Me the Horizon. I don't care what any of you say. I fucking love Bring Me the Horizon. I love them. Anyway, let's continue. Thank you so much for supporting the show. I wish I could talk more about it, but it's my partner who's the big metalhead. I like some metal quite a lot, but I'm not really a metalhead myself.
I'm strapped here.
Bowser, I need to get my dick sucked.
What the Bro, if I get an 8, 9, or 10, I can do that, right? Easy.
Wow.
Easiest game of my life.
You see, that's
Very
what
simple.
happens when he calls Bowser.
You said there was no Wario, but I see Wario down in the corner, and I just heard the guy go, "Wah!"
Oh, I see.
Saw the play?
I see the Vision EV.
Whoa!
Is that enough? It is.
I bank on Brent's disapproval. It is enough.
It's not.
Wait, Game Guy!
Oh, Game Guy!
Game Guy, you win
Gamer
this
Guy!
video
Dude,
game.
wait, that's huge
No way.
for Eevee.
No way, bro.
Oh my god, this is
Oh,
huge.
Gamer Guy! Gamer
Okay,
Guy!
so surely something cool will happen this time.
Surely.
It's gotta be
Surely.
something simple that's winnable. Please, a chain
Surely
jump and...
whirly.
Oh my f***ing goodness.
Chain- Unexpected that was.
I did not understand that meme
I know.
at all. But some people apparently enjoyed it. I didn't get it at all. But thanks for the meme. All right, everybody. All right, everybody. I like the part where you said, "Wah!" I like the part where they rolled the dice. Nuts says Blood Lincoln part 435 of a Let's Play and thinking we're all gonna understand. Listen, that is so Mr. Krabs style. That is Mr. Krabs style, okay? Mr. Krabs style is absolutely to link part 435 out of a Let's Play. Okay. Oh man, you're making me laugh. Look at this funny clip. What is it? How funny is it? I can't. All right, I'll watch this meme. All right, this is a quick meme. We're gonna see if it's any good. Let's see. Meme judgment time. What? Let's do this.
Jehovah's Witnesses, sorry, flop. Cult. Mormonism, flop.
The woke left. What about the woke left?
Okay,
The woke left
okay, that's pretty good.
with their
woke
their
left.
grooming agenda.
The grooming. The woke LGBT BLT grooming.
It's he, she, and Kathy Lee, and that's it.
My pronouns are kiss my ass. They think that is the sir.
The
They
funniest
think
thing
that is
ever.
George Carlin. Like,
Eddie Murphy at Madison Square Garden.
They
like
think-
killing.
they think they are Guinness Book of World Records funniest joke ever.
My pronouns are suck
Kiss
my dick.
My
Yeah.
pronouns are milk my clit.
True though, they're spitting. Fucking spitting. Is that gonna get me copyright striked, by the way? I just saw that was from a Netflix show. Is that gonna fucking get me copyright? I thought that was a YouTube show. God fucking damn it! God damn it! Oh, I'm never gonna make money. Oh, I'm never gonna be able to, my stream, oh, I'm linking. I have to ban linking. No more linking. No one gets to link unless I ask for a link. Oh. It's gonna be demonetized. Well, you guys are all lucky because I won't run any more ads for the rest of the stream because I'm not gonna make any money from this stream. Did I get demonetized? If it's from a Netflix special, I will 1000% get demonetized this stream. In fact, it may have already happened. Can't I just restart? No, because if I restart, no one will come back and I'll have 100 viewers instead of 500 because the average YouTube viewer has the attention span worse than a goldfish. And if I do anything, if I was to have a brief power outage, everyone would leave. Okay, anyway, who cares? All right, we have stuff to do. Jacalope with the $10 says, not again, we got you. Thank you for the demonetization tax. Deeply appreciated. As I say, every single stream, this show is 100% viewer supported. Literally, we don't get sponsorships. We always get demonetized for very stupid reasons. So you all supporting me is what matters. And of course, people watching my videos, which is the viewer support part, also makes it matter. So thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Zach Fletcher with the $10 super chat and the first super chat ever. Thank you so much. Deeply, deeply appreciate that so much. Thank you so much, Zach Fletcher. Lava Monster with the $5 tip. Thank you so very much to supplement lost income. Also, thank you for the chill streams. You're very welcome. I always want to make people laugh and have a good time. Will this meme redeem me? What makes you think a second meme will redeem you? Oh boy. This is the meme that you think is going to redeem you. This is the meme that you think is going to redeem you? Boon of Tyrants with the $6.69. Disaster has struck. Please take this. Thank you. Seriously. I like to actually be able to make money for my long streams. Thank you so much. Linda with the $4.99 super chat towards the demonetization tax. Thank you so much, Linda. Nerodia with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Oh my god, you're all being so generous. Thank you. Here's some socialist Linux bucks. Deeply appreciated. I will take your Linux bucks. Exoskeletal Patchwork with the tier 1 sub for the demonetized tax. Plus, I haven't been subscribed in a while. Thank you, Exoskeletal Patchwork. Means the world to me. And the left tech cat with the $5 says, here, have my tithe. Thank you. Thank you very much. Deeply, deeply appreciate it. All right, let's see if this redeems Mr. Krabs. Thank you all of you who support the stream. Thank you for letting me make a living. It actually means the world to me. Thank you so much.
Shit.
Oh, God!
God, you dropped it again.
Oh, you dense motherfucker!
Holy shit!
All right, well that's kind of cute animations they're doing. I don't know all the characters. I know Ace Ventura. Pet Lawyer, and I know one of the other guys who was getting punched, but I don't know what the other one is. Gabrielle Thingy with the $10. Thank you so much. A second link has hit the Demon Mama stream. True. Thank you. Brutus Magnuson with the $5. I'm irresponsible with my money. Here go. Fuck a Christmas present. I'll make sure that I get a Christmas present, but please take care of your finances. I do appreciate you supporting me. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much to Gabrielle Thingy and Brutus Magnuson. Ed, oh whoa, what's this? A reminder to like the stream, of course. Did you know we have a lovely community of imps here? Come one, come all. Indeed, your likes do help. But honestly, thank you all so much for supporting me. That helps a ton. So much, it's actually shocking. Thank you so much, Ed. And oh my God, that was also Ed's first super chat. You guys seriously have no idea how touched. I say this every time I get somebody's first super chat ever, but it means the world to me that people would be willing to give for the first time ever on YouTube to me. That makes me feel good, and it makes me feel inspired to keep making you all laugh and have a good time. MKJ Moon with the unbelievably generous $20. MKJ Moon says, I watched all of the DramaMama videos in preparation for this. Also, where did you get that pillow behind you? That is not a pillow. That is actually a wall scroll thing, like a flag, basically, from the band Architects, which is a metal band that another metal band that I like. I should have brought up Architects with the previous chatter. So you can get it from Architects website. It's actually a flag. I hang it over my my chair because it looks really, really good. Looks really good. Thank you so much for the incredibly, incredibly generous $20. Do you like Metallica? I like them fine. They're not like, I'm not super passionate about Metallica, but I do like them. I thought A-Pillow was a streamer. Yes, A-Pillow is a streamer. Architects is great. Oh, Anonymous Platypus says, what metal genres do you like? I am terrible with genre names. I have, oh my God, I'm so bad at genre names. I can never remember the names of the genres that I like. But if I remember correctly, fuck, see, I don't know. I don't remember. I don't want to say anything cringe. Am I redeemed? Sure, you're redeemed. I redeem you. You were redeemed to begin with, but have you seen the map of metal genres? Metal genres have like 10,000 genres too. It's kind of crazy. Discordant Vol with the 5 tier 1 subs, making up for chat's hubris. Thank you so much, Discordant Vol. You've all been so generous, and it really means the world to me. The map of metal. This is crazy. Oh, it's got... No, don't play music. Oh my God, it was gonna play... Oh my God! You sneaks! Look at this! It was gonna play a Black Sabbath track automatically while I was trying to look at this map. You are all trying to kill my stream! Everyone's trying to kill my stream. Why do you want me to die? This is kind of a cool looking website though, I will say. It's definitely an off-stream thing. Holy shit. Oh, it's okay. I don't actually hate anybody. Kelsey Soloway with the $15. Thanks for the stream. Do you like any hardcore punk or metalcore? I do like some. I am not amazingly passionate about punk. I find punk fascinating for its historical impact, but I just don't like the sound of it. For some reason, punk and hardcore have just never aesthetically agreed with my ears in a way that like makes me passionate about it. I've listened to a lot of it and I find it really interesting. And I've learned a lot about punk mostly from my partner who's really, really into punk. But I don't find it music that I go back and listen to often. It's just not my thing in that way. But I do think that they're really, but I do think it's pretty cool. Oh my God. Does anybody have the clip that I did of me doing the power metal? Does anybody have that? Oh my God, do I have that clip here? I have a clip of me doing an impression of power metal, and it's the most accurate impression that's ever been done. Hold on, let me search this channel. Hold on. Somebody has it in the clip channel. I know that somebody has it. I know it's in my clip channel. I just don't know where. Yeah, I've heard about that, Delance. We're not going to watch that one tonight, but we'll get there. Truly disappointed with the $5 super chat. Thoughts on the blackened symphonic death grind? Lamau, JK. Metal genres are crazy. Yeah, I can't keep track of metal genres. Like I said, one of my partners is she's a super metalhead. And it's honestly, it fascinates me to listen to her talk about it, but I can't keep them all straight. I've learned a lot from her and she's shown me a lot of cool musics. But I can't keep the genres straight. I can never remember them on the spot. 85D2D Derek, with the gifted tier 1 sub, thank you so much. Here, play this. It's just the entire goddamn Simpsons movie on a pirate video site. No! No! Don't do that! Thank you very much. Robotic Reborn, I hope you have a wonderful night. I'm sorry that we got distracted for so long. Maybe I should just do a live power metal. A live power metal. And then the singer comes in and goes, whoa, 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 I climbed the mountain of power atop which the dragon is there. And in my heart, I found the portal to the beyond. Then I pick up my axe and I fight to the death, and the goblins, they come and they fight in my axe. That's power metal. Oh shit, that made me lightheaded. I don't have the lung capacity to do that. I don't have the lung capacity to do power metal on the spot. Oh man. The demon code. What's it? It's not rebels me. Prevents me from declining a rock-off challenge. You want me to help you write an album? Okay, listen, if I could sit down and write the lyrics, they wouldn't be as goofy or incoherent, but that is like, I'm not even kidding you. That is so much of, like, power metal is so much, it's just them talking about their D&D campaign. Gila Monster with the $5 says, just because I got paid, also as long as we're doing the linkies, make sure you save this for later. You archived it! Yes! You did it! Thank you! I'm favoriting that. Oh my God, I'm favoriting that. Hold on, let me log in. I actually do have an account with archive.org. I will make sure that this gets saved on mine. Holy shit, it's a full archive. Oh, that's amazing. Well done. You have the Holy Mackerel theme karaoke version on there? Yeah! Oh, yes! This is the one where it has, hold on, I can sing it, hold on. Wait, I gotta turn it down a little bit. Hold on, I gotta tone it down so you can hear my thing. Here we go. Your Philly cheesesteak, slap! Oscar Mayer wiener, slap! Your Baconator, slap! Even your chicken soup, slap, 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 slap! Oh my God, that's so fucking good! That's fucking legendary! Oh my God! That's so good! Oh my God, fucking next level shout out to Gila Monster. Holy fucking shit! Oh my God, you've got the Way of the Mackerel karaoke edition! Way of the Mackerel. 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 100 Hail Marys. 100 Our Fathers. And a Divine Mercy Chaplain. You're just a little fish in a great big ocean. It's sink or swim now. Gotta have devotion. Take cold showers and don't eat sweets. When kneeling in prayer, don't use a cushion for your knees. Way of the Mackerel. Way of the Mackerel. Try to go to daily mass and definitely do a holy hour. Don't listen to music when driving in your car. You're just a little fish in a great big ocean. It's sink or swim now. You gotta have devotion. When you fall, get back up. Go to confession. When you're strong, get humble. Strive for perfection. Way of the Mackerel. Way of the Mackerel. fought the good fight. You finished the race. Just don't smack a burger directly at your boss's face. Way of the mackerel. Way of the mackerel. Way of the mackerel. Way of the mackerel. Damn! Legendary work on this backup Gila monster. Oh my god. Oh my god. What a blessing. Wait, do you have the do Wait, that's the other one. Where's the Oh, I don't know if that one's in here. That one. I guess that one was never saved by itself. Did I get the IP? Not yet. Don't worry, I will update you as we make progress on that. But I have to wait a little bit and I have to see what happens. Because as of right now, the site has not gone down. Yeah, we need like we need to do a full cover of the bum 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 bum. So good. Absolutely incredible. Damn, the karaoke segment drove people away, but not too many. Actually, it's kind of a testament to our power that even when I'm singing terrible Christian comedy karaoke, we still have 530 people watching, and they're all having a good time too. Isn't that fucking incredible? Hold on, hold on. I think I could find, 1 second. Wait, give me a second. I'm about to work some magic. Hold on a second. Wait a second. Hold on. Give me a second. Oh, where is it? Hold on. Whoa, we're getting it! Hold on a second. I gotta get the chords just right. I'm missing a chord ever so slightly. Oh, okay, hold on, there we go. Okay, so hold on a second. So wait, there's a problem though, because it's got, we need this, hold on, and then we have to go, oh shit, I just lost it, god damn it. Crap, I pressed the wrong button and now I've lost it. Lost myself. There we go, okay. So, here we go. So, we gotta go a little deeper. All right. Okay, we definitely have got this. Now, I'm going to have to toy around off stream with my piano settings because the one that they use has like it has like the like this one. Whoa. Damn. Okay, cool. All right, cool. Okay, cool. All right, I can definitely mess around with this, and we can get it, and then we can make our own. We can make a DramaMama official cover of the Holy Mackerel Stinger. Of the da 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 dun dun da 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 dun da 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 dun 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 dun. But I gotta get it just right. Damn. Orthrus Dork with the tier 1 sub says, "Hey DramaMama, coming down from a long shift at work, being hella overstimulated. Glad to make a stream. I immediately recognized the Holy Mac music." Yes, you did! Based, and thank you so much. The intro song is called Earth Angel? Wait, is it? Wait, is that for real? That can't be. Is it some other song? Wait, hold on. Is that a... Oh, no. Oh, it's... Hold on, I have to mute you all. Hold on, I'm muting you all for a second. I have to mute you all so that this doesn't get me. Okay, it's the same chord progression, but I don't think it's the actual same song. But it is the same chord progression. It is the same one. Bum 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 bum. God damn. God damn. It's actually remarkably easy to mess it up for some reason. I keep goofing it up. Wait, so. Okay, there we go. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. So. Wow. Wow. Holy shit. Welcome to Earth with the $100 says Milo sends his regards. Welcome to Earth. Thank you so very much. Tell Milo that I said his greatest performance of his entire life was in No Day to Dine from the Holy Mack TV series. Thank you so goddamn much, so much for the unbelievably generous, massive donation. I'm sorry I didn't see it until I came back from the keyboard, but oh my God, thank you so much. One more time just for you. Okay, I have to remember. I see what I'm messing up. I keep wanting to do the movement on the right hand, but I need to do it on the left hand. The left hand is actually the one that does the changes where the right hand just hops from chord to chord. So it's... Damn, we got it. We nailed it. We fucking got it. Damn. Damn. It's completely, listen, Milo Yiannopoulos is a guy who goes around promoting conversion therapy. But I will say, and this just proves to you how effective propaganda is. His appearance in No Day to Dine unironically made me like him a little bit more. And that just shows you that no matter what, you are not immune to propaganda, okay? No matter what, even if everything I know all of it. I've watched the rise and fall of this fucking cult, and even still, I saw him in No Day to Dine, and I was just like, damn it. He nearly seemed human. I know. He doesn't behave human most of the time, though. Ada Stardust with the $5. Thank you so very much. Hank Green did a video on these chords 12 years ago, and now every time I hear it, I now think of it. Oh yeah, this is like the golden, the golden 4 chords or whatever. Yep. I know exactly what you're talking about. This is used in like so much music. Okay. Thank you for this. I'll check out this video later. This looks like a good little short video to watch. Thank you so much, Ada Stardust. Way of the Mac. I hope one of you fucking clipped that. I hope one of you clipped the terrible karaoke segment. All right, everybody, are we ready? Are we ready? By the way, hey, Yuri wife and Chariot, it's wonderful to see you. Thank you for being here. So happy to have you both here tonight. Thank you so much. Way of the mackerel. We will not have times for Dark Souls tonight. In fact, with how much I've been distracted, I'm going to be lucky if we even get to Holy Mackerel segment. We have drama to do. Are we ready to do drama? Chariot says, I just spent 4 hours losing my voice talking over a kidology video. This feels much more chill. Well, I don't know if it's going to stay as chill. However, I'll do my best. I'll do my best. My lovely, lovely imps. The time has come once again for us to hike Drama Mountain. That's right. As you all know, here on this channel, I have a series called DramaMama, which you are watching right now. DramaMama is a series where we take a popular drama or incident and we look into it. We try to find the truth of the matter. We try to break people out of just jumping onto something without any verification. We try to get people to stick to the facts. And we do this with situations that have some level of importance. And the reason for that is that I think it's very easy to get sucked into drama cycles online that are unhelpful, unhealthy, and unproductive. And so I created DramaMama with the goal of making a show that was entertaining and informative, and that also teaches people how to engage with drama in a better way. And so that's what we're doing today, is a DramaMama update. Now, we've been following a particular situation for some time. We've done quite a few videos on this particular situation. And the situation I'm talking about, of course, is the extensive and multivariate claims that have been made against iilluminaughtii. iilluminaughtii is a YouTuber who, for a very long time, made anti-MLM, anti-corporate corruption expose videos. These are videos that basically went to target multi-level marketing schemes, that targeted corporate misbehavior, that tried to teach people about these things. And iilluminaughtii has done a lot of other content in her time, but that has been her main focus for some time, is sort of putting out a lot of videos that focus on corporate corruption, manipulative multi-level marketing schemes, etc. And this year, it was revealed that by a number of places, which you can go check out. If you've never heard of this, this is an update, so you might be a little bit out of the loop, but I've done a whole series devoted to this, and I can tell you, I think it's very important. And I'll explain why in just a second. But you should go check it out. If you go to my channel and you search Demon Mama, iilluminaughtii, you will find all of the videos. We even have a playlist for them, okay? They're all linked into one another, so you can watch them in order just by clicking the links that are in the videos themselves. It's a lot, there's a lot of history in this particular situation, but I do think it's important. The reason why I think it's important is that the way in which iilluminaughtii moved through these spaces and took advantage of people in these spaces is one that we see very commonly in YouTube spaces. And it mirrors the way that people are taken advantage of in other entertainment fields. I think it's very important that young, passionate people who are hoping to make their way in the entertainment industry, and specifically in the YouTube industry, understand the red flags that warn about somebody who might be trying to take advantage of you, who might be trying to put you into a situation that you cannot easily escape from. And in this particular case with iilluminaughtii, iilluminaughtii has engaged in some very egregious behavior. What we have focused on so far in this DramaMama iilluminaughtii series has been going through each of the claims that have been levied against Illuminati, looking at the evidence of those claims, and looking at the corroboration for those claims. And as it turns out, there seems to be more and more every single day. Today, we are going to be focusing on an interview with a former employee, someone who claims to be a former employee of Illuminati, and the testimony of another content creator who had a particularly intense conflict with Illuminati. And of course, what many of you are very excited and will be excited to hear me say, we are also going to be watching a major allegation that has been brought against Illuminati by one of the biggest content creators on this side of the internet, a content creator by the name of H-Bomber-Guy. And this is actually a slightly different allegation than what we have mostly covered. Most of what we have covered in my drama videos, DramaMama videos covering Illuminati has been allegations of former collaborators and employees who were mistreated by Illuminati. That's what they've claimed. They claimed and they produced, in my opinion, a large amount of evidence proving that they were subjected to incredibly bad and unethical treatment at the hands of Illuminati. But today, we are going to be looking at a couple of different things that are connected and also important. Now, part of the reason why this has become such a long-standing thing is because there has been essentially no attempt whatsoever to take any accountability for any of the claims, even in the face of evidence. And in fact, Illuminati has gone on the warpath and begun sending out legal threats to people who criticize her. What this has resulted in is an incredibly entrenched position. And while Illuminati's channel has suffered, it is unsure at this moment whether Illuminati will actually be forced to confront in a real way any of the things that she has done. Anyway, I wanted to start us here tonight with the allegations made by another large YouTuber. This is the one that I just mentioned a second ago, H-Bomber-Guy. Now, most of you are going to be familiar with H-Bomber-Guy. He's a very, very, very popular YouTuber, 1.47 million subscribers. He has done some really big stuff. I mean, he reached way out of his general sphere when he did a really, really popular fundraiser for a transgender charity in his home country, which attracted the attention of bona fide celebrities. And that was a pretty incredible endeavor that he undertook. But he's been growing in popularity over the years, and a lot of people are going to be familiar with him. Recently, he released a video called Plagiarism and YouTube. Now, this video, interestingly, did not focus on Illuminati. However, it did include a major segment on Illuminati, and that is the segment we are going to watch. Many of you who are familiar with this video will note that the video was actually about another YouTuber by the name of James Somerton. I am not going to be discussing the James Somerton situation here because, quite frankly, H-Bomber-Guy did better than I ever could. And I don't like just, you know, sort of lazily reacting to something. I like to add my own commentary. I like to add my own analysis. I like to dive in and do a deep dive with my own community. I do recommend that you go watch H-Bomber-Guy's full video to learn about what the actual video was about. It's a 4-hour video, so it's a real chunky video, but I think it's very valuable, and I think it touches on a really, really, really important subject. Obviously, James Somerton has ended up deleting his entire very successful YouTube channel as a result of the allegations, the very credible, almost irrefutable allegations that have been brought against him. But again, tonight we are going to be focusing specifically on Illuminati and the segment that was done about Illuminati. So without any further ado, let us begin our first segment of the night, reacting to H-Bomber Guy's allegations of plagiarism against Illuminati. Oh, they're privated. I'm sorry about that. Are you going to look at the secondary channel video? It's also about Illuminati. No, because I think the message is communicated here in full. Let's react to this video. I'm going to put this all up on the screen here. Here we go. Let's do it.
Don't. Part E.
Part E. Here we go.
Illuminaughtii. It's a pun. I don't need to impress you.
In 2021, when I was working on the vaccines and autism video, I needed something to listen to in the background while I built an Argos bookshelf, so out of curiosity, I put on other videos on the topic. One of them was by a channel called iilluminaughtii, whose real name is Blair Zon. I hadn't heard of her before. She seems to do videos covering multi-level marketing schemes, pyramid schemes, and failed businesses, stuff like that. And she seems to make a lot of them really quickly. I wonder how. The video was fine. My phone was several meters away and I couldn't be bothered to reach out and get it and change the playlist, so it just kept going through her anti-vax videos. And at one point, I did a double take.
There was a joint inventor on these products, a man named Hugh Fudenberg, a former immunologist who has been long controversial. In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit with the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic patients with blood products.
I remember pausing, budget B&Q hammer in hand, and thinking, haven't I heard this exact sentence before?
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit involving the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic child patients with blood products.
An interesting thing about the MMR scandal is literally all.
Now, some of you who've been watching this series will recognize that we've talked about this particular clip before. When the initial conflict between Blair and Legal Eagle started, which is the very beginning of the saga. I know it feels like 100 years ago, but when this started, H-Bomber Guy brought this up on Twitter. And of course, since then, it has gotten... The situation has advanced, okay? Yeah.
All of its big discoveries can be attributed to the work of one man, Brian Deere, whose years of diligent journalism are basically why we know what we do about Andrew Wakefield. His 2004 documentary, MMR, What They Didn't Tell You, effectively berserk eclipsed Wakefield's career as a legitimate doctor. It's great, and Brian uploaded it to his own YouTube channel for free in 2014, so anyone can go watch it. This version has the timecode burned in at the bottom, which is kind of cute, but if you wanted to make your own video about the subject and use that as source footage, that's kind of annoying to look at. So I spent like 2 full days of my life trying to find a version without the timecode, and I finally found what I think is a copy of the original broadcast from 2004.
Espen M says, I wonder if DramaMama is aware of Todd in the Shadows video. Yes, I did see Todd in the Shadows video. I saw half of Todd in the Shadows video. It's a separate video that's mostly debunking factual claims that were made by James Somerton, but we're not going to focus on that for this, so it's not amazingly relevant here. But yes, I have seen it, and I intend to finish it soon.
Harrowing stories of child abuse do not pair well with teasers for the TV premiere of Moulin Rouge.
When Dr. Wakefield launched the MMR scare back in 1998,
I used footage from Dia's documentary in my video, explained how important it was, thanked Brian for all of his hard work, and even recommended his book on the subject that had just come out. And he actually emailed my producer Kat with metrics showing people actually did go out and buy the book after seeing.
That is awesome, by the way. And this is something, by the way, you guys remember how every single time we watch a video on this channel, I always tell people to go raid with love, and we've gotten multiple messages specifically from other content creators, which I've shared with you all, who have said, thank you so much for shouting out the work. Thanks for sending your imps over. It felt great to see all the positive comments and to see that people were engaging with something that you reviewed. That's why we do this. By the way, obviously H-Bomber Guy is not struggling at all. This video is doing fantastically, but if you find this useful, you should pop over to H-Bomber Guy's channel, subscribe to him, and of course leave love from the imps in the comments, because we like when we build off of something that someone is saying or that someone has brought up, we always want to give love to them. It's a great feeling. It feels good to give it. It feels great to receive it.
My video.
Speaking of which, did we hear anything from the last video we love bombed? No, we didn't hear anything. However, the comment did not get deleted. So apparently they found it compelling. They found our fish cultist comment compelling. In fact, we could probably go check on it. Anyway, let's continue.
Which is great. I love knowing that my audience actually reads books. Thank you so much. So, the reason the iilluminaughtii video sounded so familiar was because I had just rewatched that documentary.
Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine.
Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine
and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse and misprescribing of controlled drugs.
And made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse of prescribing controlled drugs.
Professor Freudenberg has long been controversial.
Hugh Freudenberg, a former immunologist who has been long controversial.
Been long controversial? So, this is weird. She wasn't quoting Dia, she was saying his words out loud as if she wrote them.
So what's happening here? Well, after the bookcase seemed to stand up on its own, despite all the pieces mysteriously left over, I watched the video properly and noticed she does acknowledge Brian Deer and the documentary pretty openly.
In 2004, Brian Deer came out with a documentary entitled MMR, What They Didn't Tell You.
This is, by the way, what H-Bomber Guy is about to talk about here is something that we've seen repeatedly in this saga about Illuminati. Which is a clearly intentional type of manipulation, a willingness to engage in tactics that can essentially have no other explanation other than being manipulative towards a self-serving end.
Blair watched a documentary and then downloaded it and used it to make her own. In the first 20 minutes, she plays a chunk of the documentary, or just quotes it, 25 times. More than once a minute, you're hearing something Brian Deer said from his mouth or hers. So this video is lazy? I'm personally insulted that she just used the version of the documentary from Deer's YouTube channel with the timecode burned in. That gets to me a little bit after.
Blablato Redux says, this sucks in a different way, doesn't it? Like before all the drama, you used to like this content, and now you know it's a bunch of vapid copy-paste plagiarized BS. Well, here's the thing. So I have mentioned in the past that I found a bunch of Blair's videos interesting. This was long before the drama, before I knew any of this. In fact, I've even shouted out one of her videos in the past because I was like, wow, this was super cool and interesting. And yeah, it does suck. On one hand, I'm like, well, now I know why I liked it, because she was lifting things from other very talented presenters directly. So she was stealing what they made and putting it in her own voice without telling anybody, which obviously you're taking something that was already compelling and you're just using it. But also, yeah, it does suck. It does suck to be misled in that way as a viewer. And I've said this before in this drama, some of you will remember me saying this, but her behavior through the way she is, the specific ways in which she has treated her employees and the ways in which she is now being shown to have plagiarized, they mean that you can't trust anything that's said, which is especially damaging because she's doing videos that are supposedly exposing heinous behavior by corporations. So the fact that all of that is called into suspect actually does more damage and helps these corporations get away with bad behavior, because now you know, a major critic of them has been completely and utterly debunked. It gives them room to wiggle. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. Squigvig with the $5 super chat, deeply appreciated. DramaMama, have you ever listened to the album Big Wave by Tatsuro Yamashita? I think you would love it. Jody and Girls on the Beach are bops. I will check that out. I have not heard that album. Thank you so much. I always love getting album recommendations. Thank you so much. Yeah, James Somerton wiped his whole channel. Now, I don't know if it's deleted or if they're just privated, but it just says this channel has no content and it doesn't even have his face on it anymore. Anyway, let's continue. Let's continue.
To the effort I put in, but that doesn't make it plagiarism. It's just not very good. And hey, it's not like this is her one source. She quotes a lot of other places too. Or does?
Here's some of the times she quotes someone else in the video. Wow, look at all this research she must have done. One thing though, what's the source for these quotes? Okay, we need to talk about how to cite a source for a second. If you watch any non-iilluminaughtii video essay, you'll see these pretentious little commies put some text in the corner telling you where their quote comes from. This is so you know what they're quoting, so you can check it or go find it and learn more if you want, and to give proper credit to the people whose ideas or knowledge they're borrowing. If you're using someone else's words in a video you intend to make money off, it's very important to give proper credit and attribution. Listing where the quote is from is important, not just so it's easy for people to find and verify it, but it's useful context which helps people interpret what they're seeing. If someone showed you a quote that made a person look bad, you might feel a bit cheated if they didn't mention its source is a blog by someone you've never heard of that doesn't exist anymore. I have a little rule for quoting that other creators seem to use as well. If someone saw a clip of your video out of context, would it be possible for them to tell you're quoting someone and where it's from? Blair, for some reason, doesn't cite her sources.
Extremely good rule to follow, by the way.
Here's a part where she quotes Andrew Wakefield.
Wakefield also stated, mumps, measles, and rubella together might be too much for the immune system of some children to handle.
I love there's a tiny Andy there for some reason, but not saying where he said this is pretty bad citation. But this isn't a mistake. Blair is hiding the source on purpose for a reason.
Yep.
You see, this quote is from the same documentary again. Brian Deere plays a clip of Wakefield saying it at a conference.
Measles, mumps, and rubella given together may be too much for the immune system of some children to handle.
Why didn't she just play the clip? She had it downloaded. Well, because she's already played so many clips from this documentary, it looks ridiculous. So she started quoting it, and just not telling you she's quoting the one.
That is exactly what I was talking about just a couple minutes ago about the repeated thing we've seen with Illuminati is engaging in behaviors that become abundantly clear that this is being used to manipulate. This isn't just an accident. It's not just an oopsie. You know, it's not even just like a, oh, you maybe shouldn't have done that. Oh, a little problematic. No, this is like clearly trying to cover your tracks for something that it demonstrates that she knew what she was doing was wrong.
Thing she watched. I wonder where all the other quotes come from.
And more still, nurses were leaving, saying they don't like what's being done.
Nurses were leaving and saying they didn't like what was being done to these children.
It needed 3 people to hold these kids down
in some cases just to have blood taken. I feel very sorry for the children who I feel were being abused.
This study had, in fact, begun with a contract from a group of solicitors that were
trying to sue MMR manufacturers.
Chadwick said he had hoped the ordeal, when it hit the news, would die its own death.
It includes injecting mice with measles virus.
He injected mice with measles,
extracting their white blood cells,
extracted their white blood cells, and injected the stuff into pregnant goats.
This is amazing. She just quotes people from this one documentary and pretends she did any work. Eventually, she stops bothering to even make it look like a quote and just starts saying Brian Deer's words out loud. And that's how the stuff at the beginning happened. She got so lazy she stopped bothering to pretend she wasn't copying the documentary.
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit involving the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic child patients with blood products.
Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse of prescribing controlled drugs.
MMR, what they didn't tell you, has been chewed up and spat back into your mouth like you're a little baby bird. My favorite part is when some of what she's saying appears in quotes for some reason, attributed to lawsuit with FDA. Like,
yeah, see, this is another example of where it's obfuscating where it's actually coming from.
No, Brian Deer said that.
He established a scientific system that would satisfy Wakefield and Pounder for testing.
And Pounder? Wait a second, who's Pounder? This Pounder guy never comes up again in the video. She brings him up here by mistake because she's
paraphrasing another section of the documentary. He established a scientifically valid system that would satisfy
This one is incredible. This is an incredible get from H-Bomber guy. What a great catch.
Dr. Wakefield and his head of department, Professor Roy Pounder.
Roy Pounder is an important character in the story. Blair has cut him out completely to save time, but she accidentally kept this one reference. This makes the copying kind of blatant. She's referencing a guy who exists in the documentary and not her video.
Obviously, stealing someone else's words is plagiarism, but on a more zoomed out level, so is copying an entire documentary and trying to hide it. Like, obviously there's something wrong here. Here's a hint. If you're trying to trick people into thinking you're not quoting the thing you're quoting, you're probably doing plagiarism. But here's where it gets interesting. Blair knows people might notice this, so she's come up with a defense mechanism. The video has a link in the description to a list of sources, where stuff she quoted or showed in the video gets linked. This is normal, lots of people do this, although usually they cite them when they use them in the actual video, but still.
This is also, oh my God. So, by the way, the like sources in description thing, do you all remember the time that we decided to check the sources of a PragerU video? That was a fun time, wasn't it? I don't know if any of you remember that stream, but if you weren't there, we checked the sources on a PragerU video because they always boast that they cite all their sources. Now, they don't always cite them in the video. They often just have a link like this, a sort of link to a document that contains their sources. And when we went there and checked their sources, one of their videos cited their own video, like it cited the video we were watching and 2 other PragerU videos. So you went to the citations and one of the links went to the video that we were watching and the other 2 went to other PragerU videos. Actually shocking. But it's crazy, right? That again, you can manipulate people into thinking they're watching something that's impartial or something that's original even, just by little tricks, little sleights of hand, such as this. So it's not, Blair is not obviously the only person who does this sort of thing, but you really actually, if you want to be sure that something is actually, you know, honestly representing what it's saying, you actually have to check those documents. You actually have to look into it yourself. Otherwise, you end up in a PragerU or a Blair type situation.
It's an unlabeled collection of links that's difficult to sort through, but if you keep digging, eventually you find a link to Brian Deer's YouTube upload of the documentary. So now if anyone criticizes the fact she ripped it off, she can say, no, I was using a source, I cited it, check, it's in my list somewhere. And she uses this flimsy excuse to basically steal anything she wants. Blair frequently plagiarizes people, never mentions they exist in the video or cites them anywhere, but she puts a link in a list no one will read. So that makes it okay, right? The video we've been talking about so far is the second in a series of 3 about Andrew Wakefield. Here's part of the first one where she talks about his early career.
He became a fellow of...
Also, before we go off onto the next thing, I find this particular section about the citations super, super interesting because like, I learned about, like, I had to do in my high school advanced English class, like, we were like, part of our assignments was doing like annotated bibliographies, was learning how to do bibliographies generally, and we were graded very harshly on this. And it was driven into us that, like, the reason that you do that is because your citations aren't useful if people can't actually find them to verify what you're saying is true. That it grants credibility and therefore actual staying power to whatever it is that you're writing if people can look at your sources, can find them themselves, verify it themselves. They go, oh, I'm engaging with an honest person. And it's crazy to think that, like, you could, like, somebody can put a document out there that's actually basically impossible to find where anything is being referred to. It's just a giant document of shit that you've seen that you thought about while you were doing this video in no particular order, with no references to where that's being cited or anything like that. That chaos in and of itself becomes an obfuscation. It's just, it's, and I don't know, I have to believe, like, I personally do not believe that, like, that's just an oopsie that Blair never learned how to cite sources. I can't help but think, like, I would believe that with some people. I could imagine, like, a high school student thinking that citing a source by just linking up a random YouTube video that doesn't even tell you who made the YouTube video or the title of it, just putting the link there is like, oh, okay, well, I put it in there, so now people can find it. And they don't think about the fact that, like, you know what that link goes to, but other people won't. But I don't believe that in somebody who's made so many videos, who's probably had to engage with other people's videos. If you have ever done research of your own, if you've ever tried to do it and you've had difficulty pinning down a source, you know how important it is that people put a name and a location for citations, for just a basic usability front. Anyway, I just wanted to hammer on that a little bit. That just like how on a basic level, a list of unorganized sources is so useless. It's so meaningless. Oh yeah, people brought this up. 185D2D Derek says, this is really, really funny. I looked at her Twitter and her apology tweet is apparently a 100% match for ChatGPT. Hey everyone, we said that it sounded like it was written by AI, but that we had no way to prove it, and other people at the time claimed that they were very sure that it had been generated by AI. But it's interesting that there are checkers now that are able to basically actually use the algorithms to verify whether or not this was likely generated by ChatGPT. We said that. You can go watch my video about the Twitter apology she put out, and you can see where we said this really sounds like it was written by AI. This really sounds like it was a extremely like an extremely rushed and hyper-conservative response. My goodness. Yeah, listen, I don't believe that they can be 100%. As people are bringing up in chat that, like, ChatGPT detectors are not always reliable, that's true. They aren't. You can never know 100% if someone is using a bot or if they just happen to write like a bot. But I do think that it adds credibility to the claim when people are reading it and go, this doesn't sound naturally written. This sounds like a extremely weird, weirdly worded, intentionally vague statement that sounds like the type of thing that you get out of AI, and then you also put it into a checker, and the checker goes, yeah, based on our metrics that we have for AI-generated content, there's a pretty good chance this is generated by AI. I just think that's very interesting, and I do think it adds credence to the suspicion and undermines the credibility of her claims. That's all. Let's continue. Let's continue.
The Royal College of Surgeons in 1985, and a year later was
Oh wait, I really like this. I'm sorry to interrupt again, but whatever. Megaritz from my chat says, citing specific sources clearly is a matter of not only respecting the source, but also respecting the reader and the viewer. Exactly. You actually said it better than I did. Well done, chatter. You outdid me.
Awarded a Wellcome Trust Traveling Fellowship to study small intestine transplantation in Toronto, Canada.
Let me ask you real quick. Is she quoting a source right now? I mean, no, it's just stock footage, so clearly she wrote this part, right? No, she's just reading an article from the Telegraph.
He became a fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons in 1985 and a year later was awarded a Wellcome Trust Traveling Fellowship to study small intestine transplantation in Toronto, Canada. Dr. Wakefield returned to the UK in the late 1980s where he began to devote more time to research.
Oh no, there's more.
Joining the Royal Free Hospital in London, he worked on the liver transplant program and in 1996 began researching bowel disorders, autism, and the MMR vaccine.
The average person watching this is being led to believe Blair wrote the words she is saying here. This is called plagiarism. The audience has no way of knowing she's actually reading them the fucking newspaper. But the article she plagiarized is in the list of sources. So we already know what the excuse will be. It wasn't plagiarism, she was just quoting a source. Without telling you. I'm imagining an alternate universe where Philip and Newt's videos just had a little paste bin link at the bottom, which goes to all the stuff they stole. Like as if that would make it okay. This is just plagiarism, but with a shitty excuse in her back pocket to create plausible deniability. The intent behind
Yup, I agree.
this is pretty clear. iilluminaughtii videos are like 90% quotes by volume. The part where she plagiarizes the Telegraph is in a 5-minute sequence mostly consisting of quotes from other places.
More research groups with more sophisticated techniques failed to confirm Wakefield's findings. Wakefield was actually born into a family of doctors in 1957. His mother was... This data led us to postulate that there may be a role for me.
Okay, one of the things that I have to praise H-Bomber Guy so much for is the severity with which he catches every single mispronunciation from all of the people he's covering. He does this really harsh to James Somerton, and I will say, I fucking hate it when chat jumps on every single mispronunciation that I do. But I'm a fucking live streamer, okay? If I fuck up and say that I'm fucking incensured or that I'm I don't yeah, you call them mama-isms? Oh, come on. All of you would make as many mistakes as I make if you were a fucking live streamer, okay? If you had to sit in front of a camera all the time and try to pretense, then you guys would be fucking up all up and down the place, okay?
Measles infection and Crohn's disease, even if at present this role remains unclear. Medical Research Council, however, and included in a frantic rush.
Seriously, huge chunks of the video are just reading entire screen.
It's not that there's no excuse, by the way, for there to be a mispronunciation in a video essay. People miss things when they're editing through, but there are a lot of them, and it's also very funny when the video essay in question is so lazily produced that it's 90% plagiarized content, and you still can't get your pronunciation right. You can't even devote time to catching those. Akuji Malice says, oh my god, I finally caught a live Demon Mama. I've been binging your channel for a month now. Beast! That's amazing of you. Welcome and happy to have you. Thanks for being here. And thanks for watching my channel. It means the world to me. I put a lot of work into what I do. Yes, I did. Don't at me. We talked about it earlier in the stream. Very scary stuff.
Falls of text from the BBC, various papers, Slate, The Telegraph, and Brian Deere. Yeah, she actually quotes Brian Deere in this one. Wow! But this makes the videos boring. She's just reading pages of quotes at you. So to break up the screens of text and make it feel more original, sometimes she doesn't tell you she's reading someone else's words. She's doing plagiarism out of embarrassment to make the videos less boring. When I think a video is being lazy, I do a little test. I check what sources the video used, thankfully Blair provided a list, and I compare it with the sources you would get if you went to the Wikipedia page for the topic. All of the quotes in that 5-minute sequence I mentioned, including the Telegraph article she plagiarized, are just linked on Wakefield's Wikipedia page. Oh, I know how this video was researched. This is a really common trick with lazy creators. Go on Wikipedia and quote all of their sources, and then it looks like you did a bunch of research and work. And to make it even better, she pretends she had to look for this stuff.
Other studies have suggested there may be a link to Crohn's and measles, just not Wakefield. I was able to find a different study from the National Library of Medicine that's more recent.
I was able to find? I mean, I guess I'm glad you were. One of the lights went off, hold on a second. I'm not sure everyone is fully convinced that quoting a documentary for 30 minutes while pretending you're quoting someone else counts as plagiarism. I mean—
Oh yeah, some people are making jokes here about like other people who've done Wikipedia stuff, but okay. When a streamer live researches something on Wikipedia, there is a certain level, you could call that lazy in a certain way. I'm not gonna disagree with you completely, but it's at least honest. You're sitting there as the streamer goes, huh, I never thought about this. Let's go check Wikipedia. Then they open Wikipedia on their stream. You know you're reading Wikipedia and you're sitting there with them reading about it and talking about it. Like, this is literally another level. It's trying to pass off Wikipedia as original content creation. Yeah, like, and I'm not trying to say that there's not like, that you shouldn't go deeper than that. Obviously, I don't think Wikipedia alone can be your, like, be-all, end-all, especially on important political issues. And definitely, you should go a little deeper than that. But also, there's a totally different thing going on here than when a YouTuber goes, when you're watching a live streamer and they go, huh, I never heard of that. Let me check up on this real quick. And then you hear them do this. You hear them go, you know, hold on, chat. Oh. Oh yeah, hold on, look at this. Oh my God, look at this. And then they put up Wikipedia on the screen and you go through it and everybody starts arguing in the chat. You know?
It's a bit weird, but she cited it as a source, so technically it's fine. I see you, you little pedant. You think you're so fucking clever, don't you? But the fact she's trying to pass off other documentaries' work as her own is obvious when you realize if you didn't know the source material, you would have no idea she was doing this. To test this theory, I decided to watch a video of hers on a subject I knew next to nothing about, the Fire Festival, which I've really not looked into before.
It was no isolated island, but an underdeveloped lot just north of a sandals resort.
At first glance, the video is surprisingly well researched, with plenty of backstory and explanations.
According to Marianne Roll, a local that owns an Exuma Point restaurant, they had every living soul on the island of Exuma who could lift a towel working.
Lots of it is just quotes, of course. She's still just quoting people mostly, but the fact there's so many quotes makes it feel well-researched and credible.
One of these people was Keith Vanderland, a pilot in charge of flying Billy around the Bahamas. According to Keith, Billy's team really wanted to do
and, once or twice, Blair brings up one of the documentaries about the Fire Festival and mentions something that happens in them.
Later, in a documentary around the event, Billy himself claims that they had rented 250 houses.
She makes it very clear what her source for that section is. This all seems very above board. And at the end, Blair says those two documentaries were some of the sources she used for her video.
I used both the Hulu and Netflix documentaries as sources for this episode, as well as various articles.
I think it's fair to say an average person would think they were watching an original work with lots of research and sources, which tastefully brings up two documentaries when necessary. And that's what I thought too, and I thought that was fine. It was a pretty well put together video.
Have you watched this yet? Yes, I watched the full video, but I wanted to react to this section specifically as a part of the update to Illuminaughtii. Given that my entire coverage of the Illuminaughtii situation has been basically documenting disparate sources of claims against Illuminaughtii, and I wanted to bring this one up because I think this is particularly well structured and important to what we've been talking about with regard to Illuminaughtii and the way that she ran her channel. I think that it builds a further case against the character of Illuminaughtii that I think is important. So, yeah.
But then I watched Fire, the Netflix documentary about the Fire Festival.
And what I realized was that they had rented an area north of Sandals Resort.
It was no isolated island, but an underdeveloped lot just north of a Sandals resort.
And then effectively photoshopped out the bottom portion of the map to make it look like they were on a deserted island.
They were photoshopping out the rest of the island to make it appear as if Fire K was a deserted island dedicated to the event. According to Marianne Roll, a local that owns an Exuma Point restaurant, they had every living soul on the island of Exuma who could lift a towel working.
They had every living soul on the island of Exuma who could lift a towel working.
According to Keith, Billy's team really wanted to do tents, so what I did is I took
my wife and we tried to sleep in a tent for one night, and it was so terrible.
Her Fire Festival video is mostly her reading words from the Fire Festival documentary on Netflix, set to footage she got from the Fire Festival documentary on Netflix, with supplemental footage taken from the Fire Festival documentary that's on Hulu. But don't worry.
Damn, double track drifting. Double track drifting.
Her first source in her list is the Netflix documentary, so that makes it okay, right? And then further down in the list is the Hulu one. Although fucking hilariously, she doesn't link it on Hulu, she links it on 123films.cc, the
Okay, okay, listen. That's kind of a power move, okay? Listen, yar! I'm just gonna say, that's all I'm gonna... No, okay, listen.
piracy website she watched it on. Now this is journalism! Yeehaw!
Calvin claims he then went to the Bahamas for himself to see what was going on and discovered that the luxury festival tents were nothing more than leftover emergency relief tents from Hurricane Matthew.
Apparently this part is from Calvin Wells. No, it's from the same documentary she got everything else from.
One of the things that really struck out to me.
Oh God, that's so sneaky! What a sneaky tactic!
Was that they were erecting these dome tents that were pitched as luxury villas that I realized were leftover hurricane tents from Hurricane Matthew.
The footage playing while she is saying this is the same footage the documentary is showing as Calvin says it. She's just replaced the documentary's voiceover with herself quoting the documentary. It's ridiculous.
God damn it, that is so bad. That is so bad.
Documentaries you pirated for 30 minutes while pretending you're just quoting specific individuals is plagiarism. To give an example of how to do these quotes correctly, here's a New Republic article that quotes one of the things Blair did. As one caterer puts it in Netflix's Fire. It's clear and to the point. The article isn't trying to look like it found this quote. Blair could have said, in the Netflix documentary, this person says this, but she'd have to say that 50 fucking times, and it would make it obvious she's just remembering Netflix at you. So she deliberately obscures the actual source of her quotes. This is to convince a casual audience she found these herself by doing actual research and reading articles and interviews with these people, which she didn't. This is passing off the work that went into making the documentary.
H-Bomber guy really put his all into this, and it's fucking impressive. It's actually fucking impressive how much work went into verifying all of these, because this is not an easy process, by the way. Transcribing and cross-referencing an absolute metric fuckload of videos to try and verify where all these sources came from is an insane amount of work. And I have to say, I just wanted to take a moment to say I respect that amount of work so much. It's genuinely incredible.
As her own. When she brings up the other documentaries as if she's only just talking about them, this is a lie to make you think she hasn't been doing it the whole time.
According to Mark Weinstein, a festival consultant,
a metric shit ton, actually slightly more. And
didn't I just say a metric fuck ton? I'm sorry. I didn't even know that he was about to say that. I promise you. I wasn't forward remembering that he said that and trying to steal his words, but it does sound terrible for me right now. I'm trying to save face in real time.
An imperial shit ton of this video is just footage from the Netflix.
No, I would never say an imperial shit ton. I would never say that. Who says that? Only people who fucking come from metric using countries, I guess.
Documentary. Seriously, you can't even fucking take your own screenshot of these articles? What
yeah, Jesus Christ, you can't take your own screenshot of these articles? Jeez, dude.
Fuck, this isn't even plagiarism, this is genuinely just copyright infringement. Like, the copyright holder could get this video taken down easily, and maybe even take her to court for the ad revenue she got from their footage. You know YouTube's copyright system, where if you use 5 seconds of the wrong TV show, your video is demonetized? You're probably wondering why that didn't happen here. This is what the Content ID system actually exists to stop, after all. Well, this is why the video has all these ugly filters.
Nah, that's not what the Content ID system actually exists to stop. The Content ID system exists to be able to siphon off money from literally millions of YouTubers who accidentally play a piece of a song in their video, and then all of their money gets filtered away to a handful of like 5 things. They just claim Content ID is to stop this shit.
What Blair is doing is so obviously
not trying to correct H-Bomber guy, please don't kill me.
That YouTube would notice, so she had to put bisexual lighting over all the footage she got from the documentary. Whoever's making these videos is fully aware what they're doing is unacceptable and is purposefully working around the systems designed to stop them doing it. Blair doesn't just reuse other people's footage without credit though, the video has also been edited to hide the credit that was there. The Fire documentary itself used videos posted on Instagram and Twitter by people who attended the event, and guess what? It credits them.
Okay, true, I am being corrected by chat. Content ID was actually a CYA to prevent YouTube from being sued into oblivion. Yes, you're correct. I know, you're right. I was incorrect, and so was H-Bomber guy. The real reason is a giant fucking CYA, I know.
Their social media's in the corner. Blair's video steals this footage from the—
Oh, this is one of the dirtiest examples.
Documentary too. And
fucking filtering it out. Oh, that is so dirty. That is such a fucking dirty move.
And puts a filter over it, but also blurs out the social media. She uses a few clips from a Vice video as well, and the Vice logo gets blurred out so you can't tell where it's from. Since Blair's making a documentary out of other people's documentaries without permission for money, she's trying to hide the evidence of whose footage she's using so they don't notice and serve her a fucking cease and desist. Incidentally, when the Vice video uses footage from the documentary, it tells you, because this is how this shit is supposed to work. At one point she uses a clip of a news piece about the festival, which used footage from the documentary, and you'll notice they also—
Oh man, that's some next level plagiarism. Don't worry, I cited the documentary for 50% of the video, but for the other 50%, I cited an article which was citing the documentary.
correctly credit the footage too. Blair's sources are full of examples of how to credit the source. But if she'd done the same thing, the word Netflix would just be in the corner for 30 minutes. The video's opening features this fan art, depicting her bro-fisting with a person I believe she recently sent a cease and desist to. Put this on r/aged like milk. This piece of fan art is better attributed than the documentary she stole this video from. The 25 minutes of clips and quotes from Netflix don't get this treatment. She just says, oh, I used these documentaries as research at the end. And I guess she's not lying. She definitely did. I wish there was room in the video to show you just how much she quotes the documentary without telling you, while reusing greased up footage from it, but it's most of the video. There's just too much to show. I also wanted to go more into the ways making sloppy, poorly researched videos means the videos are full of obvious mistakes, but this video is looking kinda long, so I shouldn't. However,
by the way, the full runtime of this full video is 3 hours and 51 minutes. So, yeah.
Before I realized I shouldn't, I'd already made all of it. So, check out the new video on my hot new second channel. I have a second channel.
That video is also very good. It's the H Burger Guy video that just gives even more examples, which weren't as important to the overall message of this video. It's a good watch though. It's about another 30 minutes or so of extra content of him basically just detailing how many examples were lifted straight out of her supposed sources.
Channel now. It's not a live stream channel I hastily rebranded. Check it out if you want to see me complain about Blair getting the Stanford prison experiment wrong, and also Silent Hill lore. Why would you want to watch that? I don't know. This is a horrible pitch.
As a creator, my question is, why make 3 bad videos a week when you could make 1 half-decent video every 2 weeks? Or one—
See, that's what I'm saying. Why stream every day for 8 hours when I could, but they'd be shitty, boring streams, when I can do a stream once or twice a week and you guys will have a good ass time? Huh?
pretty good video every year. Videos like this aren't made for the reasons normal people make videos, like to inform or entertain or for the joy of making something. They're made for the purpose of putting out more content.
As you guys, as my lovely fans will know, we've talked about YouTube content mills a million times. You got, interestingly, the content mills that he's going to talk about are actually slightly different than the ones that we've talked about in the past. You guys, actually, a lot of you probably didn't see this because I wasn't able to put it up as a video segment because they actually copyright claimed the entire fucking video. But some of you will remember I did a reaction to those like 5-second crafts and a bunch of those channels that are just they're just shameless. There are a bunch of like mega channels that will basically, they will have like 5 channels, all of which have millions of subscribers. And what they will do is they'll have a production house that makes these just totally lazy videos. And it's interesting because what they'll do is they'll film a video and they'll post it on the main channel. Then they'll mildly re-edit it and change the thumbnail and title and post it on a second channel. And then mildly re-edit it and change the title and thumbnail and put it on a third channel. And they'll have 3 channels with the exact same content on it with different titles and thumbnails, all of them with millions of subscribers making them ad revenue. And it's the same shit. Sometimes, and if you've ever watched any channel like this, sometimes you'll sit there and you'll go, wait a minute, I feel like I've seen this before, and you'll check your YouTube history and it'll say, no, you haven't, but that's because you did watch that video before, but it had a different thumbnail and title and it was by one of their partnered channels. That's not the type of content mill that's talked about here. However, we've talked about that type of content mill and how fucked up and how bad it makes the platform, where it's just like, if you accidentally click a certain type of video, your recommendations will be filled with copy-pasted garbage from these mega networks that make garbage videos, sometimes just literal misinformation, sometimes like dangerous misinformation that they just copy paste into videos for their 18 other channels with almost no editing changes. They'll make like slight changes. They'll put a slightly different music track in the beginning. They'll move the order of when things happen. Garbage, a garbage factory. Oh, let me check that real quick. I'm sorry I missed your super chat. I'm really sorry if I missed one. Another bored person with the $5 says, the truth of this is that it's probably all a result of her time crunching her staff to churn out content, and then likely she'll blame them. She already has done that. She actually has blamed her staff on multiple occasions. If you watch through the previous chapters on this, before this plagiarism allegations got to the biggest level, we've actually seen her blame her writers and members of her staff. I mean, she was brutal. She blamed the entire collapsing of one of the channels that she was collaborating on everyone but her. She literally said, it's everyone's fault but me. I was the only one doing anything good. She's really bad about that. And yeah, her current videos are almost assuredly the product of extreme crunch and shortcut taking.
The phrase content mill refers to organizations.
Thank you very, very much for that $5 super chat. Deeply appreciate that. Also, while we're paused here, thank you all so much for watching. We have a whopping, beautiful 630 viewers. We have a lot more to talk about in this section, but I want to say thank you for being here. And if you're not subscribed to my channel, press subscribe down below and give me a like. Likes and subscribes are free. They mean the world to me. Make sure that I can keep doing cool stuff. And of course, also consider throwing some love over to H-Bomber Guy, who made what we're reacting to right now as a part of my broader DramaMama segment on the Illuminati situation. There's a lot more to this video we're not even gonna touch. We are only gonna be reacting to the segment about Illuminati because that's what we're focusing on. But this video by H-Bomber Guy is fantastic. Let's continue.
Which produce huge amounts of material very quickly, designed to get attention with no interest in quality. If you've ever—
Yes, come in. Come in. Hold on 1 second. One moment. guess it was Yoda. I think it was Yoda. I think Yoda wagged her tail against the door and bumped it. Okay, well, let's continue.
I've seen an article in a search with a compelling title but which says nothing for several hundred words and only tells you the thing you wanted at the end while showing you 7 million ads, you've had the content mill experience, my friend. Some of these are just a link to a video someone else made, but they got to show you ads.
There's a ton of channels out there whose objective is to make as much stuff as possible, as fast and as easily as possible. We just watched Cinemassacre become one of these, making easier, lower effort, worse videos, and for the ones that were supposed to be good, outsourcing the editing to a guy they underpaid so badly he later quit, and the writing to a guy who turned out to be stealing shit. The quality suffers, yeah.
Who is Yoda? Oh yeah, I forgot. I have a lot of new viewers. Yoda is my dog. Hold on, while we're watching this, I'll grab a picture so you guys can see my beautiful dog. I used to bring her on stream a lot more, but she doesn't like being picked up very much. So I don't bring her on stream very often. When we used to have a different house, my studio is located at the top of stairs, and she usually likes to hang out downstairs where everybody else is. She doesn't come up here very often, and it makes me a little sad because we don't get to show her off on stream, and she's really adorable. But I'll get a picture of her, don't worry.
But if you don't care about quality, you save yourself a lot of time and effort. The people who are in this for the money are engaged in a constant race to the bottom to find the easiest possible content to make and still get paid for it. If you're a nerd, and look at you, you've been recommended a YouTube short where a robot explains what happens in a comic.
The sad story of Rocket Raccoon, the drunk who knew Batman's identity.
Oh, this part's crazy. Let me just grab the Yoda picture real quick, okay? Here you go. Ready? Ready for the Yoda blast? There's Yoda. There's Yoda. Look at her. She's so cute. Look at her. Isn't she amazing? We love her so much. She has huge ears, which is why she's named Yoda. This was when we were hiking a mountain, and she was very happy. She loved going hiking with us. She's such a good dog. And yes, she's a beautiful singer. She loves to sing. If you even begin to sing around her, she'll start to sing with you. What breed is she? We don't know for sure, but we suspect that she is a Carolina dog, which is a very, very common dog. She was a rescue. Like, as in, she showed up emaciated on my partner's grandma's farm. And our grandma nursed her back to health, and then we adopted her when my partner's grandma passed away. So we love her so much, and she's amazing. Yeah, she's so good. She's so good. Anyway, I love my dog. Sometime I'll bring her on stream again. She just doesn't usually like to come up here anymore. Maybe once we are planning on moving in not the near future, but the fairly near future. And so hopefully when that happens, we'll make it so that maybe I'll have a little ramp that she can come up and appear on stream. That would be really cute. Oh, you got one of Yoda singing? Oh, you got it. The perfectly cut Yoda. Here we go. This is a bonus for everybody. Okay, ready?
Sing.
Oh my God, hold on. Wait, I can put this in the mobile. Wait, hold on. You can do this. And you can do like this, and then you can do video. Hold on. I think you can put it in as, right? Watch. There we go. Here we go. We can put it on full screen.
Oh my God. You want to sing? Sing. Come on. Sing.
Oh, wait, that one cuts right there where she goes, "Roar!" There's one of her actually fully singing. She, like, literally, she knows the word sing. She will sing if you ask her to sing. She's a great dog. If anybody has the other clip, just let me know. What a good dog. I love her so fucking much. Anyway, let's continue the video.
after Homelander lost his mind.
These float to the top because there's catchy names and there's hundreds of them, so they get recommended to everyone even though nobody likes them. My favorite insane content farm stuff is when an AI explains the plot of a movie to you, but the title is "A Woman Wakes Up Covered in Bees" or something.
Welcome back to Movie Recaps. Today I will show you a drama, fantasy film from 2018, titled Be With You. Spoilers ahead.
These are so perplexing, they wrap back around to being performance art. He has only 3 organs left, but the scientists turn him into a super soldier. It's RoboCop! An AI...
I forgot this was the example for RoboCop. I completely forgot this part.
Voice explains the plot of RoboCop to you. Incredible! But if something becomes successful, even if it's something this weird, people are going to try and do the same thing, especially if it's easy to crank out, like an AI recapping a film.
The opening scene features a guy who finds himself confined within a large cube. The opening sequence introduces a
A large cube. These AI voices are getting really weird. A large cube.
Log. After this, the chaos caused by the Egyptians is depicted.
Today, I'm going to explain a film based on the real-life story of the youngest warrior of World War II called Soldier Boy.
Today I'm going to explain the horror zombie film, titled Warm Bodies.
And walked over to the man. When the man saw it, he was still cursing at his wife.
The Dog King has gathered hundreds of stray dogs. He is leading his entire army to attack the city.
Hi, Jake Recaps here. Today I am going to explain a movie called Iilluminaughtii.
So you can see how content mill shit dovetails very nicely with ripping people off, if not outright plagiarism. And right in the middle of this ecosystem are reaction videos, where people just upload themselves reacting to other people's videos. The money almost makes itself! Reaction videos are a key piece of the iilluminaughtii puzzle here, because that was Blair's previous content mill. A few years back.
Oh, Chariot, that's horrifying. Chariot says, we are T-minus 4 years to AI explainer videos about American history and chattel slavery. Oh my God. It's gonna be a nightmare. I hope you all realize that we are currently tipping over into living in a Kojima game. Not even joking. No joke. We are straight up going to be living in Kojima world. So you better have a cool name picked out for yourself. I do. I'm Demon Mama. Everybody's good. That's a fucking Kojima ass name as fuck. You better have your Kojima names picked out because that's the world we're going into.
Reacting to Reddit posts was a popular format, and it was easy to make, so hacks jumped on it. She used to make videos reacting to popular Reddit posts, and she'd try to add to the jokes, and, you know, not manage it.
After all, if I can't trust the President of the United States, who can I trust? And that's, Tricky Dick. Very cool, man, though.
Oh, the pain!
The Watergate scandal man himself.
Extremely boringly reading out Reddit posts wasn't good content, but it was content. She saw moderate success doing this for a few years, briefly forming a communal channel where she and several friends reacted to Reddit posts together called Sad Milk, a channel which has since been completely obliterated, and she's currently sending cease and desists to the other members to stop them talking about why. So that's fun.
But this kind of explains a lot. In a way, Blair has always just been reading other people's stuff at you. She spent over half a decade trying to become a popular YouTuber by any means necessary. Before these, she used to do storytime videos back when they were really popular, which led to a notorious video where she talked about clogging a toilet by literally filling it with shit.
I didn't even see the hole, so I knew the poop wouldn't go.
When video essays started being a popular format, she pivoted again and started making what she makes now. None of this has ever been about actually making something she cares about. It's always been about making something popular. When these finally caused her to really take off as a creator, she basically immediately deleted all of her previous cringe attempts to cash in on other trends. Remember when nearly 1 million views disappearing from Philip's channel was a bit weird? Try 40 million. Sounds like those videos aged like milk. Sad milk, that is. The iilluminaughtii channel is a video essay content mill. She has a team of editors helping to put out videos every other day, and she doesn't need a writer. Wikipedia's got her covered. And if there happens to be a documentary on the topic, she can just quote that 40 fucking times. The video happens overnight because she didn't have to do any work. There's a part in the vaccines video where she talks about all the documentaries she's watched as part of her research process. And I don't think she realizes she's telling on herself here.
And I've got to tell you that I've seen a lot of documentaries doing research for these deep dives. The Netflix Betting on Zero for Herbalife, The Dark Side of Chocolate for Nestle, documentary series on the Hikikomori, and all the Goop episodes on Netflix, Blackfish for SeaWorld, there's a lot.
This is just a confession. Referencing the big documentaries on a topic you're covering is fine. Quoting them or using some footage from them makes a lot of sense, I think. But at a certain point, you're just repackaging other people's work and selling it off as your own. And speaking of selling, why would someone do this? Well, when I sat down to watch the Fire Festival video, I got served 2 advertisements before I could hit play, and then immediately got hit by a commercial for Blair's plushie.
Make sure to snag one before it's gone because these are not coming back once this runs out.
Then 11 minutes.
Yeah, we know that she makes crazy amount of money off these videos. And we also know, thanks to all of the other stuff that we've covered in the DramaMama series leading up to this, we also know that not only was she making a ton of money, but that she was very credibly, but allegedly, deeply exploiting her employees at this process. So she was not only, in the process, she was not only making a ton of money for herself generally, but she was also leading on the work of others and keeping them from being able to make good livings. We know now how little she was paying the other people on her team.
In, I got a message from today's sponsor, Mint Mobile, where I could get Squixteen Dingles off my Bext burger.
And we will begin to unravel what happened at the Fire Festival right after this ad break. Make sure you go to mintmobile.com/MLM. That's mintmobile.com/MLM.
And then within seconds of that sponsorship ending, I got a second sponsorship. She has 2 right next to each other. Go to blueland.com/iilluminaughtii.
Go to blueland.com/MLM. That's 15% off your first order of any products of Blueland orders at blueland.com/MLM.
Now, I don't want to speculate how much.
Aren't you happy that the DramaMama channel is viewer supported? You don't have to deal with annoying 2.5 minutes, no, almost 3 minutes of boringly read ads for random products you're never gonna buy. Isn't it great?
Money Blair made from this sloppy shit that was made in about a day. But I do know how much a video with that many views.
I'm not hitting the ad button. There's no reason to hit the ad button because I know that this video is getting demonetized because of that clip that people sent me to react to earlier.
Makes in ad revenue, and I know what the overhead is on those plushies, and I've been offered similar sponsorships, so I'm pretty comfortable in saying she made a fuck ton of money from stealing someone else's documentary. It turns out it's the same twist it always is. Why did this stupid shit happen? Oh, it's money! This is a really good racket. I'm almost jealous. With a small team of editors, you could knock one of these out every few days. And she does. I mean, she doesn't need a writer. Now, maybe this technically isn't plagiarism. Maybe you give them a pass because having a link somewhere in a description makes it okay to have done this. But I think we can all agree that even if it isn't plagiarism, it is, at the very least, shit. When we're talking about creative works, questions like this aren't really about rigid definitions. It's about whether or not something passes the vibe check, as adults pretending to be children might say. A lot of this is about how something feels. Case in point, when Blair accused someone else of stealing from her. Plot twist!
Not the first time, interestingly. Double plot twist. Because this is not simply a reaction to H-Bomber Guy, we are going to be watching another such allegation immediately after we watch this. It appears that this is not the first time that she has tried to get ahead of her own plagiarism by accusing someone else of it. Manic Jack Attack with the tier 2 sub, thank you so very much. Hey imps, new and old, 'tis the season of Infamous indeed, which means quirkily, queerly queering and rating with love. Enjoy the tithe, Lord DramaMama. Thank you so much. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you so very much. Manic Jack Attack for the tier 2 sub.
Twist, baby!
Party time. The Legal Eagle debacle. This is Devin Stone, law YouTuber and actual lawyer whose channel name is Legal Eagle. He's pictured here interviewing me in my pajamas in the final year I had hair. I used this clip so I could savor it for a second. On April 20th of this year, Blair accused one of Devin's editors of taking her video's style. They were trying to replicate her videos. Her evidence? One of his editors emailed asking how her editors achieved a specific effect in an old video, and then later asked on Discord if he could ask them there. I know, right? And if that's not enough, she posted some comparison shots showing they both have used torn paper effects when showing quotes, and they both highlight text when they show documents.
Legal Eagle is no longer the—
Wait, did I miss a dono message? I'm so sorry if I missed a dono message. Always, if I ever miss a dono message, please poke me. I try I try very hard to not miss any donos, but it is true that sometimes while I'm watching, the dono will fly by and I won't see it. And it's totally fine. You have my permission to poke me and ask me to do it. Exolar with the $5. Thank you so very much, Exolar. I was doing a little cleaning while listening to the stream. Here's some money. Thank you for being both entertaining and based. Much love as well. Thank you so very much for supporting the show. Sorry that I missed that, genuinely. Yeah.
one good lip.
It's cut and dry.
We talked about it. We talked about the serfs. And look, again, I get along really well with Lance as a person. I've met Lance in person and it's always been really nice. I think that Lance was incorrect in the way that he handled the the way that he handled the whole Illuminati situation. However, he seems to have been willing to admit that he was wrong and move on from there. So, you know.
Dry, really. There's just one small question left, and that is, what the hell are you talking about? This is one of the most common things you see in all videos. No one owns the
Lance reacted to this video and owned it during the video. That's very good. I knew he would. Lance is, in my experience with Lance is always capable of owning up when he is wrong when he is wrong. So, again, I don't think poorly of Lance. I think he made the wrong decision, but sometimes people make wrong decisions, and what matters is how you move forward from there, you know?
Concept of highlighting text. Tons of people use torn paper in their visuals when they're quoting books or newspapers. It's basic skeuomorphism, when the thing looks like the thing that it is. I do the same thing when I'm trying to look professional. Legal Eagle has used these visuals for years, before iilluminaughtii has used them even. Who's ripping off who again? But in any case, it's normal for editors to ask each other.
Torpid Entree with the $5 super chat, the first super chat that Torpid Entree has ever given. Thank you so much. That is like, it's such an honor, seriously. Torpid says, the first time I've ever watched you live. I love your style of reaction and commentary. It's very earnest. I hope you have a good Impmas. Thank you so much, and you as well. Thank you. That's really kind of you. I do my best to react in ways that are honest and productive and good. And also, I have a lot of experience doing it. So thank you so much.
How they do things. That's how information spreads. You know those transitions that I do occasionally and Philip did literally all the time? I found out how to do those by asking another YouTuber named BobVids how he made his transitions so smooth in his videos in like 2016, and he told me what plugin he used. Almost everyone finds out about it by asking someone else whose videos they like how they did that thing. This is a communal craft where people learn and share things. That's why there's 12 million tutorials for how to do a chromatic aberration effect without having to pay for one of the professional ones. Editing is for the people. More like comradic aberration. Nah. The accusation wasn't just false, it illuminates, haha, how Blair sees the world. She doesn't really understand the concept of sharing amongst creatives.
I really love this point from H-Bomber Guy, and I think that it makes his video so much stronger that he includes this particular point. The fact that, like, sharing ideas is a real and extremely important thing, and that you damage the ability for that to happen healthily by fucking stealing outright. Like, being able to share and communicate freely makes a better creative space for everyone. It makes it better for the creators. It makes it better for the viewers. It's just better generally. But if people can't trust each other, if people can't trust that they're going to get attribution and whatever, then it makes people secretive and protective and stingy, and they're not wrong for being that way.
Because she's never actually created anything. Ripping people off is
That's fucking awesome, Danny. That's fucking awesome. Patricia Mercer saying, Demon Mama demonstrating actually based reaction content. I'm gonna talk about this a little more. I don't want to get super distracted. You know what? I'll talk about it here. I was gonna say I was gonna talk about it later. But first of all, thank you. And secondly, I have always, from the beginning of my channel, made it a policy that anytime I react to anything, I want to be transformative in the way that I react. I want to add a lot of my personal flair. I want to add a lot of my thoughts. I want to add community interaction. I want it to be a completely different experience than watching the thing by yourself. I am very bothered. And maybe this is an internal problem. Maybe it's an ego thing. I don't really know where it comes from. But I am constantly bothered by the idea that what I create is not good enough, or creative enough, or original enough. I am like not really interested in, like, I guess to me, some of the stuff that like James Somerton did doesn't make any sense to me, because I don't want to be remembered like just for like being like for reaching a level of fame or whatever. I want people to remember the things that I created, things that were mine, that will carry on into the world. And it's something that like, I guess I feel a lot of self-consciousness about being a streamer sometimes, because I do feel like as a part of being a streamer, something that is necessitated by the business of it, you do spend time reacting to a lot of things. You do spend time building off of other people's work, even if you're somebody who's really original. And I really do try to add a ton to the stuff that I react to. But I guess maybe that just, I don't know exactly what I was trying to say. I guess I'm just trying to say that, like, I always feel the need to push to the next level. And when I'm reacting to something, when I'm building off of somebody else's stuff, I really, really, really want, personally, it's a mark of personal pride that I'm able to build off of it, actually build off of it, to transform it, to make it a unique experience. And I do feel that, like, I generally get feedback that that's the case, that people have watched the original piece and then also watched it again with me and have felt like they've had a different experience with it, or that they saw that I caught things or tipped them off to something they didn't catch the first time. And that's what I always want that to be the case if I'm reacting to stuff. I don't try to take myself too seriously. You know, I don't want to be arrogant or whatever. Not that I have, definitely I'm never arrogant. Demon Mama, never arrogant. But I do try to take my work seriously. I really do. And there are a lot of times where I find myself feeling bad that I don't do enough original stuff. And that's why I want to keep doing more. I mean, you guys will notice that, like, a lot of the stuff I've been doing lately has been just my own personal rants and takes on things that don't really necessarily bounce off of anybody else's stuff. Like, even things like the VGA, where I'm like, hey, here's an event that happened. I want to talk about it and give my opinion on it. Here's a game that I played. I want to talk about how I felt about that thing and why I liked it or why I didn't like it, and build off that thing. And of course, there's the segments where I just talk about topics that are important to me. So anyway, that was a bit of a ramble, but I hope it made sense. Let's continue.
Her entire business model, so she assumes that's how the rest of the industry works. Just people competing to
Danny Fallen says, if we end up getting the rights to Holy Mack, we will transition directly into parody Catholic sketch comedy, right? Unironically, if we are able to get the rights to Holy Mack, there will be a change in some ways to the way we do things, because I will absolutely be devoting time to writing a storyline and producing Holy Mack episodes. Yeah, so I'm not going to say we're going to pivot completely, but I'm definitely going to be spending time on that for sure. Anyway, let's continue.
Exploit each other's ideas. To this sort of person, the fundamental act of asking questions and talking shop become devious tricks to get you to give away your precious secrets about how you highlight text. Basically, this is a completely ridiculous accusation. This particular thing really annoyed me, not just as a video editor, but because I had a personal history with her videos. Here was someone whose career is built on remaking other people's hard work 3 times a week, getting extremely aggressive that someone asked someone else how they did something. I'd found the Brian Deere stuff years ago and kept it to myself because I know this might be hard to believe, I don't like randomly starting fights with strangers, but since Blair seems okay with doing that, and it was on my mind anyway since I was already working on this video, I posted a video with some examples of her ripping off Deer in a quote tweet. A lot of the reactions to my tweets seem to show that this made people rethink how they felt about—
Windleby says, wait, hold up. The rights to holy mackerel are up for grabs? I missed a lot. Oh, you missed a lot. Now, we don't know for sure if the rights are up to grabs, but my goal, or up for grabs, but Church Militant is likely going to die. I do not believe that they are going to be able to continue their work. They have completely collapsed. And if that's the case, Holy Mackerel might also be dead, which is why I am going to reach out to the creator of Holy Mac and ask to purchase the rights to Holy Mac so that we can A, maintain an archive of Holy Mac for people to enjoy, and B, make our own episodes of Holy Mac to carry it on into the future. So, yeah.
About the work of someone they previously respected. And this, for me, confirms my hypothesis that whatever you call this—
By the way, if you don't know what we're talking about, I have a video for you, okay? I don't mean to just plug another Demon Mama video. However, if you don't know what I'm talking about right now, it was one of the most incredible episodes I have ever recorded in the history of my channel. And that is a video, which I'm going to tell you the title of. The title is, We Watched an Anti-Gay Cult Explode in Real Time. I'm also going to link it in chat right now so that you all can go put it on your watch later if you haven't seen it. Bam, 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 okay? Go check it out. Boom, 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 okay? If you haven't seen it, oops. If you haven't seen it, go do it. Put it on your watch later because I'm telling you it's one of the best episodes of my show I've ever recorded. Absolutely deranged. Anyway, let's continue.
Something wrong about it. Realizing how heavily regurgitated someone's work is changes how it feels to watch. Even if you like something about it, now in the back of your mind you're wondering if it's them you like and not the person they got it from. Plagiarism stains a person's work and makes it tough to appreciate even the original parts, because you'll never really know for sure again if they're original. And being the one getting ripped off feels pretty bad too, which I'm sure Blair—
That's awesome! That's awesome, Siriatopora!
understands. That's why she posted all of these tweets. Now imagine how those journalists and documentarians might feel.
Imagine spending your life doing painstaking research, actual investigation, going out there and interviewing people and physically finding things, not just Googling it and copying what's already there. And then imagine someone reading your words out loud in between sponsorships for dish soap, getting half of the words wrong, and not even making it clear how heavily she's relying on you to make her video. Brian Deere has had a lot of trouble with plagiarism. During the scare, Deere got sued and went to court to defend his findings. He could have lost his home in the fight to get the truth heard. So when people steal his work without crediting him properly, it's messed up. Some entire documentaries have come out which don't credit him. Channel 4 did another documentary about Wakefield recently, and they don't acknowledge that it was his work they were using. They pretend Channel 4 itself made those discoveries. They try really hard to cut—
So dirty. So dirty.
Deere out of the story, and it doesn't even work. Articles he wrote and his book keep popping up in the background. Deere has been battling to have his work properly recognized for years, while other people pretend they discovered it.
Oh, Sweet says, what's that Way of the Mackerel song from earlier? Oh! Here you go. Here you go. Be enlightened. Be enlightened. This is what you have just asked is a question that will open you into a world of magical madness that you can't even imagine, okay? We have a whole playlist, all right? In short, I discovered a very, very, very niche, as in, I believe, to my knowledge, I am the literal only creator in the entire world who has ever reacted to this thing. It is a extremely funny, extremely charming Christian sketch comedy show. and that includes a character called Holy Mack. And let's just say it's become a whole saga, okay? You will not regret doing a deep dive on it. Add that playlist, watch those videos. You are in for a treat, okay? You're in for a treat. Just a little fish in a great big ocean way of the mackerel.
Dia actually put it best himself when he saw my tweet and replied to it. Sorry.
Oh, and if you want the link to the, if you want the link specifically to the song, hold on, I can get that for you too. Hold on, I can get the link to that for you real quick as well. If you want to be able to listen to the actual song again, give me just a second here. Here it is. Way of the Mackerel Karaoke. Here you go. Here's the link for you. That's also got all of the episodes of Holy Mack archived on the Internet Archive. All right, let's continue. We have to get back to the real video. Let's do it.
Drag you into this, Brian. While copying and pasting text from other people's stuff is a kind of plagiarism, it's not the only kind, and focusing on that as the only way would be a mistake that falls short of understanding the problem. Even when Blair isn't just reading other people's words, she's still gutting other people's work and selling it, and I hope I've explored that properly.
I wish the story ended there so we could move on already. I had other examples I wanted to get to, I swear. But on the 28th of April, Blair released a video entitled Illuminaughtii Exposed, which contains an apology to Legal Eagle, a response to Post-Hbomb guy's plagiarism claims, and I guess a response to the 5 other things she's currently being accused of.
You're welcome, H-Bomber guy. Thank you for delivering the final blow to Illuminaughtii. The rest of us foot soldiers, such as myself, have been doing our best to document all of the other nonsense. We appreciate your support. Basically, H-Bomber guy, you have been the artillery to our infantry. We deeply appreciate it.
She seems great, and in the section intended for me, she responded to my tweet. So in the interest of fairness, let's see what she has to say.
Before I get into the accusation itself, I want to address the topic of plagiarism. And that word has been tossed around a ton, and it's not something to be taken lightly. And I just want to take a minute to define this word.
85D2D Derek with the $5 says, the Church Militant Arc is one of the most legendary bits of transformative reaction in streaming history. It is a George R.R. Martin-esque bit of story writing playing out IRL over years on DramaMama stream. Oh! Oh, that praise! My goodness! Oh, my heart, it swells! And I don't disagree with you. It has been, not only have we built our own theories, not only have we potentially even been involved in an asynchronous dialogue with the creators of this strange thing, not only have we crossed into the realms of fiction and reality by tracking the cult and its random small projects, it's been a whole thing. That was so flattering. Thank you so much.
She begins by citing the many dictionary definitions of plagiarism, which is very funny.
On screen are definitions for the word plagiarism as defined by Merriam-Webster, Dictionary.com, and the University of Oxford.
But then, she disregards all of them anyway and invents her own special definition with a loophole.
No, I thank you so much. No, that is so kind. You have no idea. Being that type of being seen makes me feel so good. Thank you so much. I'm serious. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. That was like the nicest thing that I've ever, that makes me feel so fucking good about what I do.
I'm showing multiple sources defining plagiarism, but the overall definition is going to boil down to this. Plagiarism is to take someone else's idea as their own or to not credit the source.
The actual definition, you know, the thing that is wrong, passing off other people's work or ideas as your own.
You don't even have to worry about donating Ivory Inferno, but I appreciate I appreciate the thought. Seriously. Thank you for being here and thank you for watching. I'm happy to be able to provide.
Has had this new thing grafted onto it to do with crediting of sources. The other definitions do bring up not crediting people as part of it, but Blair has made it central to her definition. Remember what I said about plausible deniability? This is Blair trying to cash that in. She objectively has passed off the work of Brian Deere, the Fyre Festival documentarians, and countless others as her own, up to and including reading out entire paragraphs from articles without even telling you she was quoting anything. But in this new definition, as long as you hide a link in a document no one will read or mention once you used it as a source, it magically becomes not plagiarism anymore. She then—
What a dirty trick. What a dirty trick.
Gives the defense that she did cite Deere in that paste bin of hers. But her video demonstrating this actually shows why this is a cheap trick.
When you go to my sourcing page for this particular episode, you can also see that the documentary is listed as a source.
iilluminaughtii's paste bin full of disorganized links is embarrassing to watch her scroll through. I assume she was trying to show how easy it is to find the documentary in her list, but then she couldn't find it. She cited it as a contextless YouTube link, so she has to have text appear on the screen saying which of these sources was the documentary.
What really surprises me about—
Oof! Wait, do I not have the wait, I feel like I have the Roblox oof. Do I still have the oof?
Oh my god!
No, I don't think I have the oof anymore. I think I got rid of the oof. I thought I had it on there, but I don't think I do. Hold on, let me double check. Oh, what the? Oh, is the soundboard fucked up? Oh, god damn it. Forget it.
About the response.
I'll do it. Oof!
Is how deliberately manipulative it is. She makes a big show of how thorough she's being in her response.
With that definition being clearly identified, let's go ahead and take a look at what Harris brought to the Twitter table.
She shows my tweets about the situation, obviously, and she reads them all out, which makes sense. She's used to reading people's words for a long time, but she doesn't show the video she's actually responding to.
Harris posted this video saying, and I quote, "Personally, at iilluminaughtii, I would define plagiarism as something a bit more specific. For example, copying someone else's documentary directly into your script." End quote.
After slowly and painfully reading out the entire surrounding context, why doesn't she show any of the video? Well, because it would make her look really fucking bad. If she showed the video directly comparing her with Deere, she wouldn't be able to defend herself at all. It's obvious what she did was wrong. Instead, she shows this one screenshot, which just happens to be the part where she's technically quoting something on the screen. And then she gives the defense that—
You can tell that DramaMama is an experienced oofer with the way that she hit that first try cold start. Listen, the Roblox oof is a sound that we all, like, in our house, we do the Roblox oof just like IRL constantly. We'll hear something, we'll be watching a stream in the background and we'll hear somebody say something and like 3 of us in our house will just be like, oof. Like,
look, you can see I was quoting it.
However, in his own video, he shows where I'm audibly quoting a direct line from the documentary, and even visually you can see it on the screen with the quotation marks.
A direct line from the documentary? The video says it's from a lawsuit with the FDA.
I have to admit, this is some pretty clever sleight of hand. She's showing specifically the one section where she technically is quoting something.
At the time of recording, it was really obvious to me that it was a citation of the documentary.
You know she's pretending to quote a lawsuit while actually reading someone else's words, but the audience watching doesn't. Her official response on YouTube has way more views than the Twitter video she's responding to here. More people have seen a manipulatively framed single image from the video than the video itself. I got some replies from people who had clearly just seen her video and not seen mine, trying to defend her on the basis that she did put it in quotes, she just didn't cite the source correctly, and you can find it in the description. Some poor iilluminaughtii fans out there think I'm mad at her for quoting some words slightly wrong, because they assume, in good faith, that the YouTuber they like wouldn't tell them an obvious lie. Sadly,
that right there, what he just said, is something we have revisited over and over and over again in this Illuminaughtii saga. The fact that her videos, like her response, takes advantage of her viewers who like basically are engaging in like some level of good faith and saying, oh, well, I trust this person I've been watching. I've seen them talk about serious issues and they seem to speak the truth. And then she goes and makes a video and they take her word at that, even though it's a blatant lie and it does damage. And then on the long run, once it's revealed to those people that that she was lying to them in such a critical moment, it undermines, like I said earlier, it undermines all of her other claims. It's so bad. God, it's such a terrible situation.
iilluminaughtii isn't a unique story. She's just the most prominent tip of the iceberg of content mill video essay garbage. If you want to see these extremely poor practices in action, you need only watch the videos about iilluminaughtii. You know, drama YouTube. The worst part of YouTube.
Koba says point of view, showing a picture of a man with a hatchet, who I assume is H-Bomber guy, but I'm not too sure, to be honest.
Drama YouTube is its own sub-ecosystem of content mills, grinding out infinite buckets of slop about whatever—
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I'll be completely real with you all. When I first watched this segment, I was mildly scared that I was gonna get put in here, even though I am not even close to a drama YouTuber. I have one series that I do about drama, and otherwise don't fucking talk about drama. I do DramaMama, and it's very, very focused, and I was a little scared. And then I remembered that my DramaMama series is actually good. Oh! Oh! Oh!
in that moment.
So I'm not gonna milk this anymore after this video, okay?
These people are so busy making the videos, they don't even have time to find out what Blair did. They're finding the most popular tweets on the topic and hitting the record button.
Not enough that they steal ideas. They have to go out of their way to slander others' work for having the most banal similarities.
Yeah, that's right. Wait, banal? And in their most evolved form, they're not even doing that. They're watching other drama videos and making their own version. I've seen the compilation I made of Blair copying Dia in like 40 different places at this point, but what's really amazing about it is that it's now crossed the drama mill event horizon. So instead of being credited to me, it's credited to the other drama YouTubers the current drama YouTuber got it from. In this instance, the previous drama YouTuber's name isn't even spelled right. That's—
Oh, that is so bad.
the level of research we're dealing with here. I don't really care about getting credit for a video I made in 5 seconds. The point I was trying to make was that Dia is the guy who deserves the credit, but there's still an irony to it. I was trying to make a point about the importance of crediting people correctly, and now my Twitter video has
classic Bolax
human centipeded its way out of the anals of drama YouTubers into the mouths of second-order drama YouTubers who don't even know where it's from, but are ready to reheat and serve it.
This is the lowest effort shit you can imagine. They can't even spell plagiarist right.
Information itself deteriorates in the process of producing industrial quantities
plagiarism
of content. The mask has fallen and the gears of the mill spin naked before us as they wheel and crunch, all meaning to dust and Raid Shadow Legends sponsorships. Go to audible.com/repent Harlequin to enter a coma and escape this madness. Anyway, thank you for taking the time to reply, Blair. I disagree. I don't think your new special definition of plagiarism with a loophole in it is plagiarism. I think plagiarism is plagiarism and you are a plagiarist. But thank you for taking the time to respond. And good luck with all that other stuff. We should probably move on.
Speaking of which, thank you to H-Bomber Guy for disassembling the plagiarism portion of the Illuminaughtii extended universe saga, okay? We are going to move on to all that other stuff. As you know, all that other stuff has been the bulk of what we as a channel have focused on. My DramaMama series on Illuminaughtii has focused almost entirely on boosting, giving air to, and analyzing the claims of people that she has worked with who claim that she has mistreated them, and I believe they have done so credibly, and other creators that she has mistreated or claim who she has allegedly mistreated, I should say. And of course, we actually have more to talk about because this wouldn't be a DramaMama if we just watched one thing and then moved on from there. No, 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 no. We actually have much more. But before we move on to those other things, I just want to give my read of this, which is, of course, that H-Bomber Guy has Illuminati dead to rights. Even if these were the only 2 examples of her plagiarizing, the extent to which she plagiarized and the tactics that she used to bury the plagiarism, to hide it as if it wasn't being stolen, demonstrates that she is a practiced plagiarist, that you cannot trust that her words are her own. Even if it was only these 2 videos that she ever plagiarized in this way, it undermines her credibility. And it means that you have to be suspicious of every other thing that she says, because you know that she was willing to go so far to basically create a lazy video that she was willing to deliberately not just tamper with the footage to hide that she was using it and hide the source of it, but to mix multi-track drifting styles of plagiarism to hide that all of it was basically from 1 or 2 sources. I think that H-Bomber Guy did a phenomenal job of exposing and explaining exactly what went wrong here. And I'm actually very happy that it was H-Bomber Guy who tackled this particular issue, because in truth, most people don't have the energy, the time, or the presentation ability to articulate plagiarism claims. I already mentioned this slightly earlier, but I'm going to say it again. Proving plagiarism is a very difficult process. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of being willing to just sit down and transcribe something that is said and then search for it and cross-reference it for a really long time. And H-Bomber Guy really went there. So again, massive shout out. If you haven't seen the full video, Plagiarism and YouTube by H-Bomber Guy, go watch it, because I assure you, Illuminaughtii is but a section, like maybe a 20, no, not even 20, maybe 15% of the whole video is devoted to Illuminaughtii, and the rest is taking down an even worse plagiarist by the name of James Somerton. You should go check that out. However, we have another thing to move on to. What we are going to move on to is a video that dropped last month, not quite a month ago, it was a couple of weeks ago. We are going to be watching a video by VangelinaSkov. VangelinaSkov is the name of the channel. And this is a video that multiple people have sent to me and asked me to interview. It is a, or have asked me to review, sorry. It is an interview of a former employee of Illuminaughtii. And unlike the previous examples that we've seen, where Wonderstruck, One Topic, The Click, and Oz Media were collaborators who also sometimes were in the position of employee, this appears to be someone who was never a collaborator, as at least as far as I know, and was instead just a formal employee, being paid, simply being paid directly to do something for Illuminaughtii. And I've been told that I need to watch this and listen to this and hear this. And I wanted to do so with our usual critical eye for evidence that we bring to the table here on DramaMama. Yeah, so I've never seen VangelinaSkov. I'm not super familiar with her content. However, like I said, a ton of my viewers have asked me to look into this, and I haven't had a chance to do so. So this video is from November 16th, and we are going to watch this together. Again, the channel that we are watching is VangelinaSkov. I'm going to update the text real quick. Illuminaughtii employee speaks out by VangelinaSkov. That's the video we're going to be watching, and without any further ado, oh my goodness, what perfect timing. Gayfesh, thank you so very much. Thank you so very much for the raid. Welcome, come in, get comfortable, and get comfy. I already said that. I'm stumbling over my words. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the raid. and very happy to have you and all of the School of Fish over here with us. We are about to get into it. We're about to get into it. Delance says, will you do Cruel World Happy Minds video and Oz's update? We are indeed going to watch the Cruel World Happy Mind video after this. That is what is on the docket next, but we better move forward because it's getting late. So let's get into it.
One of iilluminaughtii's employees has spoken out about her, and they have given us some big insights into how she was behaving behind the scenes, as well as some insights into how she runs the Illuminaughtii channel, and a lot of other things that some of which I personally found really shocking. Previously, we've heard from other people in the social media space about Illuminaughtii. We briefly heard from Legal Eagle, another YouTuber who spoke out when Blair falsely accused him of stealing her editing style. We also heard from former members of Sad Milk, people like Wonderstruck, The Click, Oz Media, and One Topic at a Time. These are all creators in the YouTube space who have opened up about their negative experiences with Blair. And we even got a video from Cruel World Happy Mind who talked about the terrible experience.
This is the video we're going to be reacting to afterwards. This video I have been recommended more than almost anything else, and I have been hesitating. I was hesitating to react. Well, okay, I should say I was recommended a series of old videos about Cruel World Happy Mind, which seemed like a rabbit hole in and of itself. People have told me to go look into that over and over and over and over again. And I kept saying it's very complicated and it's a separate incident than what we're talking about now. So I don't want to, I would need to devote to it. Now, since those recommendations have come in, Cruel World Happy Mind released her own entire summary video, which is what we will be reacting to. Yeah. So anyway, let's continue.
That she had with Illuminaughtii, as well as hearing to a smaller degree from different creators as well. I have covered every single one of these things. There's a playlist linked in the description for you if you need to catch up or if you need a reminder, check that out. This, however, is the first time that an employee of the Illuminaughtii channel who is not Wonderstruck or Oz Media or somebody involved in Sad Milk has spoken out about her. And I am here today to provide you with an exclusive interview with this employee. Now, for very obvious reasons, this employee has requested to remain anonymous. So for the purposes of this video, we are going to be referring to them as Sam throughout. Now, Sam had quite a bit to say about
Okay, so obviously anonymity is understandable, but there is a small issue with anonymity. And that is that when you have an anonymous source, what matters with an anonymous source is the credibility of the organization that is reporting it. So for example, when the New York Times cites an anonymous source, the reason why you can trust that they're probably being truthful is because they are staking their reputation on that fact. When you know, CNN or whatever has an anonymous source that they're citing, they are saying we want to protect our source, so our credibility is on the line. But that doesn't work as well when we are talking about YouTubers. I'm not saying that it completely doesn't work. It just means that you have to take that with a certain level of reservation, because at the end of the day, a YouTuber could lie about an anonymous source and get away with it in a way that a group like a literally legally bound group like the New York Times. Like if the New York Times lied about an anonymous source, not only could their reputation be permanently damaged with their viewers, but also they could be in breach of laws in a way that YouTubers simply are not, because YouTubers aren't bound by the same rules of journalistic integrity that a massive journalistic institution is. The only reason I'm bringing this up right now is because that's what we do on DramaMama. No matter how much we feel a certain way about the topic at hand, we do our best to stick to the receipts and to stick to the truth, which means it is important in this particular instance that I remind you all that we only have the credibility of this channel, which admittedly is a large channel and verified by YouTube, but that VangelinaSkov does not have the same level of credibility that a journalistic institution does. So we're going to have to see, just what I'm saying is keep that in mind as we're watching this video. And I am going to make sure that it stays in your mind as we're watching this video, because I think that it's important to take these sorts of claims in stride for what they are. It is possible that this might not be the most credible case. We should keep that in mind. Anyway, I have not seen this interview, by the way. I have been recommended it by many people, which is why I wanted to watch it, analyze it, and react to it for our DramaMama segment. Let's continue.
What it's like working for iilluminaughtii, as well as the way that she reacted to things while all of the controversy was going on. But let's start and get the good things out of the way first. Because of course I had to ask them what it was actually like working for iilluminaughtii. Was she an okay boss? Were payments okay and on time and everything like that? Now I did assume that at a minimum this was going to be the
I tried to turn, oh, there goes the subtitles. They weren't working before, but there we go.
one thing that was okay. But you know, you gotta do your due diligence and ask. But thankfully, I was right. For sure, there wasn't anything abnormal about payment timing for me. It was all pretty standard. Unfortunately though, that seems to be where the positives end. Working for her seemed relatively normal for a while, though this would
why would you, oh, the chromatic aberration on here, oof.
Change over time. She didn't have a lot of communication with much of the team, from the weekly meetings we attended that she wasn't involved in, to the discussions about each video that she very rarely, if ever, posted in. I've talked with her for not much longer than I've talked with you already, which, to be clear, at this stage, we had barely talked at all at this point. So this kind of positions her as a very distant boss who was just sort of head of a company rather than the content creator, which a lot of people assumed to a degree was what was happening with iilluminaughtie's channel, but I just personally find it kind of strange because I think YouTube is a space where you're not just getting entertainment. It's not just like watching a TV show, because part of what you're signing up for is the creator. In most cases, at least in the entertainment genre of YouTube, you don't subscribe to somebody unless you like them. You like their personality, you like the way that they convey things, or at least at the very minimum you don't dislike them. There's a bit of a stronger connection there than with traditional media, but this seems to be a case where the connection just isn't there, or it's just faked. And we're going to come back to that because we do get more information later on about how involved she actually is in the process. But during this conversation where Sam is talking about their experience with working for iilluminaughtii, they said something that I was really perplexed by. One memory that stuck out to me was a terrible comment made by a team member during a call that did include Blair. Blair didn't make this comment, but months later when she made the iilluminaughtii exposed video, I found it hypocritical for her to claim comments Wonderstruck made were grounds for termination, yet let this comment slide. Before I move on with the rest of it though, I want to tell you about the sponsor of today's video, Fume. Going cold turkey might sound great in theory, but there is a better way to stop your bad habits. And no, I am not about to try and get you on some...
I'm not going to play somebody else's ad. However, I will say that this video that we are reacting to right now is iilluminaughtii Employee Speaks Out by VangelinaSkov. So instead of listening to this ad or playing this ad, I will instead just let you know who we are reacting to and why. I've been recommended this a lot. But I will be completely honest. Like I said, when I first heard about this, I heard that it was an anonymous employee. And regardless, I think it's valuable for us to react to it, and perhaps for us to be able to engage with a source in this particular case, which is not as reliable as the ones we've seen before. All of the other examples that we've watched, One Topic, and The Click, and Wonderstruck, and Oz, they've all been able to strongly corroborate their case. And I think it's perhaps educationally important for us to at least look at one that might not be so corroborated and be able to apply a critical eye to that. I'm not gonna play ads that I'm not paid for. No way. Anyway, here we go. Oh wait, it's still going. Damn, this is a long ad. I will say, I mean, this is the power of advertising, but I do wish I had like a non-nicotine vape that I could enjoy, but it's like so expensive and it's not that important to me, so. Malevolent Snow says, Vangeline has been pretty thorough with her research. I don't think she'd just take the word from someone who doesn't provide proof of employment. That's just my 2 cents. I'm not saying that that's what happened here. I'm just saying that you have to maintain a skeptical eye, and that's part of the whole reason why I do DramaMama at all, is to train people to have a skeptical eye and to be careful. And I don't know VangelinaSkov. I don't watch her content, and she, you know, so I can't say that I like trust her claims. I'm not saying I distrust them. I'm saying we have to keep that in mind while we're doing this. God, the ad is still going. My goodness. Okay, here we go. Now we're back, finally.
One of the people that she discussed in that was Wonderstruck. Wonderstruck had worked for iilluminaughtii for a time as an editor, and one of the things that Blair said was that Wonderstruck had made an inappropriate comment in a work setting, and that this comment was grounds for termination. However, we later found that allegedly this comment wasn't all that serious, and that for some reason this was grounds for termination, but Wonderstruck never received any kind of warning about it. The hypocrisy aside, it was an absurd comment to go unchecked by any decent workplace standards. The call was initiated as a sort of morale boost type of thing. We thought it was a meeting going into it, but we played Jackbox. So essentially this just sounds like a type of team building. There's a game where you write captions for images. There was an image of a monkey, and the caption written for it was "Entering Detroit." This is the comment that was—
That's not just an inappropriate comment, that's just blatant racism. Jesus fucking Christ.
Made by that other employee while Blair was in the call, yet she did nothing about it and it went completely unchecked. Now, if you're like me and you were confused by this, I did have to actually ask for clarification, and before anybody calls me stupid in the comments, I'm European, I don't know anything about Detroit, I had absolutely no idea what this was referencing when I spoke to Sam. So if you're in the same boat as me, here's your clarification. Detroit is a city with a majority black population, the intended punchline being just racism. So let me reiterate what happened. They went into a call, a work call, with iilluminaughtii present. They ended up playing Jackbox with a game where you can add captions to images. One employee, while Blair is in the call, puts a caption on a picture of a monkey that said "Entering Detroit, a city with a majority black population," and Blair said nothing. Now, I know that Sam said this is an absolutely inappropriate comment to go completely unchecked in a workplace setting, and I absolutely 100% agree, but I would like to add to that that is a completely inappropriate comment to go unchecked in any setting. I don't care if you're in a call with your best friends and somebody that you love and adore says that. That is something that needs to be picked up on. immediately. But personally, I cannot imagine a scenario where that comment would even have come into my head. And I think if somebody made that comment in front of me, workplace setting or not, actually it wouldn't be a workplace setting, I don't have any employees, but any setting, I'm at the very least going to say, why in God's name would you think that that's an okay thing to say? So yes, like Sam said, hypocrisy aside, this is awful. And then you just add the hypocrisy layer to it, where iilluminaughtii said that a comment made by Wonderstruck was grounds for termination, which was, by the way, nothing like this comment, but the Detroit comment by another employee, who presumably Blair just wasn't pissed off with it.
I'm not gonna lie, this part right here is mega, this is extremely, there's nothing really to be said about this. An anonymous employee claimed that another anonymous employee said a racist joke during a Jackbox game that iilluminaughtii didn't call out. This isn't much. I'm sorry, this isn't much for me to work with here. Especially because we know that there's actual recordings, and we heard those recordings in the past of Blair making ridiculously edgy jokes herself on former streams and on videos of her playing video games when she was like basically getting really mad at her employees for supposedly inappropriate comments, which amounted to somebody referenced the existence of furries, and she said that was a fireable offense. And then she has videos that are still up on the internet of her like just going ham, if I remember correctly, like slinging the R slur around. Anyway, it doesn't sound unrealistic, Spyro, but it's just like that would be a bad thing if it happened. And there's not much we can go off of this or any way that we can corroborate it. So it's just kind of a, okay, maybe that happened. That would be bad if it happened, but there's just nothing, there's not much we can do with it, you know?
At the time, so didn't really care. Goes unchecked.
Yeah, we talked about that before. Fortnite said, wait, didn't she supposedly get mad at the click for slaying the R slur? Yeah, and he brought up those clips. That was genuine hypocrisy that we had evidence of.
Now, of course, I did ask, were any other comments made like this after this or before this? Was this a common occurrence? Did Blair herself make any comments like this? And to Sam's knowledge, no. For one, it was very rare that Blair...
Killjoy says, I feel like a lot of people have said the Detroit thing is just normie shit, and I feel like casual racism is being hand-waved, as normie shit is pretty bad. Oh, who said that? Who said that? I said it was racist before the video person did. Yeah, it would be, but we don't even know. We don't. I mean, I assume that the person is being honest, but we have no way of verifying if it actually happened or even if Blair was paying attention or anything. It's definitely a racist joke, an obviously racist joke. I don't know what we're supposed to do about it. Anyway.
Was in calls at all to be able to hear her making any negative comments. And for two, they said they had never heard any other comments like that in meetings that they were present in. But let's move on then, because Sam continued to talk about their experience and how things began to escalate. Things escalated, as may be predictable, when iilluminaughtii's Legal Eagle tweet was made. Before this point, working for the channel was often standard for me personally. And of course, I had to ask, well, how did they escalate? The Legal Eagle tweets were made, and it's a complete surprise to most of us. A weekly call comes round, and everyone's discussing the tweets that came out. The situation's downplayed by most, people just saying the Legal Eagle stuff was handled the wrong way, but not that they didn't copy us, which they obviously did not. People were defending Blair. I do find it very strange that Legal Eagle's team weren't saying that Legal Eagle hadn't copied iilluminaughtii and the iilluminaughtii channel, because it was very, very clear, despite what Blair tried to say, that Legal Eagle did not copy iilluminaughtii. Again, I just need to remind you, because it's so absurd, the things that she said were plagiarized were a ripped paper effect and a highlighting text effect. Two very, very common effects, which are used all over YouTube and all over traditional media, mostly in documentaries. But I'm just gonna say maybe it's just that that wasn't the purpose of the call, that isn't what they were discussing, but at least they said that it wasn't handled the right way. Now this call where they're talking about Legal Eagle and the tweets that were made ends, but there's another call soon after. Another call happens a bit later, and this time Blair's in the call as well, because she wasn't in the previous call talking about Legal Eagle or clarifying anything to do with the fact that she just decided to go on this rampage on Twitter and not inform her team. At least she's in this one though. She rants against the Sad Milk members, including Oz. I knew she was awful in doing what she was accused of by those Sad Milk members, but this call was absurd to me as it consisted of people piling onto and antagonizing those who posted against her. The tone was nothing like that of the iilluminaughtii exposed video that was made. There was hardly, if any, accountability, but rather listing issues with some of the people making accusations against her. Though I would like to add, that is a lot of what happened in the iilluminaughtii exposed video. I mean, the whole thing was just her throwing everybody under the bus, talking about their mental health and trying to make them look as terrible as possible. I mean, take the click, for example, where she said that he was using slurs constantly, that he allowed really horrible people into his Discord server and just didn't care. And don't worry, there will be some things said about the click. But still, somehow in the iilluminaughtii exposed video, it did feel like she was trying to put this air of her being the better person in this situation, of her being the bigger person.
I agree with that.
But at the same time, she's sharing people's very intimate private details. So not really great. I'm not endorsing anyone by any means, but it was off-putting that not only did these accusations come out against her, but most of this call was spent defending her or antagonizing others. When speaking with Sam,
I mean, that does check for what everyone had said. Like, I mean, all the Click, Wonderstruck, Oz Media, all of them did say, like, they have said that one of the things that she did is that she would get mad at people and then she would basically try to get everyone that she knew against that person to the most extreme degree possible. Basically, someone pissed me off, we all have to burn the bridge together, which is, you know, that's a pretty common manipulative social tactic. You know, to like basically have a small slight and then all of a sudden they're a villain and everybody has to be against them or else she's gonna get mad at you or whatever. But so far, this employee, this alleged ex-employee has not brought very much to the table, and I don't know if I'm gonna finish. I don't know if we're gonna finish this video. I don't feel like there's been anything groundbreaking here, or even that has impacted the story at all.
really wanted to know what exactly she had said about the other people involved. And before I show you what they said, just for context, at this point, threads had been made about her from the Sad Milk members, but this was before Wonderstruck had made his video. Which of course means it was before Oz Media made his video as well. She said she heard from a source that Click underpaid an editor. She mocked Oz for various things such as the PC they built for her blue screening. Something which again we discussed in our previous video about iilluminaughtii, where her Discord DMs were leaked and she had been discussing this blue screening PC and using it to frame Oz Media as sort of just a terrible person who didn't care and was gaslighting her staff. And I believe she brought up
See, that's another one. The Discord DMs I didn't really cover because I didn't think that they were that substantial. And I could have missed things in there, but I didn't find the Discord DMs was any more substantial than everything that we've covered. So far, this is a bit of a nothing burger.
The contract they signed that'd have them owe her an absurd amount of money. She boasted this point and seemed happy about it. I think this contract is mentioned in Oz's latest video about Blair. And yes, this was mentioned in Oz's video, and I have talked about this in previous videos. Again, links are in the description for everything. It is so much to go into in depth in this video, especially since a lot of people will already know what I'm talking about and I'll just be repeating myself. But iilluminaughtii had Oz Media sign a contract stating that he owed her a lot of money and that he would have to pay back quite a lot monthly. And this was all done under very shady looking circumstances, because not only was the number that he owed her much higher than is seemingly possible, she also went into this with a lawyer knowing that he couldn't afford legal representation.
This is just restating stuff that we knew from the other video.
So he didn't have a lawyer. And the fact that she's bragging about this and seems boastful.
Danny says, currently this video just feels like content churning about Blair. This seems to be rehashing the past. It's not even a corroboration of events because the employee is completely anonymous. Yeah, the employee is anonymous, referencing other anonymous employees, and they seem to only be referencing events that were public knowledge anyway. So we don't know that this anonymous employee could have just seen the video and said, watch this, I'm gonna leak as an anonymous employee, and I'm gonna make references to stuff that other people like The Click or Oz made reference to. I'm not convinced by this so far. Yeah, I find this video to be, we might stop soon. If nothing interesting happens soon, we'll probably stop watching this video.
About this
and move on to one that I know has at least a little bit more grounds.
Makes me wonder if maybe my own little theory about this was correct. Fully personal opinion, and I don't even know if I said this in the previous video, but it always felt to me since this whole situation came out that she was hanging this over Ozmedia's head to silence him. Or even worse still, because she wanted to take legal action against him. Allegedly, potentially, in my opinion. Because if you don't remember,
okay, I see what you're saying,
she is threatening to foreclose on his home before Christmas. But she only...
Wait, was this one of the drama channels that H-Bomber guy referenced?
Threatened this after he came out against her. And she could have done this at any time prior. So I don't know, it's just the fact that she seems gleeful about having this power over somebody, about, ha, you have acted wrongly, now I can lash out at you, I can take action against you. And to lend even more credence to the theory that she just wanted to take legal action against these people, she was absolutely going over some people she could threaten legal action with and describing ways she could do so. So she's
Danny says, I think he showed her channel when he was scrolling through drama YouTube drama through the drama YouTube drama search. Oof.
Bragging about the amount of money that Oz Media owes her, boasting about being able to take legal action against people, and describing the ways that she could do that.
All right, I've seen enough. This video is a nothing burger. None of this is verifiable. This does not meet our definition of receipts by any means, not even close, but at the very least it's educational for us, because this is part of the reason why you'll notice that people send me a lot of videos about the Illuminati situation and I react to almost none of them, even though people have sent me tons and tons of videos. Part of the reason why I don't react to most of them is because a lot of them are just repeating things that we've already talked about, or are not giving us any new information, and are instead just basically restating things in order to make a video about things. Now, I don't think that this video is completely without use. It obviously does bring up some of the previous things that have happened, but this is not some kind of drama deep dive. It is not some shocking reveal. I think we've had enough of this. She's apparently upset. Oh. Okay. Well, I don't want to pick on this person, but hi, H-Bomber guy. I'm really enjoying your video, but I was not really expecting to be briefly on screen and to have the entire style of content I make be called a content mill and the worst form of content and compared to Illuminati. Your opinion is your own, but it's not really fair to shit on all of us and just assume we're all making content lacking in research. And for context, I personally did credit you as being the one to post the video about Illuminati's plagiarism, and I believe so did others you showed on screen at that segment. I still like your video and a lot of work went into it, but to be honest, that part was for another, for lack of a better word, rude, and honestly dismissive to a whole section of creators. Maybe. Okay, well, I can't speak to whether H-Bomb was right in this or not. I think he maybe fired a little broadly, I don't know. But at the same time, I did not find that video compelling. Yeah. Some drama content is better than others, that's true. But part of the thing that the reason why I try to bring value to my DramaMama content is because I want to make sure we're sticking to the story. I want to make sure that we're setting up a timeline of events so that things make sense. I want to make sure that we are preventing, preventing context collapse. I want to make sure we're sticking to the facts to the best of our ability and always approaching with a skeptical eye. I don't have an interest in just sort of going at a drama. I'm not really interested in that type of content. If I wanted to do that, we could just spend every single stream that I do basically reacting to other people talking about the drama forever. I could just be like, did you see that someone else made a video talking about the drama? And then we would watch that and they would say, wow, the drama was really shocking. And then we'd go, wow, the drama is really shocking. And then the next day we'd do that, but that's not what I'm into. All right, so we're going to move on at this point. And what we are going to move on to is a video, and this one is a direct source. So we are going to be listening to Cruel World, Happy Mind, The Fall of there we go. The Fall of Illuminaughtii. So, oh shit, it stretched. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. Here, I better move this down. Bam, there we go. Now, we are going to be reacting to, wait, you were also in that section of the video, were you? No way, Chariot. There's no way. I didn't see that. I didn't see that. But if so, I will go to war with H-Bomber Guy. H-Bomber Guy. I challenge you to a duel. I will protect the honor of Chariot. I will dual wield power stance great swords and defend the honor of Chariot. H-Bomber Guy, if you attack Chariot, I will be your downfall. No one will stand up. You may have nuclear power on your side, but I have the power of God and anime. Yeah, where's my glove? I'm not kidding, though. Oh. Oh, shit. Wait, which one's which? What's that one? That one's a drowned steak burrito, though? Oh, I'm taking the drowned one for sure. Oh, thank you. Oh, this is incredible. Look at that. Oh. I got a drowned steak burrito. Ooh. Delicious. Everyone in your house is probably like, why is she screaming? No, they don't ask that anymore. Nobody asks why I'm screaming anymore. It just doesn't happen. They know that I'm up to shenanigans. Oh, well, that's kind, Chariot. I'm glad that that got corrected. You do not deserve to be lumped in. Like I said, I'm not going to comment on whether H-Bomber Guy was correct or wrong. I just personally did not find that particular video compelling. It's very possible that that her other videos on the topic were fine. Anyway, before I eat this food, we are about to watch a video by Cruel World Happy Mind. Cruel World Happy Mind. Wait a second. Hold on a minute. Wait a second. This is not the video. Here we go. We are going to watch a portion, okay? A portion of Cruel World Happy Mind's latest video, The Fall of Illuminaughtii. And what we are going to watch is something that I have not yet covered. Cruel World Happy Mind had a infamous conflict with Illuminaughtii, in which Illuminaughtii made allegations against Cruel World Happy Mind that, according to what I have heard, did damage to Cruel World Happy Mind and her channel. And I have been recommended to look into the Cruel World Happy Mind situation many, many times since I started this. But unfortunately, it was a huge rabbit hole. So I did not want to distract from what we were talking about, the actual ongoing issues now, by jumping into something that happened a long time ago. However, because a new video has been produced, we are going to listen to Cruel World Happy Mind tell her side of the story and judge it for ourselves, okay? So we're gonna do that. Let us, without any further ado, react to Cruel World Happy Mind's video, the fall of Illuminaughtii. And again, we are going to specifically be watching the segment titled My Story, because the rest is just a summary of the drama, and I just said, we're not doing that. I did a deep dive on the drama that is better than anybody else could ever do, and you can watch it on my channel if you want to. I bring all the receipts, we critically analyze all of it, and it's funny as hell. So without any further ado, let's watch Cruel World Happy Mind tell her story.
So as I mentioned earlier, when I started on YouTube, I was in the anti-MLM community, which was a small and niche community on YouTube that I loved and cared for deeply. And if you've been here on this channel since my start on YouTube, wow, I love you so much. And I really appreciate that you've stuck with me since then. And when I was making videos on anti-MLM content, I posted 2 videos in a series on Tyra Banks, which had to do with her treatment of models on her reality show America's Next Top Model, as well as the fact that she had an MLM company.
She would have created that financial freedom and achieved those goals sooner.
So scammy. Any sort of scam ad always has the word financial freedom in it.
And at that time, I was not the only YouTuber to do a video on Tyra Banks, and I in no way thought I claimed ownership on the topic of Tyra Banks in any way. In fact, I think at the time, Sloan had actually already done a video on Tyra Banks. Shout out Sloan, you're amazing. So I also want to clarify that I in no way have this attitude on YouTube where if I do a video on a topic, no one else is allowed to do a video on that topic. I don't think that at all. I was only a few months into starting my YouTube channel and a fairly small YouTuber at the time with 20,000 subscribers. One day, Illuminaughtii had posted a video on Tyra Banks, and I didn't even initially know about her posting that video, except for I had received a few comments and messages that she had posted a similar video to mine.
And me at the time, I don't even think I had 20,000 subscribers, so getting messages like that.
Hey, Tipster! We got a Tipster name drop here. Tipster hangs out in our chat all the time. Damn, shout out to Tipster.
Freaked me out because this creator had 600,000 subscribers and I had less than 20. And to hear so many people say the same thing about a situation and message me the same thing scared me.
For example, like this comment, which I was again.
Wait, hold on. What's this comment say? I noticed that Illuminaughtii uploaded a similar video today or a couple of days ago, and I haven't watched it, but I glanced over their sources and I feel that it's oddly similar to your content. I'm not sure if it's just coincidence, but I don't want your hard work to be copied and exposed to a wider audience to get more views, revenue. I'm sorry if this comes off as abrasive or not well researched enough on my part. Just something I noticed and was like, Tyra Beauty, Goop, etc. sounds familiar, and a similar order of content as well.
Was again a very small YouTuber, so I already didn't get a lot of messages to begin with. So to be getting that many messages was overwhelming for me. I knew they wouldn't stir up drama for nothing and had messaged me out of genuine concern. For example, this comment, which again, this is literally a screenshot from 2 years ago that I grabbed from my old video that was reposted by Tipster. And by the way, this old video, I blurred out iilluminaughtii's name because I didn't want to have a direct call out. But they said, notice that iilluminaughtii ? Because they weren't sure if they spelled her name right.
Yeah, Tipster, we were just saying, you were cited in this video. That's you. That's you, Tipster. Damn, you and iilluminaughtii, damn. God damn. God damn. Whoops, that was too big of a bite. It also fell apart. Anyway, let's continue.
I uploaded a similar video today or a couple days ago, and I haven't watched it but glanced over their sources, and it's oddly similar to your content.
Tyra Banks and the MLM she was involved in. At the time that people were messaging me this, there were no sources on this person's video. The only thing it had in the description was in parentheses, sources coming soon.
Not sure if it's just a coincidence, but don't want your hard work to be copied and exposed to a wider audience to get more views and revenue. Sorry if this comes across as abrasive or not well researched on my part, just something I noticed. I was like, Tyra Beauty, Goop, etc. Sounds familiar and similar.
Oh yeah, this burrito is, oh yeah, this burrito's delicious. I'm fucking loving it. It's good as hell. Loving it.
Order of content too. The fact that multiple people were kind of like, hey, we're noticing this thing. I hadn't even been the one to initially notice it since I was getting messages to the point where other people were noticing this. I thought it would be the right thing to do to privately message this creator.
I send this larger creator a message. At the time of sending that message, since I was like just a really small creator, I was like, I don't know how to handle this. I felt super awkward. So I was just like, hey, yeah, I'm getting a lot of messages about this, but like, let's talk.
I sent Blair a message saying, hey hun, sorry I had to. It's an inside joke for anti-MLMers. So I thought that would be like a funny opener. I don't know if you know of my channel. I'm a really small YouTuber who's been inspired by the content you make. I got a few messages about the video you posted about Tyra's MLM because I've done a video on that topic. I'm really happy you're spreading more awareness on this topic, but it did low-key feel like a lot of what was said in the beginning of the video was really similar to the things I discussed.
Now this is what we call some receipts. We are getting evidence of messages that were sent at the time. Now, of course, we can't 100% verify that this message, that this is like the actual message that was sent. However, if Blair decided to contest this claim and was able to prove that this message was not sent, that this was not accurately what message was sent, it would be a slam in the bag that would damage Cruel World Happy Mind's reputation. So because this is a message, because this is the first-hand story from Cruel World Happy Mind, not a second-hand anonymous whatever, Cruel World Happy Mind's reputation is the one that's on the line here, and also it could be easily verified by the party that these allegations are being brought against. And yes, as people have said, Erica is saying this shot was also corroborated by Tipster at the time, so this isn't like some newly made up message. Yeah.
Regarding Tyra's MLM and her controversies, the rabies bit, etc. Coincidences happen, and I'm sure as a larger YouTuber, you're accused of stealing content from people you've never even heard of or seen before. So I get it if this message comes across that way. With the intention of just being open and honest, I was really hurt by the video though, because you're someone who has really inspired me and the content I make. So I wanted to reach out and hopefully have an honest but positive discussion on it all. Either way, I still appreciate the work you do. And you know, to be fully fair to Blair, looking back,
that is an extremely measured message to send to somebody who you believe has stolen your work.
She has an entire team. So I also do think, looking back, it could have been that someone on her team saw my video, or she was...
Not an excuse. If you are employing people to make videos for you and you're profiting off those videos, it is your job to verify and make sure that those videos are not being stolen. And to take responsibility if they are.
Receiving just a lot of comments asking to do a video on that topic, and they just happened to stumble across similar research.
To be fair to Blair, I will never definitively say she or her researcher copied me, as there are tons and tons of possibilities as to why another creator can go over a lot of similar information in a video, which I mean is why I wanted to talk to Blair about this information in the first place. As a smaller creator, I was getting a lot of comments of people telling me Blair copied me. I didn't know what to do about it. You feel scared because this other creator has so much power and influence, they can literally squash you and your entire existence. But she wouldn't do that, right? So I sent that message, but I never get a response. So I just assume, okay, well, she never responded. She probably is just really busy and never saw the message. And so I honestly moved on and forgot about it. So then a few months go by.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I bumped the wrong button. I'm so sorry. Give me 1 second. I just needed to move my plate as I am done eating. All right, let's continue. Let's continue now that I am done eating.
And I end up getting pregnant. Now, if you don't know about pregnancy, there's a few different versions. There's some people who get pregnant and they have great pregnancies where they are not sick and they are very healthy and they're doing great. For me, I was in the sickest state I have ever been in my entire life, especially early in my pregnancy. I had to go to the ER because I was losing fluids. I had to stay on bed rest because I was extremely sick.
In the first few weeks of January, being so sick that I can't even get up out of bed, that I can barely even move.
And I was so scared during early pregnancy, which is called the first trimester. It's a really fragile state of pregnancy. You want to limit stress as much as possible, and you want to rest as much as possible. So I was terrified of losing my baby at that point. And so I was trying so hard to limit my stress and stay as healthy as possible because I was already really, really sick. And so the doctors...
Mama, are you sure you haven't reacted to this? Because usually you are my source and this feels familiar. No, I'm quite sure I haven't reacted to this. This video is new. This video is from... Oh, I guess it's not new. I thought this video was new. This video is from the 26th of July, so it isn't new. Why did I think this was a new video? Maybe I got the date mixed up on the other one. But no, I don't believe we've watched this. If I did, I will delete this segment and I'll stop streaming right now and have a deep look, but I'm quite sure we haven't. Delance says, I know that Delance just watched through my stuff and said, you haven't reacted to it. Yeah, I know. I knew it. I knew it. Erica says, I'm almost certain you haven't reacted to it. No, I haven't. That's what I thought. I have avoided reacting to the Cruel World Happy Mind stuff. I will say, I believe we've seen a clip of Cruel World Happy Mind, but we've never watched a video from Cruel World Happy Mind about this situation, which is why I wanted to watch this one today.
were just urging me to stay healthy and limit my stress. And then all of a sudden, I end up in one of the most stressful dramas I have ever experienced, where someone is trying to ruin my career and attack me online. And it feels like they have...
Okay, that's the kill shot right there. I am sane. Danny Fallen, my amazing editor, says, I was gonna say, my memory is usually bad, but I genuinely don't think you've reacted to this. I don't ever remember editing any long-form content of Cruel World. Thank you. Sanity restored. Manatee restored. This is me right now. Unironically, this is me. This is me at the moment. Me for real right now. Thank you. Thank you for Manatee Restored. Don't do that, gay fish. Don't Manatee de-store me.
So much more power than I have that there is nothing I can do about it. And I'm also completely debilitated and terrified that any more stress than usual will completely send me over the edge. It was one of the most terrifying and stressful times in my life, and I think it really
I love manatees too, Little Morphine Annie. When I was a kid, manatees were my favorite animal. For a long time, they were my favorite animal. And shortly after that, stingrays were my favorite animal.
Traumatized me at that time more than I realized, because
I basically have a lifelong affinity for creatures of the sea. What can I say?
I really shifted into this point of just pure survival, where I was just trying to survive past that point and make it through the drama and make it through that point in my pregnancy and just get through it all and just make it stop. Blair put me through all of this. You knew I was pregnant and you still—
Aw, thank you, Dragon Nightborn. Dragon Nightborn 94 says, me just being in DramaMama's chat is currently restoring my humanity and sanity restoring from my playthrough of Demon Souls Remastered. Still have so much to do to get the platinum medal, but I'm gonna take a break. Happy to be able to provide. Take that break.
Still attacked me online. You said mean and hurtful things about me. You did not care if your followers attacked me, what stress that would cause me. Never really apologized to me publicly. Just said we were both stupid. You didn't really care about my health at all. The entire time you only cared about protecting yourself. Yet I was so stupid and believed you could grow as a person. Like we were going to have this awesome woman growth moment that wasn't about drama and clicks and views and was just about two people moving on from it all and growing and caring about a broader message of exposing scams and MLMs and harmful people and practices. But you don't even care about that. You didn't care about hurting me. You don't care about any broader message. You just care
Good night, puppy.
About you. So anyways, I was pregnant and it hit the fan when I started noticing Blair making subtweets that I was pretty sure were about me. But I was like, no, that can't be about me. I'm literally a nobody. I have 20,000 subscribers. I think a little more at this point, but still pretty much a no one in the YouTube community. But hearing from other people that she was constantly doing this to them now, I am now 100% certain.
Hope Eternal, she's getting into it right now. She said that did I miss what Blair did specifically to put her in the spiral? No, she's going into that now. She was explaining what happened, and now she was explaining what happened on the broad picture, and now she's explaining it in chronological order. I understand why you'd be confused. It was a little bit of a weird organizational decision.
That yes, she was subtweeting me. She also made an Instagram story post referencing me in a subtweety way that was so bold that people absolutely knew it was about me. She urged her followers not to follow me and claimed I was subbotting. People knew she was talking about me and there was no hiding the passive aggressiveness. At that point, I was like, literally, what's this person's problem with me? So some of the people who had watched my channel also messaged me saying, hey, I think you should also check out this podcast with the Welsh twins, because she also went on this podcast and said some pretty nasty things about you on there too. And then my stomach sinks, because first off, I'm like, okay, she's subtweeting me, making Instagram story posts about me. Now this podcast, how many things am I gonna have to track of what Blair's saying about me? And then also, oh my gosh, what the heck did she say about me now? What did I do that was supposedly so bad? So I tune into this podcast. My heart is like pounding. Also, I loved the Welsh twins. I loved their videos, so it's so embarrassing for me. I loved iilluminaughtii, respected her, loved these guys, and now she's telling these guys how awful of a person I am. It's humiliating and demoralizing. So my heart's pounding, my stomach's sinking. I'm just feeling like the worst feelings. I still feel the horrible, awful feelings I felt that day. So I listened to this podcast. On this podcast, she's claiming that I was like angrily claiming that she copied me and my content, and I asked her for credit.
So she messages me and she goes, I'm just really disappointed because you're someone I look up to and you copied my video and I want credit.
Which, if you remember from my original DM, in that DM, I never once asked for credit. I never said, I want credit, give me credit. Never in that tone did I ever say that. So she literally spread a blatant lie.
Legitimately such a dirty move, and I can completely understand why this would be extremely troubling to a, a small YouTuber, just beginning out. Like you're worried that someone has stolen your stuff. You go and you watch the stuff. You go, wait a second, this is like my video and also my other video, and you release them in the same order. It becomes very obvious that this person is stealing from your content, and you reach out to them in the most amicable way possible, and their reaction is to start building a social media narrative against you, and then to go on one of your favorite podcasts and shit talk you on that podcast from a doubly large platform, to just misrepresent you and lie about you. Extremely stressful, and also extremely damaging to your reputation and your ability to grow. This is boxing someone out of their ability to grow by building a narrative about them so that their reputation gets damaged before they're even able to speak for themselves.
About me on this podcast for no reason. She said I was a really small YouTuber, very much talking down to me in a demeaning way.
I'm gonna try and keep it vague so I don't mention this person's channel, but it's a very small YouTuber.
Which just goes to show how she views.
Okay, so she doesn't say the channel by name. Okay. She doesn't say the channel by name, but I would be shocked if she didn't tell people in private what the actual channel name was. Now, there's no way you can prove that, but when you're going into that level of specificity to the point that you're partially quoting the message and then distorting what was actually said in the message, but it's very clear what message is being referred to. When Blair referred to that message, it's very clear that she was referring to this message. It's almost assured that she told those people off air and that she was talking to her fan base in her Discord or wherever. I think it's reasonable to conclude that even if she wasn't saying it publicly, so she'd be like, well, I'm not saying names, somebody knew where the names were. And that seems fairly obvious by the fact that other people clearly went and communicated this to Small World Happy Mind. If people were communicating this to her, they must have known who she was talking about. And if drama channels picked up on it, then they must have known who she was talking about, which I think it's fair to conclude that even if she was beating around the bush, kind of, that she was being vague enough to have plausible deniability, but specific enough to be able to cause damage to the person at hand. Yeah, it is kind of mafia excuse. It's like, oh, well, I said we should whack him. I didn't say we should whack Billy. I said him. I said, I said him, the guy with the red tie. How many people wear a red tie around here? You gonna bust me for that?
Small YouTubers in general. She claimed that I wanted to follow and mimic her content style, which was not true at all. I had no intentions of becoming.
That is so fucking wild. That is fucking wild. To steal from somebody and then to go out of your way to try and damage their reputation by saying that they're copying you. Oh, that is so fucking dirty. So dirty.
A corporate content mill.
She even admitted, well, kind of, that she was restructuring her channel to kind of mock my own channel.
I'm good on that one. And so I'm listening to this and freaking out because now all of a sudden I was wondering if she was going within the YouTube community, telling people who I was to all of these large.
This is a rational fear. This is a rational fear. That is a correct fear to have. If somebody is like perpetually obsessing over you and vague tweeting, it is a completely rational conclusion to believe that person is talking bad and might be damaging your reputation with other professionals in the space. Absolutely. You might not even be able to prove it, but that doesn't mean that it's irrational. If you know that somebody has an axe to grind with you and they're going on podcasts to vague tweet about you, and misrepresent the situation completely while accusing you of doing the thing that they know they did. Blair knows that she took the content. Come on. And we especially know this to be true because we, right now, reacting here via the DramaMama, have the benefit of hindsight, which we've now seen the expose of the massive plagiarism she's done. My goodness.
YouTubers. So there were all these rumors about me and no one would ever want to associate with me, making me out to be this honestly terrible sounding person, which was just so humiliating. She then talked down about my research, saying my research is just TMZ and Wikipedia.
But she had like 5 sources, you know, one was Wikipedia, one was BuzzFeed, one was like TMZ or something.
In certain instances, I will source TMZ and Wikipedia.
Absolute most offensive thing that was said on this podcast was that the research that I do for my videos is just Wikipedia, BuzzFeed, and TMZ. After hearing this, I was so confused that I looked through every single video that I've done to be like, okay, first off, have I ever used TMZ as a source?
Also, Blair uses Wikipedia constantly.
Yeah, well, we know that too. Really funny coming from Illuminaughtii. Really rich. Just the richest, most fertile soil you've ever seen. Yup, that's some manure right there.
You see how she takes an insecurity of hers and throws it back in someone's face. Blair also said that I just drink my coffee and talk about my opinion in my videos.
Based! Wow, drinking coffee and talking about your opinions sounds like original content, something that Blair has never done.
And then she sits down for a video, drinks a coffee, is distracted the whole time, and just gives her opinion on how she feels about things.
So yeah, that was a little hurtful to hear, but I think at the time she was just trying to get people to not follow.
Oh no, what is this clip? What did you clip me saying? I said we should whack him. I didn't say we should whack Billy. I said him. I said we should whack No, you're gonna get me!
My channel by basically trashing me and my research, which of course wasn't perfect, but I was literally just starting out and it was just incredibly vindictive for no reason. And so after hearing that podcast, I just felt completely alone. She did this so publicly on a podcast without even having the decency to reply to me about it. Like I was nothing and deserved no response from her. Like she was the victim in all of this. Me making that message to her gave Blair an opportunity to crush another anti-MLM creator, and that's really all she wanted to do. She wanted to be the only anti-MLM creator, the only commentary channel, and was—
What a stupid egomaniacal approach. And of course we have of course seen this over and over again, as if As if Blair's content is deserving of being the only anything. Oh my god.
Competitive and mean and cruel with every YouTuber because of that. So at this point, after hearing that podcast, I had no idea what to do because she had been attacking me relentlessly publicly to the point where I felt like I needed to defend myself publicly. I felt like I needed to post a video about iilluminaughtii and show what I messaged her privately and make some sort of video statement. I felt like I needed to at least try to defend myself because she was attacking me constantly to the point where I felt like she was trying to completely ruin me, and it felt like she was not going to stop. It was pretty much at this point tormenting me to know that both public and behind the scenes, she was trying to tarnish my name.
So this person in a podcast takes an opportunity to go on there and talk crap about me. But the thing is, what this person says on the podcast is just blatantly not true and so easily disproven.
But before I made that video, I even sent her multiple follow-up DMs because after that podcast, it was clear that she could see my DMs. And I was honestly terrified of iilluminauttii's reputation and her following. I didn't want to have to make a video to defend myself. I respected iilluminaughtii still at this point, and I thought that maybe if I could send her a DM, that maybe there was some sort of misunderstanding and I could clear it all up with her and it would all be over. Again, I was so pregnant and I was so sick, and I delusionally thought that maybe messaging with her still via DMs, we could just resolve this and it would all be over. Because I'm, again, so small compared to her and her platform. I just don't want to have to keep fighting with her. So I send her another message saying, last time reaching out to you, sorry if my DMs have been annoying. I just feel like there's been a misunderstanding and didn't realize how offended you were by my message until someone sent me the podcast where you mentioned me. I understand how you'd be frustrated by my DM, but I didn't intend for it to come across in a harsh way. Why was I being nice and understanding to someone who never treated me nice at all? I don't understand. I think I just wanted this to end. So I just said, there's never been any beef on my end. I don't want beef or anyone thinking I hate them. This is so cringy. Blair was so clearly not in any way hurt. So I don't want beef or anyone thinking I hate them. This
is a situation, by the way, where the problem is that Cruel World Happy Mind acted like a normal, well-adjusted human being, while faced with somebody who is not normal or well-adjusted in any way. So like, here's the thing. It is so like when people like subtweet you or beat around the bush, and you know that they're talking about you because of contextual information, that is. So a lot of people would refer to this as bullying, you know, a form of bullying, where basically it's talking about you. It's like, I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you. It's that type of behavior. It's the internet reputational version of I'm not touching you. It's like, oh, I'm not technically talking about you, but I'm talking about a small YouTuber that does anti-MLM content that I may or may not have stolen from. That type of thing. It's actually kind of a trap, and it sucks because the trap that person is playing is to try and get you to self-identify. So basically, hold on, hold on, I think I got this here. Here we go. It's playing off of something like this. Have you ever heard of the small penis rule? The small penis rule is an informal strategy that authors use to evade libel lawsuits. It was described in a New York Times article by Danita Smith in 1998. By the way, this is Wikipedia! If you couldn't tell. I'm reading from Wikipedia, but honestly, it's because this is the fastest way to communicate it to you. Here's the quote from Wikipedia, which is quoting Denisha Smith from the New York Times. For a fictional portrait to be actionable, it must be so accurate that a reader of the book would have no problem linking the two, said Mr. Friedman. Thus, he continued, libel lawyers have what is known as the small penis rule. One way authors can protect themselves from libel suits is to say that a character has a small penis, Mr. Friedman said. Now, no male is going to come forward and say, that character with a very small penis, that's me. The small penis rule was referenced in a 2006 dispute between Michael Crowley and Michael Crichton. Crowley alleged that after he wrote an unflattering review of Crichton's novel State of Fear, that Crichton included a character named Mick Crowley in the novel Next. The character is a child rapist described as being a Washington, D.C. based journalist and Yale graduate with a small penis. In response to being snubbed, so there's just another example. That's sort of the famous example. You see what I mean? And so this is kind of a weird, distorted version of that, where you can do this sort of thing on the internet, except it's even worse because in these cases, we're talking about fiction. But what we're talking about in the case of the internet stuff is a genuine attempt to harm somebody's reputation. It's not just like roasting somebody in your fictional novel. It's like actually saying something. So imagine this. Say that I wanted to roast, I don't know, somebody in my chat. I could say, no, I'm not saying names, but I don't know, let me pick somebody. Who can I roast in chat? Gayfesh, I'm gonna use you as an example since you already claimed that you said that you would admit to having a small penis. Now imagine this. Imagine I was like, I go online, I'm beefing with Gayfesh, and I'm like, now, some of you may have heard of a particular gay fish that might be swimming in the ocean out there. I don't know, just some homosexual fish out there. You know, what can I say? He's a terrible movie reviewer. He likes cinema sins, and he has a small penis. And then if Gayfesh goes, hey, you're fucking shit talking me, you're saying things that aren't true about me, then Gayfesh would have to go, and then people would go, well, how do you know it's about you? Then Gayfesh has to go, well, shit. You see what's happening here? That's kind of exactly what iilluminaughtii did here. iilluminaughtii said a bunch of shit about the person that makes them identifiable, adds her own shit onto it and doesn't say the name, so that if if Cruel World Happy Mind goes, hey, you're talking shit about me, she goes, are you admitting to the shit? You see? You see how it's a trap? Everyone in chat is going, I would sooner admit to a small penis than enjoying cinema sins. Oh my god. Okay, you get the point, okay? You get the point! Alright, I made my point. Let's continue. Again, it's a trap. And sometimes there's nothing really you can do about it if you're a small creator. Because even if they're embellishing the story, they're still damaging your reputation. Because people who are in the know will know. They have talked to people behind closed doors. They've talked to people in private. So there are people out there who are getting the intended message, but you can't build a case against them because they're being vague, or at least it becomes very difficult to build a case against them. Killjoy40K says, it's a Donald Trump move. He used it against Chris Christie, saying that the news was calling him a fat pig. But literally no one called him a fat pig until Donald Trump. Okay, I don't know about nobody, but but the news definitely wasn't. All right, let's continue.
So cringy. Blair was so clearly not in any way hurt by what I said. She didn't think I hated her. She just saw it as an opportunity to like squash an ant in her eyes. And here I was like thinking I had hurt her feelings genuinely and like wanting to work things out with her when she had done nothing but be so rude and disrespectful to me. I I mean, to be fair to myself, this was the first controversy I had ever gone through with any YouTuber, and it was a YouTuber I greatly respected at the time. But looking back, after she's literally not replying at all, it's just so embarrassing. Like, why did I go above and beyond for a crummy person who treated me terribly, publicly, again and again, who went out of their way to bash me and try and get as many people as possible to think the absolute worst of me if some—
And the answer here, by the way, is because, at least from what I can tell, you're a better person. That's the answer here. The reason why you did that is because you're a genuine person. And guess what? To my knowledge, Cruel World Happy Mind does not have any gigantic career-ruining controversies hanging over her head. So she may not be as big of a channel as Blair, although I think that's arguable. I would be willing to bet that Cruel World Happy Mind has more current active subs, and I mean active subs, than Blair does, than iilluminaughtii does. iilluminaughtie's channel has absolutely cratered. So, anyway.
Someone's treating you terribly, don't just make yourself smaller to make them more comfortable. And that's what I did with Blair again and—
Blair's most recent video has less likes than my stream does right now? Based! By the way, if you're here, make sure you're subscribed and make sure that you press like on the stream, because your likes fuel the fires of hell and make sure that we can keep churning out that signal so that you and many others can hear it. Can you hear the signal? You can. Let's continue.
Again and again. I think I was so desperate at the time, literally so desperate to not have any drama, but she really did not care at all and kept going. So eventually it gave me no choice but to defend myself publicly, and I did.
I never straight up accused this creator, this larger creator, of copying me. What this person says on the podcast is just blatantly not true, all because I sent her one DM months and months ago. At this point, it's clear to me that they do not care about hearing my side or giving me the benefit of the doubt in any way whatsoever. And to be honest, I feel at this point that I was intentionally misunderstood. For me to try this many times to extend the olive branch, for the message that I sent originally to be taken in such a harsh way and to be justified as a reason to say that many things about me, I feel like it was a very intentional misunderstanding. And I hate that I had to talk about that.
Now, at the time, I was so afraid of her influence and her fans, since I knew that she was so much larger than me, that I literally didn't mention her name. Instead, I wanted to post what she had said about me on the podcast and just show the evidence of why it was a lie.
The absolute most offensive thing that was said on this podcast was that the research that I do for my videos is just Wikipedia, BuzzFeed, and TMZ. I could not find anywhere where I use TMZ as a resource. And as far as using Wikipedia, honestly, Wikipedia is a boring resource. If I use Wikipedia, it's because I use that source to define what a company is and then went into my research on that company.
And just pray that people would believe me enough and that she wouldn't use her followers against me to try and destroy me.
I don't want random people that I've never even had a conversation with.
Yeah, I love, by the way, this is a small distraction, but yes, everybody who says that Cruel World Happy Mind's hair is awesome, I agree. Her hairstyle is amazing. Her hair looks so good.
Thinking some way about me or hating me or thinking I dissed another creator or accused them of copying me and demanded credit, all of that, it just sucks. I don't want people thinking that about me because it's just not true.
And luckily, once the video was posted, I received mostly positive feedback. But on Twitter the next day, she literally lost her ever living mind.
She was tweeting about doing a live stream on Twitch debunking some claims made against her. And a lot of people knew exactly what this was.
Blair was livid. There's a tweet thread of our kind of back and forth on Twitter that's since been deleted. So the only one that can be seen is from Tipster's video where she says, "I love doing debunking streams." Basically saying she's gonna do an entire live stream where her 700,000 subscribers at the time would see her basically try to take me down. Which, I mean, there wasn't anything to debunk. I was definitely at the time scared of what kind of further stress she would try and bring my way. Because again, at this time, I just couldn't afford any more stress. The other Twitter threads that have now been deleted was another Twitter exchange between us, which I can't really recall the specifics of, but I also remember people in that Twitter thread basically replying, being like, "This is making you look really bad. You were exposed for lying."
Yeah, so they actually talked about it on Twitter. That just gives further evidence that that Illuminaughtii had functionally identified the channel. If Illuminaughtii was directly engaging with Cruel World Happy Mind on YouTube, then it becomes then her vague tweeting has no defense.
Lying, and now you're saying you're gonna go on a live stream and attack relentlessly this pregnant woman. That's a bad look. And remember, at this time, I never
Not tonight, Beard Panda. Not tonight.
Wanted to go public in the first place. I tried to keep this private as much as possible because I really couldn't afford this amount of stress, and it's just snowballing and getting worse and worse. More and more people are getting involved. The comments are snowballing. By the time I had posted my video, I had already publicly posted that I was pregnant. And I want to say at this time, I was just past my first trimester. So it was already common knowledge that I was pregnant. Blair knew that I was pregnant, and in the early stages of pregnancy, it's just kind of a bad look wanting to do a live stream takedown of a pregnant person because at that point I couldn't handle the stress that I was literally like this close to just logging off altogether. The health comes first, and it was just so much. Also, this is so stressful for me. I don't want to be dealing with drama. Physically, I can't. My doctors are recommending me to limit stress as much as possible, to the point where I'm this close to getting offline altogether. I literally cannot handle this because if I lose my pregnancy over this stress, I would lose it. Like mentally, I would lose it, you know? So then I receive a message from Blair that makes it sound like not only was Blair going to do a live stream, she was going to post a video about me on her channel to her 700,000 subscribers. She sends me a message saying, "So, I'm going to be defending my statements against your claims publicly. There were no identifying characteristics that it was you."
Oh my God. Look at that. What did I tell you? What did I fucking tell you? She did that she structured that intentionally. We can see that, and as outside observers, it is abundantly obvious that in that podcast that she was talking, that we know who she was talking about, and her fans obviously did too, given everything else that's been claimed here. Oh, that is so slippery.
You are the one who decided to say that was me when nothing said it was about you. Is there any statement you would like to provide to me before I proceed? I'm not 100% what to even talk out with you. So now, since she said this via DMs, I'm now 100% sure I'm the one that said through Twitter, "Can we please talk via DMs?" I'm not 100% what to even talk out with you since you've decided to make this a public issue. Is there some common ground we can even find in this? Oh my God. You're going to make a public video. So of course I'm newly pregnant, which she never mentions, never has any concern about. And she's saying she's going to be doing all of this, putting all of that on me. And she's saying, is there some common ground we can find in all of this? Basically alluding to the fact that if you do something, then I'm not gonna make these videos. As all of you guys have guessed, of course, her holding that over my head that she's gonna come out with a live stream unless I delete my video. I look through all of this and I can see how she played me like a fiddle, and I fell like
It's actually amazing too, because as Cruel World Happy Mind has shown, Cruel World Happy Mind didn't make any allegations publicly except saying, hey, it seems like you're talking about me. I don't think you're being honest about me. Blair was the one who brought the plagiarism allegations, which weren't even hard plagiarism allegations. It was more like plagiarism inquiries. Blair was the one who made those a matter of public record. So this whole situation is incredibly absurd. It's ridiculously out of line for Blair to be making threats when Cruel World Happy Mind never made a public allegation of that type.
right into it. So then I reply, I would love to understand from your perspective why this all went down the way it did. If we can work things out privately, I'll delete that entire section of the video. I offered to delete that section of the video. So then I said, but I don't understand why you acted the way you did. Attacked me publicly. A lot of people knew it was me you were talking about in the podcast and DM'd me. So you didn't hide my identity very well. I don't know. I only showed what you said, and my intention was only to include what was mentioning me in the podcast. I didn't go out of my way to try and find dirt on you or dig up more things I have a problem with. Jesus. I just want to understand from your perspective why you did that. It did genuinely hurt me. I tried to reach out before in a kind way and you never responded. I don't get it. I want to understand what the fuck happened. And she liked that message, which again, looking back, she hearted it because literally she's like, I like that. That's what I wanted. I wanted her to offer up to delete the section of the video. Now we're getting somewhere. She responds, okay, and I would definitely like some answers too. And I have many questions, as you do. If we can work things out privately, I will not go forward with my stream and subsequent videos.
This is just such like cold, hard threatening. I am going to use my giant channel to, remember, in Blair's own words, she described Cruel World Happy Mind as a tiny, tiny channel on YouTube. So she's literally saying, yeah, I'll fucking ruin you if you don't say that you didn't like that I was talking dishonestly about you. Fucking disgusting. Just fucking disgusting and pathetic behavior. Imagine being so fucking sensitive that that you decide to that you respond to someone saying, hey, I think you might have, I'm worried that you might have taken things from my video and I would like to talk about that. That your response to that is, I'm going to destroy you. Absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. Also, welcome back, Polaire. Hope you're having a good time.
Subsequent videos. So she was planning to not only make a stream, but make multiple videos about me. If you have Discord, I'm more than willing to talk things out with you. I just hate typing everything, in my opinion, and I feel like this will be a bit of a time-consuming process for us to go back and forth in DMs. If not, I understand that as well, and we can continue here. I said, I feel that, and thanks for responding in a respectful way. I get that you felt attacked. I think we both felt attacked and responded in defense, but I would like to hear your side, because that's the respectful thing to do. But that's also what I wanted to do from the beginning, and had been trying to do this entire time. And it's so obvious now at this point. The only reason she is open to talking with me now at this point is because she's experiencing backlash. She was more than comfortable never hearing my side and squashing me like a bug when she felt like she could do that and wasn't experiencing any backlash. Would you be open to chatting on the FaceTime feature on Insta, or we can FaceTime call each other? Obviously, we don't have to show your face. I'm pregnant and would look like a wreck right now anyways, or we can Zoom or anything else if you have a preferred method of communicating. She said, yeah, I'm okay with that. I didn't know IG had a call feature. I'm terrible with IG. I don't answer messages anymore. Okay, sure, because I've noticed off. I'm good with cams off because I'm a mess today. Let me figure out how to do Zoom stuff. I didn't ask, but like, is now a good time? I said, that's okay. I'll call you on the little FaceTime looking icon. She said, yeah, let's go for it. Let me keep my phone on my desk because I'm like Danny DeVito right now. I'm the trash man. I said, I feel that. That's what I look like most days. Video call 12. Video ended 3:14. So
It's a
around a
long-ass
3-hour
call.
call, it looks like. After our call, she sends me the supposed sub-botting website that made an article on me and told me that I should get a lawyer to take down this article. So
Holy.
it doesn't look like I'm buying sub-bots.
There was an article on a site that does sub-botting, I guess. Literally, I have no idea still to this day, like what the site is. The funny thing is the logo is a purple triangle for this site. So
Oh, Jesus.
I don't know.
Projecting! Whoa! You can see.
So this site apparently wrote an article about this one singular video that I did. This one singular video. This site writes an article about that. This site has written multiple articles about multiple different YouTubers. That doesn't mean that they do sub-botting on that site. Like,
Yeah, that doesn't... Okay, so a couple streams ago, I talked about SEO. A really common thing for websites to do is to hire extremely poorly paid copywriters and have them write essentially garbage pablum articles about topics relevant to whatever they're doing. So say there's a website that sells sub-bots. The way that they boost themselves up in the algorithm is by hiring a copywriter to write about whatever. And that copywriter could just be picking random YouTube channels out of a hat. They could be told, hey, the person who's commissioning the copywriter could say, hey, we want you to write an article about a channel that you like. And they just do this, and they might not even know which website it's ultimately going to get posted on. They might just be working with a client saying, hey, we need a blog about this type of topic. So like when I used to do some copywriting, when I was a freelance writer, sometimes you would get a prompt that would just say, we are looking for an article about this topic with these keywords. If you can make an article about this topic with these keywords, we will pay you X amount. So you spin up an article with that topic and those keywords, you have no idea where that article is gonna get posted. Hey, thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, you look so nice. I love you. You look cozy. Oh, you're going to sleep? I should have known. It's so late. I'm gonna be, once we're done with this section, I'm gonna wrap up because I've got a headache, so. Yeah, so anyway, that's a really, really weird thing for Illuminaughtii to bring up. And again, you know, we're not gonna delve into conspiracy here, not about the purple triangle thing, but I'm just gonna say, it's not hard to hire somebody to write a copy article about whatever you want. Anyway, let's continue.
this is called...
I love you. Yeah, I love you so much. Will you tell chat the good news about Oz? Yes, I will. Let's continue.
SEO people.
Right.
Like, sites do this.
Oh, okay, now they're talking about it. God damn it. I just went, oh, I didn't know they were gonna talk about it. I just went into a big,
So that they can rank up when people search different YouTubers and buy their product. You know, it has nothing to do with anyone sub-botting, you know?
Right?
It's ridiculous.
Like, that is
and like,
that's such a reach. Is she a yoga teacher? Because she's reaching. That's the stretchiest reach I ever saw.
And there's like this Twitter post where, you know how she's rapidly losing subscribers? Well, there's a spike of 1,000 subscriber gains in a minute.
Deflecting. If you're gonna accuse someone of sub-botting, like maybe like check your analytics first before you go off and accuse other people of doing it. Like, come on, man. It's so stupid.
Yeah. I thought the phone call was 2 hours. It looks like with the timestamps of the FaceTime call that it was 3 hours. And to be fair, the phone call was mostly positive. That's why I wanted to do a phone call or a meeting in the first place. I've heard stories of Blair being hateful and mean on the phone, but it wasn't like that. I feel like usually when I'm on the phone with people, I'm not a mean or hateful person. So I was friendly and I complimented her work and we talked about our opinions on content creation and our differences in our content. And
by the way, it's really, really difficult to prove if someone is sub-botting, like really, really hard. Usually the proof has to come from the platform itself. There are of course exceptions to this rule, but the reason for this is because the analytics that we all get access to are extremely prone to errors and to fluctuations that aren't 100% accurate. Like, for example, the analytics goes down all the time, and you will sometimes, like this is me speaking as a YouTuber, you will very often go to your analytics page, and Google will say, sorry, analytics aren't accurate right now. They'll be updated in however many hours. We're working on a fix for this issue. But the thing is that sites that are pulling from the YouTube API don't necessarily reflect that information. So you might be looking at a chart on something like Social Blade, and you might see like weird spikes, and that could be from issues within the system itself that have nothing to do with viewbotting. But you could say that it looks like, on a cursory look, it looks suspicious. That's why it's really, really difficult to prove that anybody is doing these types of things without extensive research. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
I wanted so badly to believe that if we could clear things up, we could just move on maturely and focus on creating important content. Again, I respected Blair at this time as a content creator. I genuinely didn't want people to start bashing Blair's content because I thought she was doing important work. And I thought that we were two individuals who wanted to take down bad MLM companies. So I thought it would just look bad for us to be fighting with each other. It just felt like, in the grand scheme of things, it was more important to focus on the scammers and the bad companies. And Blair on the phone call made it seem like she was on the same page, and even talked about how she wanted to be my friend, which I should have seen as a red flag because it was a completely 180 different personality to how she was posting online about me. But I didn't. I wanted so badly to believe that she was the person she was pretending to be on the phone call. I thought it was great symbolism of two women content creators coming together for the greater good, but really I think all it was her trying to further her agenda of me deleting that section of my video. That's all she wanted. She didn't care about the greater good. She didn't care about being friends with me, definitely. She didn't care about the message behind our content or our values or any of that. That 3-hour conversation was complete bullshit. She was selling me a lie just to get me to do what she wanted me to do, and I was an absolute dumbass who bought into it way too easily. Again, she had done nothing but treat me like absolute crap online at the most vulnerable time in my life, and I forgave her in an instant, and I don't fully know why. I think I genuinely wanted her to become a leader of people in the creator space. And I did want this situation
Ooh, well, I'm glad that didn't happen.
to be a good example for other creators, that there doesn't need to be nastiness and infighting and drama between creators. There doesn't need to be people stepping on other people to get ahead in the creator space. I think I wanted so desperately to believe that someone I respected and looked up to wasn't a complete piece of shit. So I ignored all red flags and only paid attention to the good information that Blair was feeding me. But when I look back on the phone call, there were a lot of subtle, threatening undertones.
Congratulations,
Again,
trans girl Jade.
there was the website with the article about me, which, how did you come across this website with this article about me? That's suspicious. How did you find this? Either you're doing way too much research on me, which is creepy, or you have something to do with this article of me existing on this website. And as I mentioned earlier in this video, Blair told me about Tommy C and Tipster and how they treated her terribly. They were out to get her. And I think she told me this information so that when they made content,
The villain Tipster,
about our situation, I wouldn't side with them. She also said that they made fun of her appearance constantly and that their fans would attack her appearance. She also said that from my Instagram, she could tell exactly where I lived. And she told me what specific
wow, that is a psychotic thing to say to somebody.
Instagram posts of mine I should take down if I don't want people to find out where I lived.
Jesus Christ. That is what we call some veiled threats right there. Holy shit. Holy shit.
She tried to make seem helpful, but had a threatening, scary undertone to it. Again, I don't have this phone call recorded, but a lot of the statements that Blair made after the fact about our phone call can kind of back up what I'm saying here. It's common knowledge that Blair,
yes,
at least at this time, lived in Colorado. Now, I don't talk a ton about the fact that I live in Colorado, and I don't publicly share my location that often. I've shared a few times that I live in Colorado. I haven't shared like the specific city, but Blair and I happened to live in the same city at this time. So after our phone call, Blair literally tweets about us both living in Colorado and living near each other, and how after this phone call,
Holy, this is legitimately, that is psychotic thing to do. Philosophies and interpretations on many parts of MLMs, our personal lives, etc. We both want the drama between us to end. There is no ill will here, and we are moving on. I appreciate that we are both able to move on, and maybe once the restrictions in Colorado lighten up. Oh, that is so fucking sus. Giga sus.
we're besties and we're gonna meet up for coffee, and goes on a live stream and talks about the fact that I live in Colorado.
One thing that happened in addition to this was she did a Twitch stream.
We both found out we both live in Colorado and we live like an hour away from each other.
Wow, that is so dirty. That is the most fucking dirty psychological warfare bullshit I've fucking seen yet. Holy shit.
Hoping maybe once like the COVID stuff chills out or whatever, that we can actually go get
Also, what the fuck is she reading here? What the fuck is she reading on this stream?
Or a coffee. So yeah,
she's blasting my location and the fact that I live near her publicly online in multiple—
Yeah, by the way, that's holding a knife to somebody's back and going, you better delete the video because now everybody knows where you are. I've made sure that there's a threat hanging over your head. And all it would take is me to say one bad thing and they all know where you live.
Different places. So not only do I live very near to this person that actively tried to destroy me, but she now knows this information and is blasting—
Don't you dare go hollow. Oh, that's such a— You're trying to break my heart. I hope you have a great night, Dragon Knight.
It online, telling all of her followers that I live very close to her. So she told me privately, hey, these posts on Instagram show exactly where you live, you better delete them soon, and then goes online right after our phone call and tells all of her followers, hey, Madison lives right near me. So all of her followers could basically go onto my Instagram and find all those posts and figure out exactly where I lived very easily. There's so much weirdness about that. I don't want to say she was deliberately trying to dox me and get people—
You could never know if she was deliberately doing it, but given the accounting of her character, given the way that she's behaved to other people, given all we know in this extended Illuminati saga, I think it would be fair and rational to conclude that that was likely what she was doing.
Who avidly followed her and possibly hated me to dox me and figure out where I lived, but it kind of felt that way. If someone told me privately where they lived, I would never all of a sudden go on a bunch of public tweets and live streams and blast where they lived publicly and that they live—
Yeah, that's a psychotic and unreasonable thing for someone to do. She was— It seems very apparent to me that she was using that as a subtle threat.
within the vicinity of where I lived to all of my followers. Another important context to this is at the time I did not live in the safest house, and when I was 8 months pregnant, actually my house ended up getting broken into, my car getting stolen while I was home, actually, which was a very traumatizing event. I'm laughing about it now because it was actually just wild. So I have a thing about that. I have a thing about my location being known and just like the safety of where I'm living. Why was she advertising where I lived to her audience like that? And it was never for genuine reasons. It was never because she actually wanted to grab coffee with me and be besties with me, because a few days after she sent out those tweets about how we're grabbing coffee, she completely stopped messaging me. So you just pretended to be nice to me on a phone call, like we were going to be mature adults and figure this out for the greater good of content everywhere.
We both admitted wrong. We both made mistakes, is what it was. We just kind of moved on because, like, that's what adults do.
No mention of the fact that she literally lied about this woman.
Then you went and blasted my location publicly. Thank you. We DM'd for like 2 days about how tough your life is being a content creator and the drama, which I cannot believe I participated in this conversation so casually, literally believing all of a sudden that Blair was the victim. Like, she literally did a number on me.
In the DMs, I'm ultra friendly with her. It's so embarrassing.
No, but like, as long as I've known you though, Madison, like, you've always given people the benefit of the doubt and just been like genuinely like kind to people. And people like Blair will take that and use it to their advantage. And I think Blair at that point knew that if she didn't get a handle on that whole situation, then this would have blown up the way it's kind of blowing up on her now. Like, it would have looked really bad for her. So she's like, oh, well, she's a nice person. She'll be easy to manipulate. Also, I have way more subscribers than her. So she'll, you know, but it's not, you can't be embarrassed for that though. Like, that's not your fault.
Saying in these DMs after our phone call, like, you do incredible research. And we're talking about neighborhoods in the city that we live in. We're talking about, like, you know, how we're gonna be, you know, friends and besties. Yeah, like, I'm sorry that, you know, now you're getting hate comments about this controversy. I'm sorry that happened. I was like trying to empathize with her and be like, I'm sorry, because I really did feel bad that, like, because of this, she was now getting videos made about her.
I think any decent human being would feel the same way though. I think she absolutely manipulated you, and it's really sad, but I also don't want you to like feel bad about that, because like it could happen to anybody. It's almost like you'd be feeling bad for just being a genuinely good person. It's like, don't feel bad for that.
And then a few days later, she stopped messaging me. So in the phone call, we came to an agreement. We were both going to make public statements. She wasn't going to make her live stream and multiple public videos on her channel. And that was that. Drama over. But I think looking back, I apologized too much. I literally deleted my video, made a public statement apologizing to Blair. And she was basically just like, yep, kinda sorry. We both made mistakes. I just wanted everything to end. I wanted to believe that there was going to be this happy ending where Blair would grow and she would be a great example. And I wanted the torment and stress to end so I could have a healthy pregnancy, which of course I had a healthy baby and there was a happy ending there, which I'm so grateful for. But I regret bending over backwards to make myself so little. Why did I just let her continue on? Give her exactly everything she wanted? What if I stood up more, held her accountable more for how she had hurt me? And what if that prevented her from hurting more people? I'd hoped that maybe she would have learned and grown from all of this and moved on and been a better person, not as vindictive. At the end of all of this mess, that was really all I could have hoped for. But that was really a lie I had told myself at the time, because she continued to be horrible and do horrible things. And all that stress and chaos was for nothing. The cover-ups I did for her were for nothing. She made a public statement in a live stream saying basically we're now besties. And after the phone call, I thought we were on fairly good terms. I would message her for 2 days after our phone call, and the messages I still have after all this, they're still up. Even right before making this video, we talked about the anti-MLM community, about predatory practices MLM companies do with mom groups. She acted like she could be a mentor to me as a YouTuber. There was the
Yeah, a mentor who potentially stole your videos. Oh, Jesus.
YouTuber that was sort of tweeting about this drama, asking why she couldn't forgive.
Yeah, Circa says, unfortunately, I don't know if there's anything that she could have done to stop her. It had to play out. Yeah, the unfortunate truth is that sometimes people in positions of power can just hurt you, and your only option is to make the best decisions that you can while you wait for assistance from elsewhere. And in this particular case, the assistance from elsewhere was the dissolution of Blair's internal social groups. And it sucks. That's just something that absolutely sucks, that sometimes you're forced into a position where all you can do is take the actions you need to survive. And trust me, I know what this is like firsthand. As many of you who've been with me for a long time know, my channel experienced a widespread campaign of attempts to basically choke my channel out before it could grow at all. It severely damaged my channel and my reputation based on completely false claims. Yeah, pretty bad. So, what can I say? Sometimes you just have to do what you can to weather it, and it just sucks. Somebody in a position of power can hurt you.
Him in the manner she forgave me, and I sent her a screenshot about that. I even sent her a screenshot of Tommy C's video, but I asked her if she wanted me to make a comment on that video. Again, she had
Why are all the commands fucked up? I don't know.
Convinced me that Tommy C was attacking her appearance, and that thumbnail on that particular video did kind of make it look like he was making fun of her appearance. Recently, I went through and watched that video. In that particular video, there was nothing bad that Tommy C said about Blair. So again, I think Blair fed me a complete lie in that circumstance, and I empathized with her, felt bad for her because I thought she was being attacked for her appearance by this group of people when it was a complete lie. I want to apologize for Tommy C for thinking that you were going after someone for her appearance for years when that was just a complete lie I was being fed. But
Jackalope says, some of the worst and outrageous lies I've ever seen on the internet against someone were against DramaMama back during the hippy dippy era. All of that was very tough to watch. Yeah, some of the things that were said about me were so outrageously ridiculous, and yet they still managed to do damage, and it's taken time to recover my reputation. That said, I have been vindicated in more than one ways, and as we can see, given that I had nearly 600 viewers all night tonight and my channel is continuing to grow at a steady pace, you can't keep the devil down, okay? You can't keep the demon mama down. The first demon-type streamer is rising and the signal is being heard, so. Yeah, although right now we are out of the era of demon mama derangement syndrome, there are still a number of people out there who are absolutely still suffering from the effects of demon mama derangement syndrome, but we've managed to control the spread, which is pretty impressive. I gotta say, I didn't expect that to be the case. I think it's like, have you guys ever played the game, I think it's called Pandemic is the name of the game? The Pandemic game? Yeah. It's like a game where you have to spread the, you have to create a little virus or a bacteria and spread it around the world. And you know how if you make a virus that kills people too quickly, it won't spread very far because they die too quick. And so oftentimes you need to have a virus that doesn't kill people so that it spreads further. Demon Mama derangement syndrome had a maximal, it had a high mortality rate, which as a result, it didn't spread to many other people because the people who caught it, they just died and didn't spread it to others. What can I say? Or Plague Inc. Plague Inc. is the other one. That I know at least one prominent person who still has quite a bit of Demon Mama derangement syndrome. True! And also, as Jessica Metal says, all I'm gonna say is that for all the shit you got, at least your partners still love you very much, unlike some of your prominent haters. True! True! Let's get back to the video, everybody.
I think her trying to be my friend, saying she realized the errors of her ways and messaging me in a friendly way was 100% an act. Because a few days after it worked and I had deleted everything, she stopped messaging me completely and went on acting like I never existed. And I think the reason why is she never anticipated that Tipster and other people were going to screen record my video. So thank you. I think she thought she was going to get away with it all and that the entire controversy was going to be deleted forever. And when Tipster and other people reposted it, she realized that she wasn't just going to get away with it. And being pissed off, she just cut contact with me. And I realized I was completely used. She gave zero shits about me. It wasn't a women supporting women. We're being so mature about this and moving on for the greater good. It was just a larger creator taking advantage of a smaller creator, using her power to threaten me by making not only a live stream, but multiple videos about me for me just trying to defend myself on.
Appreciate that, Swamp Hag. That shit goes really far. Again, some of the shit that was said about me was, first of all, completely baseless, and secondly, deranged. I'm not gonna go through all of the things because I don't have time for that and I don't care. But yeah, there's been a ton of people this last, it's been very common this year. There's been a lot of people this year who have decided to check out my content for themselves and have then gone and taken a look back at what was said about me and have realized how out of pace with reality it was. And I don't blame people for blame people for being misled. It's not their fault that somebody, I mean, this is like what we're talking about here. I don't blame people for being misled, you know? That's not 100% accurate, another bored person, but it's still somewhat accurate. Anyway, let's continue.
Line. Then to get me to do what she wanted, she pretended to be my friend. And the second it all didn't work out for her, she cut me off and just threw me to the side, literally in the trash. All that bullshit. Oh, we had a great chat. We're gonna grab coffee one day. Yeah, it's been 2 years, Blair. I'm still waiting on my coffee. I don't know, maybe you just think I drink too much of it in my videos, so I probably don't need any.
And then she sits down for a video, maybe 30-40 minutes long, drinks a coffee, is distracted the whole time, and just gives her opinion on how she feels about things.
In her mind, she just saw me as a fool and just like she got away with it all. And she did for the time being. And I was a fool. I was. And after all of that, it just caused me to distance myself from a lot of people in the YouTube community. I just did not trust anyone because she was one of my first.
Delance says, your Illuminati videos have a lot of views. Yes, they do. My Illuminati videos have been very popular. And I gotta say, I think I understand why. I do believe that I do coverage. I believe that my coverage of the Illuminati situation has been a step above. I think that I go in depth. I think that I'm careful with it. I present things in a clear and communicable way, and I give people a lot of fun to enjoy along the way. I'm making jokes, I'm making goofs and gags, and I say things in a funny manner, and I do silly faces sometimes, and I do little dances, and sometimes I ramble about things that are interesting to me in between to keep things fresh. It's fantastic. Exactly, Fortnite. Let's continue.
First, if not the first experiences I had with any creator in the larger YouTube community. So it really made me think, is every YouTube creator like this? Is every YouTube creator mean and vicious and going to take advantage of you and step all over you the second they get a chance? Though I know that there are some really great creators out there who have been incredibly nice and kind and amazing and supportive. So I want to take this opportunity in my video to shout those people out. Turkey Tom Tom I've recently messaged and was so kind to me. Sloan is always amazing, and I just always smile when I think of him because never a bad thing to say about him. He is so incredibly kind. Munecat has always been an inspiration.
My partner likes Munecat.
To me, genuinely original content, puts so much effort into her content for being original and is so inspiring. Smoky Glow, I started watching her before I ever made YouTube videos, and I hope she's doing okay. Love her to death. Within the anti-MLM community, Savannah Marie and Margaret Angel are my ride or dies, and my true friends. Love them to death, have always been there for me, and I highly recommend checking.
Wait, did somebody say Turkey Tom? Did I miss a shout out to Turkey Tom? Turkey Tom is a goofball. Listen, the only thing I have to say, the only positive thing that I have to say about Turkey Tom is that that guy is the only guy I know who brought that fucking 14th century drip into the future, okay? He's got the 2023's most rockin' tonsure. I've never seen anybody doing the Friar Tuck look in 2023 as good as that motherfucker, okay?
Out their channels.
I bet he bakes a solid loaf, and I bet he brews a killer lager, okay?
Ina commented on one of my videos once, and I was just over the moon, so happy about it. Love her. She's always amazing in the YouTube community. And thank you so much to FPS Diesel for being the only creator to email me and ask me directly what happened between me and iilluminaughtii before making a video about the Illuminaughtii situation.
I want to clarify, I decided to work on my own video to bring my experience forward in hopes that it helps validate the experience of others and maybe help foster a positive creator environment when all is said and done, as well as finally close this chapter in my life. That being said, after doing my own research on Wonderstruck, The Click, One Topic, and Oz Media's experiences, I've further spoken with them to hear from their own perspectives and get some further clarity on their story, and even discussed their recollection of my interactions with Blair. I'm so thankful that through this, I was able to make friends with genuine, kind, and also just funny and intelligent creators, and was able to overcome trust issues that Blair instilled in me, and they've definitely helped me through that and understand what I went through. So there are some amazing creators out there. I just think I was initially heartbroken when this happened, and it again just happened at such a vulnerable point in my life. And that's my story with Blair or iilluminaughtii. This has been such a long...
The idea of a person who subs to and religiously watches Tipster, Turkey Tom, and Munecat is absolutely sending me right now. True! Okay, true though!
An exhausting video that at the end, I don't really know what to say besides, it's a cruel world out there. Watch out. And that's all I have to say for this video. Thank you so much if you made it to the end of this video. Comment cruel world so I know that you made it to the end of this video, especially on this one. It really means a lot to have your support. I know so many of you guys wanted to hear my story, but we're patiently waiting, and that really means a lot to me.
All right, you all heard it here. This was Cruel World Happy Mind telling her side of the conflict with iilluminaughtii. All of you, please, if you liked this video, make sure you show some love from the imps over on Cruel World Happy Minds video. And we're gonna talk about a little bit more of this drama real quick, including one last little piece of information that I think people will find particularly relevant. So, this is a pretty well-supported narrative. Cruel World Happy Mind has been willing to show DMs, has been willing to show messages in the time that they happened, was willing to show evidence of the video that it was posted, and of course the videos that she posted originally and what she said in them was recorded by other channels. So this is a fairly credible account. A lot of what she says here and a lot of the behaviors that she encountered with Blair, we of course have now seen to have been replicated elsewhere. Earlier, when we were watching the H-Bomber guy H-Bomb dropped on iilluminauttii's head, I pointed out that the fact that she has been verified to have done 2 very egregious acts of plagiarism in her videos casts a doubt on all of her other content, and it certainly grants a lot of credence to the claims made by Cruel World Happy Mind. Now, of course, Cruel World Happy Mind already demonstrated why she felt that Blair had likely stolen or at least borrowed heavily, to be kind, from her videos. She already explained why she felt that way, and she never made a hard allegation. She simply said, I feel like this may have happened, and I would like to open up a dialogue about it, to which Blair responded with incredible defensiveness, and then offense, and a sort of like, what's the word that I'm looking for here? Why can't I think of the word? What's the word I'm talking about? Like when you attack before somebody can get the chance to attack you. I'm blanking. Terrible blank on that word. You know what I mean. Preemptive. Thank you. Jesus Christ. It's because I'm on stream hour 7. Okay? A preemptive strike on initiative. That's from Baldur's Gate 3, which we were talking about even earlier. No, but a preemptive strike against Cruel World Happy Mind. I think that with all of this in mind, we can conclude that there is a large case against Blair, not only on the mistreatment of her employees, not only on the mistreatment of other content creators, but on a large and repeated tendency of either borrowing or outright stealing content from others. Now, how all of this fits in with the rest of what we know about Blair is somewhat apparent on its face. We now know that Blair is not only incapable of being honest in the way that she retells events in her conflicts with others, but that she is also incapable of being honest about what type of work she's putting out into the world. We have essentially no reason, no rational actor in this situation has any reason to trust anything that Blair says about anything. She's not honest about her own content. She's not honest in recounting conflicts she has with others. This has now been proved on multiple points that she grossly misrepresents what actually happened in the conflicts. And why should we trust any of the claims that she asks for trust on? Many of the claims that she made in her own response video so many months ago now were basically saying, you should trust me because I am one of the people involved. But we now know that she doesn't speak honestly about those incidents. Now, of course, we are living in the post-Hbomb era. Hbomber Guy's video, which mostly fixated on James Somerton, has resulted in James Somerton deleting his Patreon and also clearing his YouTube channel out completely. Now, we have yet to see anything like that for Blair. That said, I cannot imagine that Hbomber Guy's video, which has gone properly viral. So many people have seen Hbomber Guy's video. I cannot imagine that she is unaware of it, and I cannot imagine more so that her current and former fans are not aware of it. Undoubtedly, they have seen this now, and I think that puts Blair in a particularly tight position. Now, so far, we have never seen Blair willing to retreat at all. In all of our coverage of iilluminaughtii, Blair has basically perpetually been on the offensive, going so far as to initiate legal battles with multiple people. And honestly, I don't know how she's going to go from here. With Hbomber Guy's video, it is unequivocal what she did. We know that she didn't ask permission from the creators of a Netflix and Hulu documentary to directly reproduce their work in her piece. She got caught red-handed. There's no denying that. She can't sue Hbomber Guy for what he showed because he demonstrated it. So I don't know where she's gonna go from here. And I really do wonder if it's gonna, result in her just just doing a James Somerton and bombing her channel. LB says, I think she's going to keep trying to pump out as much content as possible to get as much money out of it as she can before it all goes away. I do think that that's the most likely possibility. That has been her approach so far. She has continued to post through it. She has continued to post videos. However, let's take a look. Let's take a look at what her latest videos are doing. She has dropped her subscribers have dropped drastically. She's down to 1.29 million subscribers. And again, that's lost from active subscribers. Let's take a look at what her videos are doing. The Deal Dash Deception was posted 2 days ago. Before that, 4 days ago, Burgerim was overdone and oversold. 7 days before that, What is the Power of Persuasion? Damn, she has been churning out videos. Holy shit. She really does just chunk out these videos.
I got this mountain bike.
Oh my God. You weren't kidding. I thought people were exaggerating slightly. Her video has less likes than my stream does currently. A channel with, hold on a second. I want to show you this, 1 second. My video right now has 749 likes. She has 1.29 million subscribers, and her video has 553 likes. My stream with 27,000 subscribers. 1.29 million subscribers for Illuminaughtii. Demon Mama, 27,000, almost 28,000 subscribers. We have 749 likes. Her video has 553 likes. I just want to show you, by the way, sorry, just to take a moment, that is proof that size isn't fucking everything. It's the motion of the ocean, motherfucker. Motion of the ocean always wins. Jesus Christ. I want you to think about the David and Goliath shit going on right there, okay? Jesus Christ. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to press that. Does anybody know when the comments got turned off? Does anybody know that? Can anybody give me some info on that? I heard that it happened, but I have no idea when it supposedly happened. It was just after the H-Bomber guy video?
I got this.
Well, keep in mind, okay, so hold on. I want to just do a brief amount of math real quick. Hold on a second. Hold on. Her video has 0.01. Wait, so hold on a second. That's going to be a... Hold on a second. So that means she has not even a 1% engagement rate with her video. Right? Am I doing that right? What is 1% of 1.29 million? Hold on. Yeah, okay, so she has slightly more. She has a almost 2% engagement rate from her subscribers to her video. Not quite 2% of all of her subscribers were even willing to watch her video. Holy shit. That is terrible. That is just terrible. We gotta look at her social blade. this Monday. So on Monday, she lost 10,000 subs. In the last 30 days, she's lost 30,000 subs. Oh my God, her views have tanked. Oh my God, her views have fucking tanked. Oh my God, her subscribers have tanked. So this is just about where the drama happened, right around here. Negative 10,000 subscribers, negative 170,000 subscribers, negative 70,000 subscribers, negative 40,000 subscribers, negative 20,000 subscribers, 30,000 subscribers, 20,000 subscribers, 20,000 subscribers. She's lost entire channels worth of subs this year. Oh my God. Yearly estimate, negative 360,000 subs. Jesus Christ. And that is, of course, we don't even have the information since the H-Bomber guy video came out. I have a feeling that the H-Bomber guy video might be the nail in the coffin. I have a feeling that the H-Bomber guy video is likely to convince people to completely unsubscribe from her, which could cause a massive drop off. And she's already just bleeding subs. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we'll be able to find out in January. At the beginning of this, she had 1.7 million subscribers, and she's dropped all the way down to 1.29 million. My goodness. Wow. Again, post-H-Bomb world, the game has been changed. H-Bomber guy did one of the most, blistering exposés we've ever seen. There's one final thing that I want to talk about before we wrap up this segment. Thank you for being here with me. But I wanted to mention, Oz Media recently did a live stream fundraiser. And this fundraiser was a very transparent situation. Basically, Oz Media needed a certain amount of upfront cash to be able to put down to stop the foreclosure process on their house. And if you'll recall, one of the pieces of this drama, the last chapter update that we did on the Illuminati drama, was about Oz Media. Oz Media is Blair's ex, who is closely involved with basically every project that Blair has done, and who, in my opinion, suffered abuse at the hands of Blair. One of the ways in which this abuse was unfolded was by using a series of financial technicalities to force Oz Media into a position where the house was being foreclosed upon forcibly. And the way that this happened is somewhat complicated. However, it turned out that there was a way for Oz Media to essentially buy out of the foreclosure, but that a certain amount, a lump sum of cash was necessary. So Oz Media did a fundraiser and put out a call, please, if anybody is willing, help me raise the money to be able to keep my house so that I can continue to make content, so that I can be out of this foreclosure nightmare and I can keep the place that I live in. And it succeeded massively. To my knowledge, Oz Media was able to raise somewhere in the ballpark of over $30,000, which was enough to cover the foreclosure buyout process, which is awesome. Which is awesome to hear. And also, it just goes to show you that you can be honest and put out a call for a financial need. You don't have to lie and mislead your followers, that you can just put out a call for help and people will be willing to help you. It was just over 33,000. That's fucking fantastic to hear. Absolutely incredible. So I wanted to make sure that what he needed was 25K. Well, that gives him a little bit of room to work with. I think that is fantastic to hear. Oh, Jesus. Oh, goodness. Well, we're going to have to talk about that. Well. So congratulations to Oz Media. Very, very happy to hear that it was a success. And thank you to all, of course, a second-hand thank you to all of the people who were willing to support Oz in this, as I do genuinely think that Oz Media suffered in this situation and was put into a very difficult situation. What this proves is that it is actually possible for people to resist what seems like overwhelming power, what seems like power being wielded irresponsibly and cruelly to hurt people, and it doesn't always work. Blair was able to do some damage to the people in her life, but those people have found help via their community, via the broader communities that care online, and that is a really, really good thing to see. It proves that what we do online does matter, and how we do it does matter. Anyway, I wanted to make sure that we ended this off with a positive tone, because honestly, this whole situation has been very, very, very difficult to look through. A lot of people have been hurt in this, and it can induce a lot of fear, especially in people who are aspiring to this space. That's part of the reason why I want to talk about it, is because I want people to feel equipped to be able to spot things that could otherwise threaten them in these spaces. I want people to be there, to be able to pursue their dreams in content creation and to be able to do so safely. I want new, young, talented people to be able to come into the YouTube space, make amazing videos, keep us all entertained and informed and having a great time, and I want them to be able to do it safely, not being taken advantage of by people who want to exploit their labor, who want to steal their hard work, who want to lie to them, who want to bind them into financial contracts. And I think that the only way that we can make that world possible is by learning how to look through this stuff, learning how to what it looks like, and being able to spread this knowledge as far as wide as possible, and also to be able to call out the bad actors and prevent them from doing more harm. Anyway, this has been an absolutely incredible DramaMama episode. If you enjoyed this, please make sure that you are subscribed to my channel and ring the bell down below, because you know I've got so many treats for you. This is DramaMama. Can you hear the signal? Whoo! There was one other thing. Okay, so we have been going for 7.5 hours. Unfortunately, we will not be able to do Holy Mack tonight, which makes me sad. I wanted to do Holy Mack, but the truth is I'm going to be streaming on Sunday for the call-in stream. So we're going to have to just delay Holy Mack one time. It's okay. We'll be fine. You got 7.5 hours of stream. And oh, before we go, I have to play one thing for you. So before we go, I have one thing to hit you with, okay? One thing to hit you with. We got Kaneko Man video. Let's fucking do the Kaneko Man video. Come on, we got a Kaneko Man video, and then I'll send you off, and we'll all have a wonderful night together. Oh! It's Big Baby! Big Baby is defeating Blender Boy! No! Oh shit!
王子の必殺技は皮肉バスター、皮肉ドライバー、囚人考察系と数々ある。でも王子の技の中
What is happening here? Is he giving a speech?
で僕が一番好きなのはみんな技が決まった瞬間に描かれる曲線が美しい。この衝撃弾ミート
Oh no! no! Mama came in. Mama Milky came in. Okay, we've now seen all of Big Baby's moves. You must honor the Kaniku name speech. It was a kind of thing. Okay, I see. So he was hyping himself up. I buy it. Listen, Big Baby's my favorite character. All right. I did play Holy Mack on the piano. Wait, which I can do. Oh no, the piano turned off. I can end us off with a little bit of piano practice, okay? Hold on. Hold on. So I gotta get smoother with it, but I keep going further down than I mean to. Bam! There we go. Holy Mackerel. We will hit you with new Holy Mackerel episodes very soon. Don't worry. We have them safe and sound in our little sweet egg. Okay? My lovely imps, I have to rest. Remember, this Sunday, that's right, the day after tomorrow, it is a signal night! It's a community call-in night, okay? And I want you to call in. So be there or be square. I will see you all very, very soon. And remember, rule number 1, do not die. I'll see you all very soon. Mwah. Bye for now, my lovely imps. Sunday.